You look like a man who needs to go fishing, Jack said. I need to work, Rick returned. I'm a really good boss, Jack said, grinning. I'm willing to keep you on the clock if you're willing to talk about it. You'll be sorry, he said. I'm such a mess. A world-class psychiatrist couldn't straighten me out. Good thing you have me then, Jack said. Get your gear. It was their way that they didn't broach the subject right off. They drove out to the river, got into their waders, and began casting. There were a lot of fishermen this time of year, but that wasn't a problem. They simply staked out their own little piece of river where they could quietly talk without being overheard above the rushing water. After a little while, a little casting, Jack said, Lay it on me, pal. What's eating you? I don't think I can do it, Jack. I can't give up my son. Whoa, Jack said. He hadn't prepared himself for that, but probably he should have. Where was Mel when he needed her? What are you gonna do? I don't have a freaking clue, Rick said. I saw him on the ultrasound, kicking around in there. I saw his penis. My son. I can't have someone else raising him. Not when I made him. I'd worry all the time, you know? It was not as though Jack had a hard time understanding those feelings. I've heard of adoptions where you can stay in touch, stay involved. I don't know if that'll do it for me, Rick said. I know this is crazy. What does Liz say? He laughed, but it was a hollow sound. She wants to quit school right now. Run away and get married. You have any idea how awful school is for her? Jack suddenly felt pretty stupid. Of all the things he could focus on, be aware of, it had never occurred to him how terrible it might be for a 15-year-old pregnant girl to attend school every day. And since she'd only been in that school a couple of months the spring before, it was practically a new school for her at that. She might as well have a tattoo on her forehead. "Ah, Rick," he said. "I'm so sorry to hear that. I try to be there for her after every class, get her to the next class. I'm late a lot. I'm getting into trouble a lot. It sucks so much." He sighed deeply. Lizzie is so young. She didn't seem that young before. Before we got into this mess, she was... I couldn't keep my freaking hands off her. She was so hot. She was that way with me, too. She seemed so experienced. But she wasn't, you know? There wasn't anyone before me, and there hasn't been anyone after. And now she's just this scared little girl who would give anything not to have these problems. He took a breath. She needs me so much. Jeez, Jack said. I'm sorry, Rick. My mind has been on so many other things, I never thought... Hey, it's not your problem, okay? It's my problem. If I'd listened to you in the first place, don't kick yourself. You're not the first guy to have one occasion of unprotected sex. But guaranteed, you're among a very select number to get a girl pregnant on that first and only shot. We're a small fraternity for sure. This happened to you? Rick said, amazed. Yeah, sure did. How old were you? Jack turned and met Rick's eyes. 40. Mel? He said, astonished. Between you and me, right? Jack said. I don't know how Mel feels about me talking about it. But yeah, near as we can figure out, first strike. Difference is, I'm an old man, and not sorry. I wouldn't have it any other way. In my case, I really did get lucky. Shoo. I guess if a midwife can screw up, I shouldn't be so embarrassed. My screw up, bud. All my adult life, that condom's been automatic, Jack said. Not just because of the pregnancy issue, but because you don't want to expose a woman to anything. If a woman's willing to share her body with you, you don't want to take a chance of giving her some STD you don't even know you have. And you don't want to be exposed. I lost my head. I didn't protect her. If I weren't so grateful for the baby, I'd feel bad about that. But hell, that stuff happens to people, pal. At least we're old enough to take it on and want to take it on. But you... Damn, buddy. You kids sure got hit hard. I can't imagine how rough this is for you. Both of you. My life is so weird right now, Rick said. I'm in high school, and I'm sneaking around to be alone with the girl who's got my baby in her. It's not like it's punishment, being alone with her, you know? But I'm not even doing it for me. She's the one who needs attention. I can't refuse to touch her when she needs to be touched, not when she's going through this. Can I? She'd think you didn't care about her, Jack said. Rick's voice grew quiet. Sometimes she just cries. We do it. I want it to be nice for her, hold her, keep her safe. And when it's over, she cries and cries. And I don't know what more to do. I think I might cry, Jack thought. I think it has to be up to her, he said. Not what you want, what she wants. That's what I think, too. Maybe I should just do it. Talk to my grandma about letting Liz move in with us, into my bedroom. Marry her or something. I think he needs somebody's permission for that. He shook his head, laughing. We're having a freaking baby in less than 3 months. Well, they want her to give him up. No discussion. It's best for him, everyone is saying. Even if they can convince her, I don't think they can convince me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep my mouth shut right now? Oh, man. Jack was wishing about 20 things at that moment. Top on his list, he wished Rick was his son, so he could step in and help handle things. He understood they were too young to have a baby together, but it was going to happen anyway, and Rick shouldn't be marrying anyone at 17. Still, that baby shouldn't go away from its mother and father. And how could they do otherwise at their tender ages? You're the father. Aren't there papers you have to sign to let him go? I don't know. What the hell do I know? You should talk to Mel, he said. Seriously, this discussion is for you and Mel. She does babies. I do other things. Jack, he said. There's a part of me that is so sorry I crossed that line like I did and set this up for us, for me and Liz. What a disaster. But there's another part that saw that little guy on the ultrasound and just wants to hold him. Show him how to catch a ball. Then he shook his head. No matter how much talking people do, there's no way anyone can get you ready for what happens to your life when you don't get that condom out of your pocket. Yeah, Jack said. Jack, I'm sorry. I let you down. Nah, I don't feel let down. I feel really bad for you, but not disappointed in you. You've done pretty good with this, all things considered. Now we have to figure out a way for you to get your life back, both of you, before it gets even worse. No matter what you come up with, Jack, I'm never getting that life back. And neither is Liz. As Jack came out of the kitchen into the bar, there was a man seated at the end. He wore a Western hat, a shady Brady, and as Jack entered the bar, he lifted his dark eyes. It took Jack less than 5 seconds to recognize him as a man who'd been in his bar a few months ago and tried to pay for his Boilermaker with a $100 bill peeled off a thick wad of bills, all of which carried the skunk-like odor of green marijuana. Jack wouldn't take his money. If that alone wasn't enough to give Jack a bad feeling about the man, he was also the one who had lain in wait for Mel at her cabin to take her out to some hidden grow back in the hills where a woman was giving birth. For that, Jack felt an urge to go a few rounds with him to be sure he knew better than to ever try that again. Instead, he wiped down the bar in front of him. Heineken and Beam, isn't it? Good memory, the man said. I remember important things. I don't want to get in the habit of comping you drinks." The man reached into his back pocket and pulled out a thin leather wallet and withdrew a 20, laying it on the bar. "Freshly laundered for my fussy friend," he said. Jack set him up his drinks. "How you getting around these days?" he asked. The man's eyes lifted swiftly to Jack's face. "I came across your Range Rover," Jack said. "Off the road, down the side of the hill. Totaled. I told the deputy where." The man threw back his shot. "Yeah," he said. "My bad. I didn't make that turn. Must have been going too fast. Got a good deal on a used truck." He lifted his beer, took a long pull. "That everything?" he asked, indicating he'd rather not have a conversation. "Not quite," Jack said. "There was a berth back in a trailer somewhere." The man put down his beer rather sharply, glaring at Jack. "So much for medical confidentiality." "The midwife is my wife. That can't happen. We straight on that?" The man's eyes widened in surprise, his hand tightening around his cold beer. "That's right, cowboy. She's my wife. So, are we clear? I don't want her taking those kinds of chances." He made a lopsided smile. He lifted his beer and took another pull. "I doubt I'll ever find myself in that spot again." Jack stared hard into the man's eyes. "She wasn't at risk, but you're right. She probably shouldn't do that." After a moment of quiet, Jack said, "Clear River might be a better place for a drink." The man pushed the shot glass across the bar. "Quieter, anyway." Jack served him up again, then took the 20 to change it, indicating the man was done here. Then Jack went to his own end of the bar and busied himself, wiping it down, straightening glassware and bottles. He lifted his head as he heard the stool scrape back. The man stood, turned, and walked slowly out of the bar without looking at Jack. A glance showed Jack he hadn't left any money behind, and, in spite of himself, he chuckled under his breath. Then he went to the window to see what kind of truck it was. So, he'd lowered his standards a little. A dark Ford, jacked up, lights up top, tinted windows. He memorized the license plate, but knew that wouldn't matter. It was only a minute before the door opened again, and in came Mel. Her jacket stood open and her belly protruded slightly. She wore an odd expression. "You see that guy, Mel?" Jack asked her. She nodded. "Did he say anything to you?" She got up on the stool. "Uh-huh. He gave me a long up-and-down look and said, 'Congratulations.'" "You didn't talk to him, I hope." "I asked him how that baby was, and he said they have everything they need." "Aw, Mel." "That man never scared me, Jack. There might be lots of scary people out there in those hidden grows, but something tells me he's not one of them." Chapter 11. After 2 weeks in the hospital, 2 weeks in a rehab facility, and 2 weeks with his mother, Mike Valenzuela was stir-crazy. He was still crippled in one arm and totally out of his mind with cabin fever. Not to mention shook up by how long it had taken for his mind to come back. Nothing scared him quite as much as memory loss and not being able to find the right word, or looking at the right word and thinking it was wrong. Physically, he was getting by, but there was pain. Most of it was in his shoulder, arm, neck, and scapula. And at night it could get so fierce he couldn't sleep, couldn't move. At those times he could barely get out of bed, and the only thing that worked was a big ice pack and a painkiller. The other pain was still stiffness and weakness in the groin area, and that kept getting better, but he was using a cane for left-sided weakness when he walked. When he looked in the mirror, he saw a thin and wasted body, where a toned and muscled one had been. A man stooped slightly because straightening hurt his groin, his abdomen. His right arm was bent at the elbow and held protectively against his midsection. the hand curled inward and too stiff and weak to open all the way. A head of thick black Mexican-American hair that had been shaved on one side of his head to remove a bullet was barely growing back. A man who, at 36 years of age, was retired from the police department with a 100% disability. A man staying in his mother's house because he'd given houses to 2 ex-wives and given up his rented apartment when he was shot. There was another little matter. Something that didn't show. It was still hard to pee, and he hadn't seen an erection in a long time. And what came to mind was, I pissed away my life, and here I am, hardly able to piss. Mike had been into living hard, living on the edge. The fighting Marines, the police department. Women. Lots of guy stuff. Lifting, sports, poker, hunting, fishing. More women. Life in the moment. Fun, fun, fun. Ah, instant gratification. He'd married twice because he was in the mood. Married women he wasn't really committed to, obviously. And he had pursued too many others. That was certainly not going to be an issue now. Maybe you get only so many erections, and I had all of mine, he thought. Driving a long distance wasn't advisable, but he managed. The right leg was good, the left arm worked fine. The doctors disapproved, they had ideas about further rehab and treatment, but he was a stubborn man and desperate to get away from it all. He threw the stuff he needed in the back of his Jeep SUV and headed north. "Stay as long as you want," Jack had said. "You'll have to stay with us, though. Preacher's filled up the spare room in the bar. You might remember the woman, the one that Preacher called you about. She showed up in the bar, beat up, running from an abusive husband." Mike remembered, but vaguely. What Mike wanted was a place to go where his family wouldn't be in his business, hovering, breathing down his neck. Where his buddies from the department wouldn't keep calling to see how he was doing, because he wasn't doing that great. The doctor said that he might eventually get back close to 100% of his arm, but it would take a long time and hard work. The other things, the peeing, the erection, that stuff would either return spontaneously or not. Nothing they could do about it right now. Virgin River had always been a place of good memories for him. Of sanctuary and challenge at once. He and the boys from his squad went a couple of times a year, camped, stayed a week or so, fished every day, did a little hunting, played poker, and drank all night, laughed themselves stupid, had a good time. And what Mike had to do was work on the arm, the groin, get his body back. Then he could think about the future. At the moment, it seemed like the things he wanted were out of his reach. The last time he'd been to Virgin River had only been a few months ago, August. Not their usual fishing, hunting, poker trip. Jack had called saying he'd had to kill a man. A lunatic from out in the woods had held a knife on Jack's woman, demanding drugs. Jack got together a couple of guys to go clean out the woods, so Mike had rounded up the boys and, of course, they all took emergency time off from their jobs and were there by the next morning. When one of them called, they rallied. They hadn't found anything dangerous in the woods except a big, mean, smelly, pissed-off bear. And they'd found Jack, their leader, for the first time in his life, hooked into a woman. Mel, a petite, stunning, delicious woman. Jack, who'd always played the ladies with little care and a lot of useless charm, getting ready to commit to a woman. Now Mel was Jack's wife and carried their child. Mike was amazed this had happened. He assumed Jack had finally stumbled on a woman who could trip him up, catch him, and make him think he was happy to be caught. That and the 3 bullets had set up a real strong sense of regret in Mike, and a longing for a different kind of life. He felt like he'd missed out on something. So he went to Virgin River with his clothes, his guns, his weights, a rod and reel he wasn't sure he'd get to use again. He was going to keep rehabbing his arm, get some rest, and gain some weight back eating Preacher's food. When he got to the bar, he honked the horn and Jack came out on the porch. Mike got out of the SUV using his cane for balance. Jack was tough. He didn't look at Mike as if he was pathetic, thin, limping slightly, his arm crimped and still useless. Instead, he embraced him like a brother would, but more carefully than in the past, and said, "Damn, I'm glad you're here." "Yeah," Mike said. "Me too. I have so much work to do to get strong. Again. You'll get there." Mel came outside. She was showing now, and it made her more beautiful than ever. She was glowing with Jack's life in her. She wore a smile that was sincerely welcoming and opened her arms to him as well. "I'm glad you're here too, Mike," she said. "I can help you with that arm. We'll get it back." He hugged her with the good arm. "Yeah," he said. "Thanks." "Come inside," Mel said. "There's someone you haven't met, even though you helped her." Jack let Mike navigate the stairs up onto the porch himself, obviously resisting the urge to help him. When they were inside, Jack yelled for Preacher and the big man came out, wearing his apron. He cracked a rare grin when he saw Mike, and he came around the bar, arms open. "Aw, man," Preacher said, embracing him. He gave him several pats on the back, causing Mike to wince painfully. Then he held him away and looked at him. "Damn, it's good to see you." "Okay, great. Now never do that again." "Oh, man, I'm sorry. You still in pain?" "Some, yeah." "What's with this? Hair on my preacher, man?" "Head got cold," he said, ducking shyly. "You okay? I didn't hurt you, did I?" "Maybe you could set me up a beer. That'd help." "You bet, buddy. Coming up. And maybe something to eat, huh?" "Beer first, okay?" Preacher went around the bar and fixed him a draft. Mel and Jack each sat on one side. Mel leaned in. "How bad is the pain?" she asked. He shrugged. "It's all soft tissue," he said. "But it can get real. What are you taking?" "I'm trying to hang in there with the anti-inflammatory. Maybe a beer, but every once in a while, I have to cave into the Percodan. I hate doing that. Makes me weird." "You're already weird," Jack said. "Preacher, let me have a beer with my man here." When his glass was poured, Jack lifted it toward Mike. "Here's to your recovery, bud. It's gonna be quick and powerful." "Hope God heard that," Mike said, and took a long, refreshing pull. "The doc said I need 3 months to start feeling better, and I've only given it 6 weeks, but—" And then she came out from the kitchen. Mike almost choked on his words. She smiled at him and said, "Hello, you must be Mike." She went to stand next to Preacher, and he, with his eyes focused on the shine in Mike's, dropped an arm around her shoulders, claiming her. God, Mike thought. Preacher has a woman. And what a woman! "Yeah," Mike said slowly. She was gorgeous. Soft, light brown hair fell in silky curves to her shoulders. She had skin like creamy satin and peach-colored lips. A little line, a scar in her lower lip. He knew what that was about. He remembered better now. And warm, sexy green eyes surrounded by a lot of dark lashes and perfectly arched brows. With Preacher's arm around her, she leaned against him. "I just don't get it," Mike said with a laugh. "You two somehow found the most beautiful, sexiest women in the state right here in the backwoods. Shouldn't there be at least one of you in Los Angeles?" "Actually, we were both from Los Angeles," Mel said. "And fortunately, both found our way to the backwoods." No way Preacher knows what he's holding, Mike thought. And Preacher, knowing Mike's careless ways with women, just about anyone's woman, might feel a little threatened at the moment, even given the crippled hand and cane. Little did he know. "Well, damn," Mike said, lifting his glass. To your good fortune. All of you. Then he looked at Jack and said, I'm sorry, Sarge, but I've had it. That drive, it was way more than I thought it would be. Do you mind if I... Come on, Jack said. You can follow me out to the cabin and I'll help you unload your gear. Take a nap. Maybe you'll feel like coming back for some of Preacher's dinner later. If not, I'll bring you home something. Thanks, pal, he said. He stretched his good hand toward Preacher for a shake. Preacher's expression lightened up. Good you're here, Mike. We'll beef you up in no time. In the mornings, Mike drank the protein shakes that Mel gave him, though they were god-awful. Then he'd lift piddling weights and stretch. By 10 a.m., drenched in sweat, he'd need a shower and nap. Lying down always produced the same effect: soreness and pain when he got up. He'd roust himself up, try to ice it out, and, if he could, get himself to the bar by 3 so he could have a beer to tamp it down a little before meeting Mel at Doc's. Once there, she'd work on him, as vicious as any physical therapist. She would start with a deep massage of his shoulder and biceps, and then the exercises would start. It was enough to make him cry like a baby. He was lifting a 1-pound weight laterally with the right arm and could not yet raise it to shoulder level. Yet she praised him for it, but it was agony. Mike still couldn't lift 3 plates out of a cupboard. He'd broken a couple trying and forced himself to drive all the way to Fortuna to replace them. Every once in a while, he'd try to lift his 9mm right-handed and hold it out in front of him, looking over the barrel. No way. I really think we should set you up with an orthopedist. I can find you one on the coast, Mel said. No more surgery, he said. This could take a lot longer. But he was worried about trade damage, where they go in to fix one thing and muck up something else. Where am I going? Save the orthopedist. I'll work it out. Any other issues? She asked. The head and groin? Fine, he said. But he didn't connect with her eyes. Almost 2 weeks in Virgin River, 8 weeks post-op, and he still couldn't do a sit-up. But he had gained some weight and walking straight was easier, so things were looking up somewhat. And his friends, Jack, Mel, Preacher, Paige, they were hanging in there with him, encouraging his every movement. Some days, if the sun was out, he could drive out to the Virgin and watch some angling. He particularly loved watching Jack and Preacher casting. He loved it even better when they had the boy Rick with them. They'd trained the kid, and he was a master angler. The 3 of them, side by side, their lines soaring through the air in perfect S shapes, flies touching down in the river with such grace and finesse, pulling in their catch. It was like ballet. Mike had been a damn fine angler himself in days gone by. He'd been pretty good at a lot of things. It was in that kind of a mood that Mike found himself a little later than usual at Jack's. There were only a few fishermen at a table by the fire with a late meal. Mike was up at the bar when Preacher came back downstairs from story time. Jack exited, leaving Preacher to lock up, and Mike asked for another drink. Then he started to grumble. He was frustrated with the arm, the pain, the clumsiness, a few other things. Preacher poured himself his closing shot and stood behind the bar, listening to Mike complain, nodding every so often, saying, Yeah, buddy, yeah. Can't lift the gun, can't lift a lot of things. Know the true meaning of weak dick, he said morosely. Preacher's eyebrows lifted and Mike looked up at his face, glassy-eyed. That's right. The old boy's dead and gone. May as well shot it off. Preacher lifted his drink. You're the only guy I know who'd complain about not getting laid in a few weeks because he's been in a coma, Preacher said. I guess you thought you could get lucky even while you were unconscious. That's what you know, he slurred. Do I look like I'm unconscious now? Hey, man, there aren't all that many women around here. you just might have to do without for a bit. What do you see when you wake up in the morning, preacher? A nice tent, huh? I see the Great Plains. Preacher frowned. You have a pain pill tonight, Mike? He didn't answer. Mike, you have a pain pill tonight? I don't know. Sit tight. Don't move. I'll be right back. Sit still? Mike thought vaguely. Like moving was an option. Mike might not have even known he was gone when Preacher was back. He was still peering into his drink, babbling to himself, slumped over the bar. It didn't seem like any time at all had passed when Jack was helping him to his feet. Come on, Mike. There you go. Forget the cane. Just lean on me. What? Yeah, you're gonna sleep good tonight, that's for sure, Jack said. Preacher got the door, and as Jack was helping him through, said, You might have had more than one pill, Jack. I asked him if he took a pain pill, and he didn't know. You know how many drinks? Not his usual limit, that's for sure, Preacher said. A couple, maybe 3. I gave him a couple, Jack said. Mike kind of lolling against him. I gave him 1, Preacher said. Tell Mel. She'll know if it's anything to worry about. Yeah, okay. Thanks for calling. I got it now. Mike didn't get to breakfast at the bar the next morning. But by afternoon, right before his appointment with Mel, he was looking pretty decent. He called Preacher and asked for a lift into town where his SUV waited. How'd you sleep? Preacher asked when Mike got himself carefully into the truck. Probably good, Mike said. Couldn't tell you. You gotta watch those pain pills and drinks. I think maybe you had a couple pills, couple of drinks, and went straight to La La Land. Yeah, could have been. Sometimes it gets terrible. Then there's depression, Preacher said. Depression after major surgery is real common, you know that? Especially if it's heart surgery or something violent. I think you qualify for violent. 3 bullets. Could qualify, Mike said evasively. Preacher reached in the pocket of his denim shirt and pulled out a folded piece of typing paper. And then there's the morning tent, he said. I looked all this stuff up last night. Erectile dysfunction, common after major surgery, after violent crimes, while taking narcotic drugs, etc. There was a list of things. Besides waiting until you get better, which you will, you should get checked out for chronic bladder infection, which happens after being in the hospital. Having those catheter things. You can tell Mel about it, no problem. Mel doesn't even tell Jack stuff. I printed it out for you. Mike took the paper gingerly, unfolded it. Jesus. I couldn't have told you about this. It'll come back, I think. If it doesn't, you can always get a rod put in it. But I don't know, Mike. I don't think I'd get a rod put in my dick. I think I'd try prayer first. Fuck, Mike said. But one thing you ought to really think about, something for that depression. Mel can hook you up. And maybe count the pain pills. Man, you were a goner. Preacher, I swear to God, if you ever... Why would I say anything? Give me a break, huh? Mike looked at the printed page. Where'd you get this stuff? On the computer. You just tell Mel, or Doc, but I'd tell Mel. Even though she's a girl, she's a lot more up on some stuff than Doc. I don't know that Doc sees a lot of this stuff with the sheep ranchers, you know? I hate you so much right now, Mike said. Yeah? You'll get over it. Probably real soon, when you next want food. It took him a few days of pouting, but then Mike brought up his issues with Mel during one of their rehab sessions. He got a round of antibiotics for a chronic bladder infection and an antidepressant that he'd probably only have to take for a few months. But he'd be damned if he'd thank Preacher. Guys just don't talk about those things, at least sober. But he secretly found this rather amazing. Coming from Preacher. He walked into the bar early one afternoon, between lunch and dinner, and found Preacher seated on a stool with a towel around his shoulders. Paige had scissors in her hand and was trimming him up. He cocked his head and looked at this activity. "I was a beautician," she said, smiling. "And if John is going to have hair, he's going to have to keep it decent. I see to that," she said, smiling. Then, taking a comb to his bushy eyebrows, said, "Not to mention these evil things. I've never seen a man with so much hair here." "He is looking better these days, I've noticed," Mike said. "I figured it was you." Preacher glowered. Laughing, Mike ran a hand over his own bizarre head of hair. It was longer on one side than the other, still a little sparse over that temporal scar. "Want me to try to straighten that up for you? While I got my stuff out?" "Hey, that would be great. You don't mind?" "I'd be glad to. John's done here," she said, whipping off the towel. "Okay if I let your girl touch me with her scissors, Preacher?" Preacher merely scowled and stood up from the stool. But he turned toward Paige and placed a small fatherly kiss on her forehead, just in case there were any questions. Then she put a hand on his forearm and looked up at him with adoring eyes. But Preacher seemed not to see it. Mike wondered if Preacher had any idea what was going on here. "I'll go see if Christopher is waking up," Preacher said. "Thanks. Then I'll be in the kitchen to help." And to Mike, she said, "Next." He sat on the stool and she draped him with the towel. "Ah, yes," she said. "I can work with this. Does this still hurt?" she asked, gently touching the scar. "No, it's fine. But it seems to be having trouble growing hair." "I'll fix you up. Let me take it a lot shorter. Give you a chance to catch up over here. I promise it won't be awful. You'd look good with shorter hair." "Yeah, that's what the Marine Corps thought. They thought I was cute as a button as a jarhead. Anything you do is fine. I appreciate it." "You must have been terrified when it happened," she said. "I don't remember anything. Instant lights out." "That's good, I guess." She snipped a bit, black hair falling to his shoulders and onto the floor. "I should thank you, I think. I know that John called you about my situation. My ex-husband." "Ex now?" he asked. "Yes, very recently. I don't even carry the name anymore." "And I guess if you're still here..." "I love it here. I don't know when I felt more, normal. And Christopher is so happy. He loves John so much." "It's pretty clear how John feels." "Is it?" she asked. Mike laughed. "Okay, he's not the most demonstrative, but you can bet I've never seen him act like this before. It's pretty obvious." She picked up the mirror off the bar and handed it to him. "What do you think?" she asked. "You're gifted," he said. "Anyone who can get a silk purse out of that mess should have her own chain of shops." "Not in Virgin River, I don't think," she laughed. "Besides, I love working with John." Unable to sleep one morning, Mike hoisted himself out of bed, iced down his shoulder, and went outside with his 9mm. He stood on the porch and lifted it with his left arm, peering over the barrel. Jack came out onto the porch, dressed to go into town. "Is the wildlife in danger?" he asked. Mike turned. "I think I should start perfecting the left hand. In case I don't get it back." Jack shrugged. "Never hurts to know what you can do. But I wouldn't give up on the right arm. Not yet. It hasn't been that long, Mike. It's frustrating as hell, that's all." He holstered the gun. "There a place around here I can shoot?" "There's a range about 30 minutes from here, just outside of Clear River. I'll write down some directions for you." "You on your way into town?" Mike asked. "Headed that way pretty soon," he said. "I'm going to get Mel out of bed." "I'll see you there," he said, carefully maneuvering the steps and climbing into his SUV. Jack stood there until Mike had driven out of the clearing. Then he pulled off his boots and left them on the porch. In his bedroom, he got down to his boxers and slipped into bed beside his wife, pulling her into his arms. She said, snuggling close. She sniffed. You've had coffee already. Mel, he whispered. We're alone. Her eyes popped open and she turned toward him only to find her mouth instantly covered in a blistering kiss. It took her a second to realize what he'd said, and when she did, she returned the kiss. You're sure? She asked. I watched him leave, Jack said, smiling down at her. You can make as much noise as you want. I don't make that much noise, she said. She tugged his boxers down. Oh, I might make a little noise. You go right ahead, baby. I might too. Mike pulled up in front of the bar and parked, but he stayed in his car. There, slumped in one of the porch chairs, was a woman. She was a big woman wearing long men's trousers, boots that hung open unlaced, a plaid shirt and quilted down vest. Her head lolled to one side, her arms dangled over the arms of the chair, and on the floorboards of the porch, an empty bottle. He tucked the 9mm under the seat and left his cane in the car. He had to use the porch rail to assist in getting up the steps. He went to the woman and pressed 2 fingers to her carotid artery. At least she was alive. Mike tried the front door to the bar and found it was still locked. No need to wake anyone. He went back to the SUV and pulled a blanket out of the back. He covered the woman and used a book of matches to light one of the gas space heaters Jack kept on the porch in winter. Then he took a chair on the other side of the porch, waiting. After about 15 minutes, he got a clue. Jesus, he was stupid sometimes. Suddenly, he began putting the pieces together. Great detective work, Valenzuela, he found himself thinking. At night, when everyone turned in, he could hear them softly talking. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but their muffled voices in late-night conversation drifted to his room. And in mornings, after he'd had trouble sleeping, Mel would usually say something like, "It was a bad night, wasn't it? You okay?" Every groan, every flush. It was one big room. They might as well be camping together. Just because he wasn't getting it up didn't mean no one was. Jack and Mel needed some time alone. My God, they were newlyweds, and Mel's pregnancy wasn't too advanced for her to enjoy a healthy, satisfying sex life. He made a mental note to pay attention to that, to find things to do that would free up the cabin. To be sure, they knew he wouldn't be back for quite a while so they could have a private life. He could look around for another place to stay and get out of their hair. But Jack was pleased that Mike had come to him. Mel was happy to be helping with his rehab. It would be better if he could just delicately find ways to give them the place to themselves for a few hours here and there. He looked over at the woman, wondering who she was and what she was doing here. That bottle could be bar stock. Did Preacher give her the whole bottle and send her on her way so he could lock up? But if she'd been passed out here since last night, she might be frozen by now. The temperatures at night were pretty low. It was getting damned cold. Cold enough to give her some serious hypothermia. It was 30 minutes before Jack's truck pulled in next to his SUV. When he got out of the truck, his brow was furrowed. "What's this?" he asked. "I was hoping you could tell me," Mike said. "Preacher's not up yet?" "I don't know. He might be back in the kitchen, but the door is still locked, and I didn't want to take a chance on waking up the house, you know?" "Hey, buddy, I'm sorry, Jack, you don't have to explain. I should be the one trying to explain. Sometimes I just don't think." "Geez, Mike." Mike tilted his head and laughed suddenly. "Holy shit! Are you blushing?" he asked, astonished. "The woman's your wife, for God's sake. I've been whoring with you, and you never—" A strong hand was clamped on his good shoulder. "That's where we're going to stop talking about it," Jack said. "Except to say, luckily for you, I am now sensitized. You and the comadrona deserve the life of man and wife." "Comadrona?" Mike laughed. "The midwife. I'll be a better houseguest from now on." "Don't worry about it. Getting strong is your first priority. Our first priority." Mike laughed. "This is when you really know who your friends are," he said. "Now, who's this?" "Her name is Cheryl Creighton. I'm afraid she's an alcoholic." "She wind up here a lot?" "Nah, this is a first." "She get that bottle out of your bar?" "No, we don't serve her," he said. "I can't say where she got the bottle. She used to stick to that nasty Everclear. Kind of hard to find around here. We're the only place in town with a bar." He rubbed a hand along the back of his neck. "We should probably get her out of here." "Where are you going to take her?" "Home," he said. The lock on the door moved and it opened. Preacher stood in the doorway, looked out, assessed, and said, "Oh, crap." "Preacher, you have coffee yet?" Jack asked. "Yeah. Let's have a cup of coffee while we think about what to do with her. She'll keep." Jack bent down and picked up the empty bottle to throw away. 20 minutes later, Mel came into the bar, her jacket collar pulled up around her neck, hands in her pockets, all that blonde hair scrunched up at her shoulders. Mike looked at her appreciatively. Her cheeks were rosy with love, her eyes bright, lips bruised pink. "Jack, Cheryl Creighton is kind of weaving down the street with a blanket around her shoulders. You know anything about that?" "Yeah," he said. "That means I don't have to take her home. She was passed out on the porch when we opened up this morning." "Oh, Jack, there must be a way to get that woman some help. My God, she's only 30 years old." "If you think of something, I'll be glad to pitch in," he said. "But Mel, her parents have been trying for years." "They're obviously not trying the right things," she said. She shook her head sadly and left the bar. Jack had barely finished splitting logs when Connie was in the bar, visibly upset. "Well, they did it," she said. "They ran off." "Aw, Jesus," Jack said. "When?" "Who knows?" She shrugged. "Could have been the middle of the night. I didn't hear anything. Ron's out driving around now. I can't stand the thought of calling my sister." "Well, don't," Jack said. "Give me a minute. Help yourself to coffee." He went into the kitchen, pulled out the business card that was stuck between the phone and wall, dialed up the sheriff's department, and asked if they'd dispatch Henry Depardieu, the deputy assigned to their area. He called the California Highway Patrol. Both times he gave a description of Rick's truck and said that family in Virgin River needed to get in touch with the young couple. Then he went back to Connie. He refilled his mug with coffee. "I've tried to stay out of this, Connie, but maybe I shouldn't have." "Why do you say that?" "Well, Rick's just got Liddy, and she's old and not too well most of the time. If Rick has anyone coaching him into manhood, trying to teach him, it would be me and Preacher. Probably not the best father figures in the world, but that's all he's got. We should do better by these kids right now." "Look, Jack, I'm doing the best I can." "I know that. Do you know why they ran off? Because I have some ideas. One is, they don't want to give that baby away. Holding that hard line with them, even if it seems to make the most sense, might drive him to do more drastic things." "What are they going to do with a baby, Jack?" "When Rick found out there was a baby, he said he was going to make sure Lizzie wasn't afraid. He was going to protect her, whatever it takes. He must have felt like he was facing a firing squad. You know any 17-year-old boy looking to be a father, huh? But he said he was going to stick close to Liz. Me and Preach, we were damn proud of him for that. He's trying to be a man here, take care of the mother of his child. He shouldn't be protecting her from us." "I agree he's a good boy, but still, Jack," he shrugged. "Rick's going to be 18 in a few months. Young, but not the youngest father on record. But he's living with his grandma. Liz is living with you, and they can't even be alone together. Jack, they shouldn't get any more involved. They're children." "They made a baby together, Connie. Do you think you can unshoot that gun? Every day is a hard day for Liz, and sometimes she needs the only person she thinks is on her side to put his arms around her. It isn't a good time for her to think she doesn't have love in her life, when it's growing in her every day. She needs him, Connie.
But Jack, Lizzie is 15.
He gave a nod. I know this too. Now, Connie, I hope I never say anything about a woman that isn't gentlemanly, but I'd like you to do a quick memory check. When Rick and Liz got involved, she was only 14. 14 going on 21. 2 kids with grown-up bodies and adolescent minds. I don't know about you, but I think it's better if they don't get married just yet. And being in somewhat the same position as Rick, nobody would get my baby away from me. Not at knife point. She looked down and shook her head.
I didn't have my own kids, she said. My sister shouldn't have stuck me with this. She told me to watch that they don't get any more serious. Make sure that baby gets adopted by someone who can give it a good home.
You're right there. She shouldn't have done that to you. But I'm glad she did. Doesn't sound like your sister has the wisdom or patience for it. And I've known you for some time now. I know you're up to it. It might be better if you start playing by your own rules, not someone else's. After all, Liz is living under your roof.
I don't know what's the right thing, the wrong thing.
Sure you do. They're a couple, Liz and Rick. Unfortunately for them, they got into this so young, we don't know if they can make it stick. But they're a couple right now. They should be getting ready for the baby because I can tell you, that baby's coming no matter what they decide to do. Even if Liz can be forced to give him up, Rick can't. Maybe we should put our heads together and see if we can help them be parents and finish school. Because the only thing for sure right now is they're going to be parents. No matter what we do, we might as well offer up some support.
I'm not taking on a baby full time, she said. I don't think my health is up to it.
Lot of help around here, Connie. Preacher and I, we'd do anything for Rick. I think Mel and Paige fall into that category as well. Instead of telling them what they have to do, we better start asking them what they need. He shrugged. Connie, if those kids need each other right now, it's time to back off. She's not going to get more pregnant. It might keep them from getting married before they're old enough to vote. He took a drink of coffee. Unless we're already too late. The phone rang and Jack went to the kitchen. He was back in seconds. We got him. Henry Depardieu is holding them out on 99, changing a tire. I'll go get him if you'll keep an eye on the bar until Preacher gets out here, okay? Jack drove down the highway for only about 15 minutes before he saw the sheriff's car, and right in front of that, the little white truck. He pulled up in front and got out. Rick already had the old tire off and the new one on. The minute Liz saw Jack, she put her hands over her face and began to cry. Rick put his arm around her shoulders and she leaned her face into his chest. Jack came up behind her and with strong hands on her upper arms, pulled her back from Rick and into his embrace. Liz, honey, I want you to stop crying. Everything is going to be all right. Go sit in my truck and let us get this tire changed. Go on. It's all right. Rick held the lug wrench in one hand. He looked at Jack. You pissed? He asked. Nah. What happened? Rick applied the wrench to one of the lugs and gave it a sharp, angry twist. Jack noticed, not for the first time, how strong the kid was. Lizzie hit a wall. Total panic. Hysteria. She's afraid of losing the baby. Losing me. Shoo, Jack said. You must have felt like you had to do something about that. Yeah, I was trying. He tightened another nut. I thought if I took her somewhere, Oregon, married her, she'd settle down. She's getting kind of close, Jack. I can't have her all messed up like that. It worries me. He applied the wrench again. I should be with her as much as I can. Try to keep her calm. You're right. But you can't run off. Take her home. Sit down with Connie. Tell Connie you need to be in the driver's seat now. You have to take care of your girl, your baby. I think maybe she'll listen to you. I had a talk with her. Yeah? Jack hung his thumbs on his belt and looked down. Rick, I know you're trying to keep everything from spinning out of control. You gotta keep your head, buddy. Before you do something as crazy as running away to marry a 15-year-old girl, talk to me. Will you please? Between us, we can keep things sane. Sometimes that seems impossible, he said, tightening the final lug nut. I know, Rick, but I want that baby, he said flatly. I would too, Jack admitted. Let's focus on getting this to come out the best we can. I'm on your team, Rick. I really don't know how you could be, he said. After all, I didn't exactly listen to you in the first place. I never saw it like that. We've been over this. You're not the Lone Ranger on this fuck-up, okay? All I ever wanted was to make you guys proud of me, Rick said. Jack grabbed the kid's upper arm and gave him a little shake. Don't you ever think otherwise. The only thing that could make me more proud is if you were my son. Chapter 12. There were only 4 anglers in the river, diehards. The weather was cold and rainy. The salmon had almost finished running for the season, snow was falling in the higher elevations, and Christmas was just around the corner. Preacher pulled in his 3rd catch of the day, a good-sized fish, and started out of the river, his head down. This was getting ridiculous. It wasn't as though Jack and Preacher had a lot of long talks, but the glum, preoccupied silence had been stretching out. Something had Preacher on the ropes. Jack, shaking his head, went after him. Hey, Preacher, he called. Hold up. Jack caught up with him. We have enough fish to clean for tonight? Preacher nodded and turned away, moving toward the truck. Jack grabbed the sleeve of his slicker. Preacher, I gotta ask you something. What the hell's eating ya? What do you mean? He replied, frowning. Jack shook his head in frustration. You have this beautiful little family under your roof. You watch over them like a papa bear. That kid adores you. You have a sweet, cuddly young beauty to knock boots with every night, and you're depressed. I mean, you are obviously depressed. I'm not depressed, he said somewhat meanly, and I haven't knocked boots with anybody. What? Jack said, confused. What? You heard me. I haven't touched her. She have issues? Jack asked. Like the abusive ex or something? No, Preacher said. I have issues. He laughed. Yeah? You don't want her? Because I don't know what to do, Preacher said suddenly. Then he averted his eyes. Sure you do, Preacher. You take off your clothes, she takes off her clothes. Preacher snapped his head back. I know where all the parts go. I'm not so sure she's ready for that. Preacher, my man, do you have eyes? She looks at you like she wants to... Jesus, she scares me to death. I'm afraid I'll hurt her, he said, then shook his head miserably. What the hell, he thought. Jack's my best friend. If I can't tell Jack, I can't tell anyone. But he said, You say anything about this, and I swear to God I'll kill you. Jack just laughed at him. Why would I tell anyone? Preacher, you're not going to hurt her. What if I do? She's been through so much. She's so soft, small. And I'm just a big clumsy lug. No, you're not, Jack said, laughing again. Preacher, you don't even break the yolks. You're big, that's for sure, he chuckled. You're probably big all over, he said, shaking his head. Believe me, women don't mind that. Preacher's chin went up and he frowned, not sure whether he'd just been complimented or insulted. Listen, buddy, you don't have the problems you think you have. You have to trust yourself. That's just it. I don't. I'm afraid I'll go out of my mind. Do something that... I'm afraid I'll break her in half. He looked down at his hand, fingers splayed. What if I leave a bruise on her? I'd want to die. Okay, you listen to me. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna tell Paige what's been bothering you, okay? That you haven't touched her because you're afraid you might not know your own strength and be too rough with her, and you don't want to be. She'll help you, Preacher. She'll get you through this. God damn, man. The girl wants you so bad it's distracting. He shook his head. Man, the way she looks at you. I figured you haven't let her sleep in 2 weeks. I don't think either one of us is sleeping. Well, hell, how could ya? You gotta get this monkey off your back. And Jack immediately thought, I can relate. I've had a house guest in the cabin with paper walls for weeks now. It was catch as catch can at his house, and while he was a man who could appreciate a quickie now and then, a steady diet of that wasn't getting it. He'd give anything to be alone with Mel for a long, slow night. He was just about out of his mind himself. The house he was going to build would be soundproofed. I haven't been with a lot of women, Preacher said. Sure not a tenth as many as you. That's good. That's a good thing. You're a serious guy. You get points for that. You just have to be willing to... Jesus, I can't believe I'm doing this. Preacher frowned blackly. For a second, Jack thought, if he hits me, I'm not letting him get away with it again. Okay, listen. You just have to be willing to pay attention to details. The details, Preacher. The sound she makes when, you touch her. Tell her to show you what... Ugh! He growled in frustration. He forced himself to go on. Okay, you ask her to show you what she likes. Ask, is this okay? Listen to her. You can tell by the sound she makes if you're on the right spot. Ask her to put your hand where she wants it. To tell you where she'd like you to touch her. How she'd like the touch. It's pretty simple. You just want to make her feel good. Aw, man, he said, helpless. Well, hell, I guess someone has to tell you. You need me to dig you out a movie or something? No! Jesus! Just as well. They don't do it so well in those movies anyway. You'll be better off if you just admit you're not sure and you want it to be good. You guide each other, Preach. That's the best way. I never had, someone you loved, he said. It wasn't a question. Yeah, he said, hanging his head. God, it never mattered so much before. I guess I should feel like crap about that too. But get a grip, Preacher. You're not rough. You're gentle, but you're strong. It's a great combination, believe me. All you really have to remember is she goes first. Preacher frowned. Come on, man, you know what I mean. You hang in there until you're sure she's been satisfied. Then you're free and clear. That's the best advice I can give you. That, and you better not wait any longer. I have a feeling you've put this off too long already. You tell anyone about this, and I swear to God, I know, you're gonna kill me. Shit, Preacher. You better do something about this right away. I mean, Jesus, man, are you at all confused about why she's still hanging around here? That girl's been waiting for you, and you have to get the job done. Now come on, let's go clean fish. Jack threw his pole and catch in the back of Preacher's truck. Damn, Jack thought. The poor guy. The poor girl. When Mike walked into the bar, no one was there. Well, the place tended to stay pretty empty on rainy afternoons. That was just as well. He only wanted a beer to take the edge off the pain in his shoulder and neck. It was amazing how bad it could get sometimes, and the rain and cold always made it feel worse. The fire had begun to die down, so he went to the hearth, leaned his cane against the wall, and opened the grate. With his left hand, he lifted the poker and stirred the logs a little, sending up a flame. Then, holding his right arm protectively against his middle, he reached for a log to put on the fire. Then another. He looked at his watch. 3 o'clock. He could pour himself a beer. Jack and Preacher wouldn't mind. But he walked back into the kitchen. Paige was in there, kneading a big wad of dough, her back to him. "Hey," he said. She turned around and, as quickly, turned back. There had been tears on her face. He frowned. What was this? Trouble in paradise? "Hey," he said, walking up behind her, squeezing her upper arm with his left hand. "What's going on?" he asked her. "Nothing," she said with a sniff. He turned her around to face him. He looked down at her pretty face and, for the 100th time, thought, that damn Preacher. I bet he doesn't know what he has here. "This isn't nothing," he said, wiping a tear from her cheek. "I can't talk about it," she said. "Sure you can. Seems like maybe you'd better. You're all upset." "I'll work it out." "Preacher do something to hurt you?" She immediately started to cry and leaned forward, her head falling on his chest. He put his good arm around her and said, Hey, it's okay." "It's not okay," she cried. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong." "Maybe if you talk to me, I can help. I'm so good with free advice, you'll be impressed." "It's just that I care about him, but he just doesn't find me." Mike lifted her chin. "What, Paige?" "He doesn't find me attractive." "Bull." "Desirable." "Paige, that's nonsense. The way he looks at you, he eats you with his eyes. He's wacko for you." "He won't touch me," she said, a large tear spilling over. That almost knocked Mike down. "No way." She nodded pathetically. "Oh, man," Mike said. Everyone thought, they were doing it all night long. The way they looked at each other like they couldn't wait for everyone to leave so they could be alone, get it on. Those sweet little kisses on the cheek, the forehead, the way they touched, careful so no one would see the sparks fly, but the sparks were flying all over this bar. The sexual tension was electric. "Oh, man," he said again. He put his arm around her. "Paige, he wants you. Wants you so bad it's showing all over him." "Then why?" "I don't know, honey. Preacher's strange. He's never been good with women, you know? When we served together, we all managed to find us a woman somewhere. I killed 2 marriages that way. But not Preacher. It was very rare for him to—" He stopped himself. He was trying to remember. Were there women at all? He wasn't sure. He knew Preacher never had a steady girl. He thought he remembered a woman here and there. It's not as though he was focused on Preacher's love life. He was too busy taking care of his own. He probably lacked sexual confidence, Mike thought. It would be hard for him to put the moves on anyone he felt he had to win over. "I bet he's scared," Mike heard himself say. "How can he be? I've practically thrown myself at him. He knows he isn't going to face rejection." She dropped her gaze, lowered her voice to a whisper. "He has to know how much I—" "Oh, brother," Mike said. "I bet he's not worried about rejection. Huh, Paige. Preacher's so shy sometimes, it's just plain ridiculous. But I promise you, Paige, I've known the man a long time. He said he'd trust you with his life, that he has—" "Yeah, we have that, it's true. It's funny with men. You can trust each other with your lives and never talk about anything personal, you know? Sometimes Preacher seems a little naive in the ways of the world." Then, remembering their talk not long ago about depression, etc., he said, "And at other times, he makes the Grand Canyon look shallow. He shook his head. He can be a mystery. There's more to Preacher than... You really care about him?
I do.
Then you be patient. He'll come around, Paige. It's obvious he cares about you, too. You and Christopher. I've never seen him like this with anybody.
Maybe he wants to be sure I'm not just...
Mike was shaking his head. He wants to be sure of himself, Paige. Preacher's real cautious. I think the man could be terrified of disappointing you. That's my bet.
He couldn't possibly, she said, and a tear fell again.
Mike wiped it away. You just have to trust me on this. He's a bundle of nerves. He's really good in a fight, really good in a war. And who'd have guessed how good a cook he could turn out to be, huh? But with women? Paige, he's never been a hustler. I don't know of any women. He's never been that kind of guy. Just not a tomcat like some of the rest of us.
That's one of the things I love most,
she whispered. Mike smiled. You give him some time, huh? She nodded. She smiled weakly. Mike dropped a brotherly kiss on her forehead. It's going to be all right.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Just hang in there. Don't give up on him. Mike thought, that lucky son of a bitch. This woman adored him, wanted nothing so much as to make him happy all night long. Go wash your face. I'm going to get myself a beer. He gave her shoulders a final squeeze, and as she turned away from him, Preacher was standing in the back door with his catch. Paige skittered past Preacher, keeping her head down so that he wouldn't see her tears. Preacher scowled at Mike. Need something? He asked. I need a beer before I walk over to Doc's and let Mel torture me. Want me to get it myself? Help yourself, he said, throwing his fish in the big sink. Jack came in right behind him. Hey, Mike, how you feeling today? He threw his catch on top of Preacher's. Mike rubbed his right upper arm with his left hand. Little better every day. Need a hand? I have exactly one. Nah, but if you want to drink your beer back here while we clean fish, you're welcome. Preacher had a stuffed trout that was nothing short of amazing. It was a lot of trouble, filleting the fish, stuffing it with a delectable corn dressing, slipping it back into the trout's skin and under the broiler. It was one of Paige's favorites. He served it with a spinach soufflé, warm pasta in a white garlic sauce, and bread. It was good to make a meal that was labor-intensive. It took his mind off things. He'd seen her leaning against Mike, seen Mike kiss her forehead, smile, and whisper to her. Well, he wouldn't be surprised if she fell for Mike. Mike was the sexy one, the romantic one, even when he was a little scraped up. Always successfully wooing women. He'd had more women than he deserved. So, if that was how it went, that wouldn't surprise Preacher. He'd thought from the beginning that Paige just saw in him a true friend, a man who could protect her against the world. All that business with the sweet smiles, the embraces, she was probably just ready, period. Not necessarily for Preacher. Now it embarrassed the hell out of him what he'd said to Jack. She made the bread. You did good here, Paige, he told her. I did exactly what you said would work, she said. You okay? I think I got stuffed up from the rain, he lied. It was so cold out there today. Did you take anything? Nah, it's okay. Why don't I go get you something? Aspirin or something? Nah, forget it. I'll be fine. There were only a few for dinner, typical for a rainy night. Jack sat at a table with Mel, Doc Mullins, and Mike, while Paige and Christopher sat at the bar with Preacher standing on the other side, coaching Christopher to eat a little more. Everyone was done before 7, and Jack was picking up the plates. Mel went back to the kitchen with him where they started washing up. Hey, man, Preacher said. I got that. We're almost done here. Then we'll get out of your hair. No hurry, man. I've sweeping up to do. I could get that too, Jack offered. Don't worry about it. In 10 minutes, Jack was holding Mel's coat for her. Mullins was edging out the door, and Paige was taking Christopher upstairs for his bath. "You coming, Mike?" Jack asked. "Yeah, I'll be along in a minute." "Don't overstay your welcome," Jack advised. "I'll be right behind you." When everyone had gone, Mike moved to the bar. Preacher started putting chairs up on the tables so he could sweep. But Mike said, "Hey, Preacher, come here a minute, would you, buddy?" Reluctantly, Preacher went around the bar. "Don't tell me now," he was mentally pleading. "Don't tell me about you and Paige. I don't want to hear it. Just let it happen and I'll live with it. I'll find a way to live with it. Never really thought I had a chance anyway. Have a drink with me. A short one. No pain pills today, I swear." Preacher got down 2 glasses and poured them each a shot. "Now I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to act like you never heard it. You get me?" "Sure," Preacher said, throwing back the shot for courage. "I caught your girl crying today." Shock settled over Preacher's face. "That's right, old man. She can't figure you out. I think she loves you, Preacher. She's waiting. She needs some attention. You with me?" Preacher nodded solemnly. He wasn't going to go there with Mike. "She thinks you don't find her attractive, desirable." "Aw, that's crap," Preacher said. He poured himself another shot. "I'm telling you, you don't have any excuses here, pal. If you don't step up, she's going to think you don't want her, don't care about her. I'd hate it if she thought that, because I'm looking at the 2 of you, the 3 of you, and I think it'd be a damn stupid shame if you 3 lost one another because you're an idiot. Now, I'm not going to try to guess why it's not happening for you 2. Preacher, buddy, it's time to make it happen." Preacher threw back that second shot while Mike merely lifted his, not drinking. "I thought you were messing with my girl," Preacher confessed. "No, I was telling her to try to be patient with you because of your, extra low IQ." Then he grinned at Preacher's scowl. "You always used to mess with anybody's girl," he said. "Not just anybody's girl, Preach. I'd never touch a brother's woman. You should know that. Even I don't cross that line. Even if you haven't made it clear to Paige, you've made it clear to everyone else. She's your girl. Besides, I'm no threat to you. It's you she wants. Bad enough to make her cry about it." Mike took in about half his drink and stood up. "Do yourself a favor, Preacher. Your girl needs you, and you don't want to let her down now. Don't waste another minute." He left the rest of his drink. He stared into Preacher's eyes. "You better take care of business. You copy?" Copy, Preacher thought. Cop talk. "Yeah, I copy." Preacher went upstairs to put Christopher to bed. Christopher was running around the room bare-assed, dodging his jammies. The kid loved being naked. Preacher grabbed him up, swung him around as he giggled, and stood him on the bed. "Enough," he said. "You're going to bed."
"Read to me,"
Christopher said, bouncing. "Your mommy is going to read tonight. 10 minutes and then lights out." Preacher got him in the pajamas and gave Paige a little slap on the rump. "I'll see you downstairs in 10. "Okay," she said, a little surprised by his apparent playful mood. Preacher, his insides tight, went to his quarters. He shaved and showered quickly. He put on a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. He looked at his bed and drew the quilt down, folding it. And he thought, I'm going to think of this as something I have to do for a friend. Not for me, for her. That's what it'll be. She hadn't come downstairs yet, so he stirred up the fire a little bit and sat on the chair, his feet up in front of the fireplace. When she came into the room, he said, "Come here, Paige." He held out a hand to her and brought her onto his lap. He ran his big hands down her sides to her waist and leaned toward her. She met his lips for a short kiss, but when he didn't pull back, she went there again, making it long, slow, and lovely. His lips opened slightly, and with the back of his hand, his knuckles, he brushed against her breast and felt her sigh against his open mouth. He put his big hand over her breast. She rubbed a hand along his cheek. "You shaved," she said. "Uh-huh. I wouldn't want to go hard on your skin with whiskers." Paige, you have any idea how I feel about you?" She just looked at him. "How much I feel for you?"
"You haven't really said."
"I should have said, but He stopped and took a breath. "It's hard for me to put into words, but what it is, this thing I feel for you, it gets stronger every day." She smiled into his dark eyes. "You're so soft, so small compared to me. I want you, Paige, my God, but haven't been sure if you're ready."
"I'm ready,"
she said in a whisper. "I've been worrying. I don't want to do anything to hurt you, especially after everything. Everything that came before me, before us." She was stunned for a moment. Seeing the precious look in his eyes, she pressed her lips against his and kissed him again lightly. Against his mouth, she said, "You're the gentlest man I've ever known. You're not going to hurt me." "I'm not experienced with women," he said. "I'm never sure of the right things to do, and I never wanted to do the right things more than with you."
"Good," she smiled. "We'll make up our own right things to do. It'll be fresh, new."
"My buddies, they know a lot about women. I never paid much attention. Until now. Until you."
"I know," she said. "I love that about you."
"You do?"
"It makes me feel really special," she said.
"Even if I don't know everything I should know about women?"
"I'll tell you what you need to know," she whispered.
He groaned and pulled her harder against his mouth, kissing her deeply, feeling her small tongue enter even as her arms tightened around him. "You think he's asleep?" Preacher asked, a little breathless. "Because we're going to have to close the door."
"He was almost asleep before I left him. He's not going to get out of bed, John."
He kissed her again, and then with his arms beneath her, stood up, lifting her. As he carried her toward his room, he felt her mouth against his neck, pressing soft kisses there, sucking gently at his earlobe, making small, beautiful noises. He put her on his bed, and she came up on her knees, facing him. His lips against hers, he began to work the buttons of her shirt. She slipped her hands under his t-shirt and ran them over his smooth chest, teasing his nipples. He spread her shirt open and over her shoulders, letting it drop. He looked down at her. Bruises healed, her skin was flawless. She reached her hands behind her and unhooked the bra, flinging it away. For a moment, he just stared, filling his eyes with her lush ivory skin, her full breasts. When he met her eyes, she was smiling up at him, pleased to have his eyes on her. Preacher ripped his shirt over his head and pulled her against him. He was already making a nice big tent in his sweats. "Paige," he said, holding her close. "Oh, this could be over way too fast." She laughed softly, kissing his neck, his cheeks, his lips.
"Lucky for us. We don't get just this one chance."
The thought had never even crossed his mind. In his panic about doing the right things, making her happy and pleasing her, it hadn't even occurred to him that this was the beginning, not the final exam. He could mess it up like he half expected to, and he could still get a second chance. His hands went to the snap on her jeans and popped it. "I have condoms, Paige."
"Have you been screened since the last time? Because I was checked after the D&C, and I'm on the pill."
"I haven't." He kissed her again, drowning in her mouth. His hands on her hips, he slowly slipped the jeans down. "There hasn't been anyone. There's no chance. Oh, I can't believe how good you feel. I can't believe I get to touch you like this." She closed her eyes, feeling his hands run up and down her sides, over her bottom, along her hips, and up again. His hands were so big and powerful, but as she expected, his touch was careful and tempting, slow and delicious, driving her crazy with longing. She put her hands on his hips. The sweats came down easily, despite the obstruction of an amazing, beautiful erection. "Look at you," she said in a breath, smiling, taking in his broad, hairless chest, narrow hips. She finally saw the rest of that tattoo on his left upper arm that peeked out from under the snug sleeve of a t-shirt. An American eagle. "Tell me what you like," he whispered against her mouth. Still kneeling, she directed his lips lower to her breast. With a soft, easy tongue, he circled her nipple and she dropped her head back, sighing. That nipple came to life under his tongue, and he pulled her harder against his mouth and gently suckled, drawing a deep moan from both of them. He felt her pull his hand from around her until it was in front of her. With her hand over his, she slid it down, over her belly, past her soft mound and deeper. Her fingers on top of his, she pressed them into her and moved them. "There," she whispered. "There," she said again. He memorized the place, the sound, the details. He would have no way of knowing that his skill as a lover was not an issue with her. But the fact that he wanted only to please her, to make her happy, that was huge. It took only a second of showing him where and how to touch, and he was on his own, driving her absolutely mad with desire. Maybe it didn't occur to him that he wasn't the only one who'd been a long time without this pleasure in his life. For Paige, it had been a lifetime, and she was so ready to feel both love and pleasure. John pinched his eyes closed and prayed for control. He hoped he would be able to tell when she was satisfied. He wasn't completely sure how that worked. He'd never paid attention before. A lot of panting and squirming, he assumed. Maybe he'd get lucky and she'd just tell him. The sensation of her breast against his mouth, his fingers in her soft, slick folds made him lightheaded. Then her hand went to his erection and he groaned miserably. He lifted his head. "You better not do that yet," he told her. "I'm sorry. I wanted you so bad. It's lucky we made it to the bedroom." She let herself slowly drop back onto the bed, pulling him down with her. "Not a problem, John," she whispered. "I wanted you just as bad." He held himself over her and she put his finger back on that spot, reminded him how to move it, and said, "Oh," just before she kissed him again, her tongue sweet and strong in his mouth. He worked it a little bit, and her moans came stronger, her hips pushing against his hand. "Tell me what to do. Tell me what you want. I'll do anything you want," he said. "I want this to be right for you." She touched him boldly again and said, "John, let's take care of this. Right now. Right away. We can experiment later." "I wanted to do it for you first," he said. "I want to make you feel really good." She laughed softly against his lips. "I do feel really good," she said. She opened her legs for him, and he lowered himself over her. As she guided him with her hand, he pressed himself slowly and deeply within her. He was amazed by her strength, amazed that she seemed not at all overpowered by him, but rather a formidable partner as she rose to meet him, pulled him in. "Ah," she said, "that is so perfect." He heard her hum deeply, felt her move her hips beneath him, and he began to pump his hips to her rhythm. He figured he'd be good for seconds, not minutes, and hoped it would be enough. But he remembered what brought that deep moan from her, and slid his hand between their bodies and down, inching his finger toward that spot that she loved. And he heard it again. "Oh, John." She moved harder, throwing a leg over him and pulling him deeper and deeper. He rubbed that hard little knot while he thrust his hips, and beneath him, she was pounding against him, meeting him with each movement. Something happened immediately. Her body tightened around him, and he felt a clenching, a squeezing, a pulsing. It startled him. It felt so good. It was so amazing he was able to hold himself back because he was in a trance. This was a first for him. He'd never noticed this before, never felt it. He froze as her breath caught and she strained against him, hot spasms closing around him, drenching him in liquid heat. "Paige," he whispered, overcome. "Oh, Paige." She cried out softly, again and again, grasping him powerfully, lost in her own orgasm. And then her mouth was on his again, devouring him, sucking at his lips and tongue. He rocked with her as she climaxed, while she pulsed with such power until it felt like there was nothing left in her. Then she slowly began to relax beneath him, weak in his arms. Weak and limp and satisfied. All the strength he'd felt a moment ago turned to nothing but softness in his arms. He was in awe of her response. Looking down at her, brushing her hair away from her face, he asked in a hoarse whisper, "Was that it?" She smiled dreamily. "That was it." "That's incredible," he said. She laughed softly. "Yes," she said. "But John," she said, moving her hips beneath him, "we're not done." "No," he said, smiling. "I guess we're not." She wrapped her legs around his waist, and with his hands on her bottom, he drove himself into her until he let it go. And it was more powerful than anything he'd ever known in his life. It shook him to know he could do this for her, feel this with her. Every muscle in his body flexed, then trembled, and then slowly began to relax. It took him a long time to stop panting. Took him quite a while to breathe evenly. He rose above her. "Paige," he said weakly. "I've never felt anything like that in my life." She touched his face. "You're just too good to be true. You know that?" She whispered, and kissed him. She knew it would be like that. His every touch was powerful yet sweet. So like him in every way. "John, promise me something." "Anything." "You can tell me anything, John. Never be shy with me again." "Never," he said, and slowly lowered his mouth to her breast, drawing gently on a nipple. And she said, "Oh, John." He memorized the place, the sound. So this is what it felt like when you loved someone. When you wanted to please someone rather than just be pleased. When you paid attention to what made her purr and sigh. He hadn't known about it. As he held her close, he couldn't stop kissing her, couldn't stop touching her, tasting her, and exploring her body with gentle fingers. With kisses, with his mouth, his tongue. "I don't think I can get enough of you," he whispered to her. "Good. I'm not tired at all. And your hands on me? Your hands are like velvet. You're so careful, but you don't miss anything. It's how I knew it would be, John. You're so perfect." "Paige, is this how it is? Do other men know all about this?" She laughed softly. "I don't know what other men know. I'm not very experienced either." I swear, I've never felt like that." "Neither have I. You're a wonderful lover. Wonderful." "I didn't think you could want someone like me," he told her. "You don't see yourself at all. I suspected that. John, you're so beautiful, so smart and kind and strong. You don't even realize how handsome you are. And you have the most incredible body, so big and hard and fit. Not an ounce of fat or flab." She ran a small hand over his shoulder, down his biceps. "Your hands are so perfect, powerful and soft.
All that kitchen work, I bet. Your hands on me? Oh, it's everything I dreamed it would be. You just don't see yourself.
I couldn't believe it was really me you wanted. I thought maybe...
Shh, she said. Don't you think after the kind of life I've had, I know a good man when I find one? How could you doubt me?
I'm sorry about how I made you feel before, he said. Like I didn't want you. When, God, you were all I've wanted since almost the first day.
Somebody said something, she said, but she didn't say it angrily.
Mike told me I'd better step up, take care of my girl, or I might lose you.
I think you're stuck with me. But just the same, I'm glad you didn't wait any longer.
You make it so easy, he said. All I wanted was to make you feel good. I didn't know it was going to be that wonderful for me, too. And when I felt it, your pleasure, I thought I was going to pass out. It felt so good.
She put her hand on him. He was already rising again.
I want to make you feel like that every night for the rest of my life, he said.
I kind of like that idea, she said. John, I don't want to scare you away, but I'm in love with you. He buried his face in her neck, her soft hair.
Baby, I love you so much, I think I'm going to die of it.
Do you see, John? This is all I want. You. You loving me. Me loving you.
Now what?
He asked her hand on him, his hands on her. Now we do it again. Slower. Chapter 13. The sun came out, and though the December air was cold, the day was bright and sunny. When Mel got to town, she checked in with Doc to see if anything was going on. Then she went over to the bar to have a cup of coffee with her husband. Jack was a definite morning person. It was his best time. He got his exercise splitting logs if the weather was decent, and he did this year-round, even in summer when there was no need to lay a fire. He'd leave Mel sleeping and sneak away quietly. He liked to be around the bar first thing in the morning, check on what preacher planned for food, inventory his supplies, make a list of chores to finish, be sure everything was set for the day. She found him behind the bar with his coffee mug. Christopher, sitting up on a stool, a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice pushed slightly to one side as he colored on a page of his coloring book. His box of crayons was flipped open, at the ready. Mel jumped up on a stool beside him and said, "Morning, buddy. How are ya?" Good," Christopher said, paying attention only to the page. Jack poured her a mug of coffee. "Christopher, tell Mel what you told me this morning." "What?" "You know, about how big you're getting." "Yeah," he said. "I'm getting big." "You are," Mel agreed. "And?" Jack prompted. "And John says I should have my own bed, my own room, because I'm getting so big." "Well," Mel said, "I suppose you should." Paige popped into the bar from the kitchen. "Hi, Mel," she said brightly. Her cheeks were chafed pink, her eyes twinkling behind sleepy lids, and her smile was a tish secretive. Her lips were ruby, maybe a little swollen from kissing all night long. She seemed to flow into the room, serene. Mel thought, how amazing that you can always tell when someone's had sex. Lots of sex. "How you doing on that cereal, kiddo?" Paige asked Christopher. He answered, coloring. "I think he's done," Jack said. "He hasn't touched it since the last time you checked on him." "Okay," she said, picking up the bowl. "But please drink your juice," Paige said, taking the bowl back to the kitchen. Mel looked up at her husband. Jack lifted one eyebrow and gave her a half smile. Mel leaned across the bar and grabbed a fistful of Jack's shirt, drawing him to her. She whispered, What's going on here?
That should be pretty obvious.
I want you to take me home this minute and... I can't, Jack whispered back. Why not? Because we have company, and you're a screamer. God, this is ridiculous. I'm so jealous I could spit.
It isn't fun, that's for sure. Well, he said, throwing a look over his shoulder in the direction of the kitchen. Some of us are having fun. Finally. Within a few minutes, Mike made his entrance. He said good morning to everyone, ruffled Christopher's head of floppy hair, and accepted a mug of steaming coffee from Jack. "How's everyone doing this morning?" he asked. "Beautiful morning," Jack said, sipping from his cup. "Sure is. I had a pretty decent night last night." He leaned his cane up against the bar and went to the kitchen. He poked his head in and found Paige and Preacher in a serious lip lock. Feeling somewhat the author of this hot embrace, he watched for a minute. Paige had her arms around Preacher's neck while he had both his big hands on her bottom, holding her close against him. They were completely oblivious to being watched, and he couldn't resist. He cleared his throat. Paige jumped and withdrew her arms, but Preacher refused to release Paige, not moving his hands. He looked over the top of her head with narrowed eyes. "Beautiful morning," Mike said. "Whenever you get a second, could I have breakfast? I'm starving." He grinned and left them. When he got back to the bar, he hoisted himself carefully up onto the stool and picked up his mug. "Things are working out pretty well around here," he said. "I don't think I'm the only one who had a good night last night." "That a fact?" Jack asked. "I just hope I get breakfast before noon." Preacher had taken apart his weight bench and put it in the storage shed behind the bar, keeping back barbells and a couple of weights. There was a small tree there instead, as well as one in the bar. He had taken Christopher out into the woods to chop them down, and they decorated them together. Beneath the one in the apartment, ready for Christmas morning, were gifts thoughtfully chosen by Preacher and Paige. Some bought together, some individually. Mel and Jack left for Sacramento for a big Sheridan family gathering a few days before Christmas, and Mike could not be convinced to join them. Neither was he interested in going home to L.A. Not yet. He'd only been in Virgin River a few weeks and promised he would be fine at the cabin. So Mike would be with Preacher and his new family for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Preacher was still in a state of shock and euphoria at the turn his life had taken. It had been more than 3 months since Paige had happened into his life, and a matter of days that they'd been intimate. Nothing could have prepared him for the joy he felt. Working by her side through the day, he found in her a partner in full. They shared everything from the managing of the bar and cooking to the parenting of Christopher with complete compatibility. She was ever at his hand, looking for ways to help him just as he was always near, taking care of her every need. And at night, when the little one was asleep, Preacher found he had become a master lover, something that had never, in his wildest dreams, seemed possible. He had never even considered it, and especially not with a woman like this, a young woman of what he considered stunning beauty, with the disposition of an angel. In no time at all, he had learned every way to draw a sigh from her, to make her cry out. Preacher, so easily embarrassed and quiet, had become bold and daring with Paige, experimental. He had begun to trust his hands, his instincts, much to her satisfaction. And this idea of paying attention to details, memorizing touches and sounds, asking her what she wanted, what she liked, well, this was pure genius. If he didn't find this amazing thing he had with Paige to be so private, he might even thank Jack for the advice. As he held her against him, flesh on flesh, he asked her, "Will you tell me if it's too much? If I'm too demanding?" "Yes, John," she said, breathless. "Will you tell me?" she asked. He answered with a lusty laugh. "Yeah, sure. but you'll have to dig me up to ask me."
"Then do that thing you do. Again," she said.
"And again, and again, and again?" he asked, teasing her.
"Oh, John."
This business of the female orgasm Preacher found to be the best discovery of his lifetime. It had to be better than a man's, better for a man than his own. The one thing he didn't even know he was capable of, he'd quickly become an expert at. He was quite sure it wasn't even as much fun for her as it was for him. He had a dozen methods, but one of his favorites was to torture her delightfully by kissing her whole body, from her eyelids to her toes, spending a little extra time right in the center of her body. He liked to start with soft kisses, end with a strong tongue, and when he knew that she was ready to explode yet again, he'd get right inside her so that he could enjoy it. There was nothing in this world like it. That hot, gripping spasm that sometimes caused her to cry out his name and grab hold of him as if she was afraid he might float away. When he rocked with her through that miraculous release, more than once he said, "I think I could do this forever. I could do this for a living." He liked to catch her as she fell back to earth, gasping, breathless, weak from an electrifying orgasm. It was so pleasurable for him that he'd hold himself back, delay his own release so that he could bring it to her again. He'd let her have a moment to recover and then begin on her once more, slowly at first, sweetly, gently. Her responses would let him know that it was time for him to be more aggressive, put a little more muscle into it. It was she who determined the pressure and pace, and it made him laugh to think he was so worried that he might break her. She was like finely tempered steel, and she surprised him with her strength, her power. It wasn't unusual for her to wrap her legs around his waist and refuse to let him go, or push him onto his back and climb on him, treating him to a bit of his own medicine, taking the choice to wait any longer away from him, giving back what she'd gotten. He had no idea his life could be so satisfying, so utterly fulfilling. Nor had he ever considered that it could be so much fun. Their sex was hot. Then afterward, they could laugh, banter a little, bring the lightness to their life that balanced everything. "How can I love you this much?" he asked her. "Or this often?" she countered, laughing. "Paige, I want you to know something. I know it's too soon for you to think about a whole lifetime, but I'm not fooling around here. I don't have any expectations, I swear. I just want you to know that. I'm in all the way. Committed. I don't want you to ever worry that I'm just passing the time." She ran her fingertips through the short hair at his temple. "Aren't you a little afraid you could get tired of me, John?" He shook his head. "I'm not that kind of guy. I take it slow, too slow sometimes. I give things a lot of time. Being sure is a good thing. But I don't change my mind. I know in some things that can be bad. I like things to stay the same." "I won't hold you to anything," she said. "I'm just so happy to be here, like this, right now." "There's something else I want to say about that, about us. I'm not the kind of guy who doesn't want you to talk back or have your opinions or expects you to never have a bad day when you're all cranky and annoyed. I want all of that. I want you to speak up, make demands, insist on the most exceptional treatment, and get pissed off if you don't get it. I want you to feel safe to yell at me just because you're in a mood. If I'm not what you want for the long haul, I can live with that. What I could never live with is you being afraid of how I'll act when you're just being yourself." It was impossible to keep tears from gathering in her eyes. "John, no one's ever loved me like that." "Well, baby, I do. In fact, that's the only way I love you. Every part of you. Strong and bossy, scared and needy, doesn't matter. If I'm gonna have you, it has to be all of you, not some little part that feels safe."
She kissed him, quick on the lips. He brushed a tear off her cheek.
"I know that baby you lost wasn't planned, and it still hurts you pretty bad that it didn't make it. Maybe someday, when you're ready, you'll talk to me about adding to our family. Giving Chris a little brother or sister."
"You'd like children?" she asked.
"I never thought I would, but with you, it comes to mind." He laughed. "It comes to mind pretty hard. It'll keep, Paige. It's just an idea."
She gently touched his face. "You do understand that if there's a baby between us, you might have to cut back a little."
"How much?" he asked, that frown that she had come to adore drawing his brows together, and she laughed at him. "You're teasing me," he said. "Okay, you asked for it," he said, starting on her eyelids. She grabbed his face in her hands and stopped him.
"John," she said, "I want it too. Everything. All of you. I've never been this happy."
He smiled. "More where that came from," he said. "Forever, if you want." Mel was so excited about Christmas in Sacramento, she could barely contain herself. All of Jack's sisters and their families would be around both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. But the bonus was that Mel's sister Joey, husband Bill, and the 3 kids were flying in. There was plenty of room at Sam Sheridan's house for them, Jack's sisters all having their own homes in town. Mel and Joey, being the only family they had been generously and affectionately drawn into the Sheridan clan. This was only Mel's 3rd visit to Jack's family, and she already felt as though she was going home. She had left the Hummer for Doc's use in the event he had to get someone to a hospital. The back of Jack's truck was loaded with gifts, many of which they bought when they stopped over in Redding to spend the night and finish shopping. And to enjoy the comforts of a hotel room, which did not have paper-thin walls or one of the Marines across the hall. Though they didn't consider the money wasted by any means, it was not a night of wild passion as it might have been a few months earlier. Mel was now 7 months pregnant, a little baby girl literally romping inside of her. Sex was lovely, but way more tame than it had been at the time they conceived this little genius. Instead of crying out Jack's name with passion in the aftermath of her orgasm, she said, "Ugh. You know, if I weren't an incredibly secure man, that might really bother me," Jack said. "I'm sorry, darling. My back hurts, my boobs hurt. I think I'm carrying a marching band, not your baby girl." "I guess that kind of eliminates the potential for lots more sex tonight." "It's starting to eliminate the potential for lots more sex before spring," she informed him. She lay on her back, her belly sticking up like a mountain on top of her little frame, and Jack couldn't keep his hands off of it. While there was a time he couldn't keep his hands off the rest of her, and she had no doubt they would be there again before long, right now it was the antics of his baby within her that occupied him thoroughly. He would let go a loud bellow when her entire abdomen shifted, caving in on one side and protruding enormously on the other. And he especially liked when it appeared a foot was sliding in a large lump on one side. She could actually doze while he occupied himself with her pregnancy. It brought to her mind what he was going to look like rolling a ball on the floor with their baby girl, bouncing her on his knee, twirling her around over his head. "We should think about naming your new playmate," she said. "I have a suggestion," he said. "Emma." "I like Emma," she said. "Old girlfriend?" "Mother. My mother," he said. "Oh, that's sweet. I think your mother would be happy you're finally serious." "Mel, are you nervous about, giving birth?" "Not at all. You know why, big fella? because I'm meeting John Stone at Valley Hospital, and if everything goes to hell, I'm having a big, fat epidural. Afterward, I'm having a rare steak and a tall beer. Mel, he said, running a hand down her hair onto her shoulder. I want you to have the epidural. Jack, are you nervous? Oh, baby, nervous doesn't touch it. You're my whole world. I don't think watching you hurt is something I can do. But I gotta be there, you know? She smiled and shook her head. You know how you always said I should trust you? Well, now it's time for you to trust me. I know what I'm doing, Jack. Yeah, well, that makes one of us. When they were getting ready to leave the next morning to complete the trip to Sacramento, Mel was drying her hair in the hotel bathroom, which was large and had plenty of mirrors. In their little cabin in the woods, there was just that one mirror at eye level. Jack was mesmerized by the sight of her, naked in front of those mirrors. He hadn't really seen her like that. He'd seen her naked, of course, but lying down or standing almost a foot shorter than he as they showered. Now he bent, looked at her profile, and said, My God, Melinda, you're huge. She threw him a look that suggested a different choice of words. I mean, you look awesome. Mel, look at that. Shut up, Jack, she said. When they got to Sam Sheridan's house, Mel preceded Jack up the walk toward the front door while Jack began toting luggage and gifts. Mel, he called, causing her to turn around to see him smiling brightly. You're starting to waddle, he said proudly. Ugh! She exclaimed, tossing her hair as she turned abruptly away from him. Although Christmas Eve wasn't until the following day, all of Jack's sisters and at most of the husbands, if not all the kids, were there to meet them. Mel's sister and family had arrived ahead of them, so it was, as usual, a teeming throng. When they got inside, the women rushed to her, embracing, examining her growth, exclaiming, Oh my God, you're huge! To which Mel giggled happily, proudly letting everyone rub their hands over her belly. Joey screeched, You're waddling like a duck! And they all crumbled into hysterical laughter, including Mel. Jack was frowning darkly. A couple of the brothers-in-law, Dan and Ryan, came forward and said, Need a hand unloading, Jack? Yeah, he said, his brows drawn together. What's the problem? Ryan asked. I said exactly those two words to her, huge and waddle, and she was very pissed about it. The men laughed. Bob clamped a hand on his shoulder. Come on, my brother. Let's get you unloaded, get you a beer, and teach you the facts of life. Out back where men will be men and the women won't hear us. Outside on the patio, now too cold for picnicking, there were a couple of large space heaters thoughtfully provided by Sam, who knew the men of the family would want their beer and cigars without interference. And where Sam also wanted to be, while his daughters overran his house and bossed people around. With Mel and Joey, there were 6, not to mention granddaughters, a formidable and intimidating group of women. It was there that Jack learned from the experience of 4 brothers-in-law and the occasional comment from Sam that if having children was a partner's project, pregnancy was definitely a team sport. The women were the ones who knew the rules. What a man said and what girlfriends or sisters said were viewed from entirely different perspectives. If your sister said you were huge, it was a badge of honor. If your husband said that, he thought you were fat. If your best friend said you waddled, it was adorable. If your husband said that, he thought you walked funny and he no longer found you attractive. And look out, said Joey's husband, Bill, father of 3. If you try to make love to her, she thinks you're a pervert, and if you don't, she'll accuse you of no longer finding her desirable as she sacrifices herself to bear your child. The last time we had sex, instead of crying out, oh God, she said, ugh. Ryan spewed out a mouthful of beer and fell into a fit of laughter. "Been there, brother," he finally choked out. "You want to know what's coming, or you want to be surprised?" Bob asked. "Oh, please. I can't take any more surprises," Jack said. "Okay. You're coming up on where you love the baby more than her. Everything is about the baby. You consider her your broodmare." "What do you do about that?" "Well, for starters, never talk about breeding." "Grovel," said someone else. "Beg for forgiveness. But don't trip yourself up and claim she's way more important than the baby, which brings you a whole new set of problems." "Ah, Jesus. And since you don't have the big belly and the backache, it would be advisable not to mention that this is all completely natural. She might deck you." "You think a frickin' midwife could rise above these ridiculous notions?" "Oh, it's not her fault. There was an estrogen explosion in there. It's beyond her control." "You want to be especially careful about admiring her breasts," Jeannie's husband Dan said. He took a pull on his cigar. "Especially since they're, only temporary." "God, that's gonna be so hard because..." "I know," someone else laughed. "Aren't they great?" "Pretty soon there's gonna be labor and delivery," Bill said. "And the love of your life, whose back you're trying to rub and whom you're doing everything in your power to encourage, to keep comfortable, is going to tell you to shut up and get your fucking hands off her." Everyone laughed so hard at that, even Sam, that it appeared to be a universal fact. "Dad," Jack said, stunned. "Did Mom ever say, fuck?" Sam drew leisurely on his cigar. "Think about 5 times, he replied, throwing the men into a new fit of laughter. "Why doesn't anyone tell you these things before?" Jack asked. "What difference would it have made, Jack? You didn't know you were about to score a pregnancy anyway. I know, you thought you knew everything there was to know about women. Turns out you're just as stupid as the rest of us." A few more jokes made the rounds before Jack said, "Someone's missing." Everyone, even Joey's husband Bill, seemed to look down. Bree's husband, almost an ex, was the only spouse not in attendance. Bree was the only sister no longer tethered, the only one without children. And she had so wanted a baby. "Anyone seen him?" Jack asked. "Nope," someone said, the group shaking heads as one. "How's she doing?" he asked. "She says she's fine, but she is not so fine. According to her sisters. And he's at the new house with the new woman, who was the old woman in Bree's life, having a family Christmas with her and her kids. While my sister, who wanted a baby, is here with us," Jack said. "Yeah, the son of a bitch." "Can't we have a few more and go over there?" Jack asked. "Just beat him up a little or something." "I wish. They'd all secretly love that, and we'd be grounded for life. Can't any of us stand up to those women?" "Nope," said at least 3 men in unison. "I just don't get it," Jack said, for the millionth time. "Jack, have you asked yourself, what if you'd been married to someone else when Mel came along? What would you do?" "We've all asked ourselves that," Ryan said dismally. Jack had asked himself, though it was an unfathomable idea. There had been lots of women, yet no one before Mel. He'd been really fond of a few, yet somehow managed to not marry anyone. "I'd like to think I'd do the right thing and just kill myself." He looked at the boys. "She getting out of this okay? Like with the house and stuff?" "Shit, don't ask that," Dan said. "Oh, don't tell me." "She's getting the house," Bob said. "She's buying him out and paying him alimony." "No way!" "You were told not to ask." "How does that happen?" "She's an attorney. He's a cop. She's making the most money." "See? We need to go over there, beat him up." Christmas Eve, they had ham and potatoes au gratin, while Christmas Day, it would be stuffed turkey. The clan started to gather at about 4, and the house throbbed with noise and laughter. They ate, drank, gathered in the family room, stuffed themselves into the family room, and sang carols. The men sang too loudly and off-key, and the women, to the last one, had to drive home. Mel and Joey steered their husbands to their beds, where they flopped down and would surely live to regret having beer, drinks, and then brandies and cigars. The only thing that annoyed Mel more than Jack drinking too much on Christmas Eve was that he couldn't stand up long enough to shower off the smell of illegal Cubans. The kids were tucked in and the men were asleep, to put it politely. Joey was in her pajamas and Mel was in a soft and roomy sweatsuit. They met in the family room. Mel brought the quilt and pillows out from her bedroom, and they huddled on the couch together, eating ice cream and talking. "You're feeling well, except for the heartburn?" "I'm feeling pretty wonderful," Mel said, for someone who has an entire jamboree inside of her. "And things in Virgin River are great?" "Oh, Joey, you should see Preacher and Paige. I've never seen a transformation like that in my life. They are so in love, there's practically a halo around them both. When they look at each other, there's steam." There was a sound that caused both women to lean forward on the couch and look toward the front door as it opened. Bree came in. She was wearing her coat, her purse slung over her shoulder, tear stains on her cheeks. She stood in front of them and said, "I don't want to go home, alone, on Christmas Eve." "Oh, baby," Mel said, opening her arms. Mel and Joey instinctively slid apart so that Bree could sit between them. Bree dropped her purse, shed her coat, kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the couch in that little space they provided. And cried. "It's not like I haven't gotten people through divorces," she said. "But you can't imagine what it's like when the man you love, a man who's leaving you, asks you to be his friend." "God, what nerve," Mel said. "You know what's worse? I hate him for what he's done, and I still can't stop wanting him back." "Oh, Bree. If he came to me tonight and said, 'I've made a terrible mistake,' I think I'd forgive him. Do you know he's asked me for alimony that he's going to spend on her and her kids? She's getting alimony and child support from her husband, and I'm paying them too, and they both have good jobs. They're going to make money on the deal. The bastard. And I can't wait to start hating him for that. But I'm so afraid I'll start hating him, which closes the door on letting him back. I want him back," she wept. "I think I still love the son of a bitch." Mel and Joey put arms around her and held her as she cried. "I'm so sorry," Bree said. "It's Christmas, and I bet this is the first really good Christmas you've had in a while, Mel." "We're family," she said. "We rejoice together. We share our pain. You're staying right here with us. We're sleeping on the couch tonight anyway. I bet it pulls out." "Why are you sleeping on the couch?" "Our drunk husbands stink," Joey said. Chapter 14. Jack rolled over early Christmas morning with a loud moan and a splitting head, and some memory of learning the facts of pregnant women over far too much alcohol. Or was that the previous night? He wasn't sure. There might have been inappropriate joking in the presence of the women, but he hoped they'd all been too drunk for that. His mouth tasted vaguely like a kitty litter box. He opened one bloodshot eye and saw that the bed beside him was empty. "Uh-oh," he said. The sudden knowledge that the only man in the Sheridan family not in trouble would be Sam did not comfort him much. He dragged himself out of bed and looked at the clock. 6 a.m. There was time to mend his fences before the masses descended on them again, but he would first have to find his wife. He hoped she was still in Sacramento. He rinsed his mouth and ran a brush over hair that was spiking every which way. The only thought he had was that he really hoped his lousy brothers-in-law were all in worse trouble than he undoubtedly was. Because surely they had done this to him. Bad influences, to the last. He still had on last night's trousers. Not a good sign. However, she had not killed him in his sleep, and that was a good sign. She was probably saving his execution for later, when he could feel it. He stood up straight in front of the mirror. He stuck out his hairy chest. He flexed, popping out tattooed biceps. "I am a Marine," he said to himself. "She is 5'3". He sagged visibly. Who am I kidding? Was his next thought. He crept out of the bedroom into a silent house. Ah, there they were. Mel, Bree, and Joey. On the sofa bed. Bree. Well, he'd find out about that later. He knelt on Mel's side and gently moved her hair away from her eyes. One eye opened and there was not a smile in it. "Baby, are you pissed?" he asked gently. "Yes." "I'm sorry. I might have had one too many." "I know. I hope you're in agony." "What are you doing out here?" "Trying not to sleep in an ashtray." "What's Bree doing here?" "We'll talk about that later." "Am I going to be punished?" he asked. "Yes," she said, and she closed her eye. It turned out that the great lover, Jack Sheridan, didn't know his way around women nearly so well as he thought. He decided to shower and dress in an attempt to get some points for effort. That accomplished, he crept quietly to the kitchen to make coffee and take aspirin. He was in no condition to fight. He had a hangover. And within a few hours, there would be that huge gang of people back at the house, tearing into presents, yelling, laughing, making his head want to explode. Sam met him there. "Gonna be fun today," he said. "You boys, you sure know how to get the women all spooled up." "Save it. You want me to help you get that bird ready?" "Yeah, we should do that. Then we make brunch." "I'm good with brunch," he said. "Did you notice Bree is here?" "I noticed that," Sam said. "And I noticed that so far, 2 of the 5 married women in this family did not spend the night in bed with their husbands." "Okay, save it. Since I'm gonna get it later, I don't need your 2 cents. "Whatever you say, son," he said. "If you're getting really deep, maybe you can take her back to my office and show her all your medals. Tell her how you've barely escaped death a dozen times and she just doesn't scare you." Jack glared at his father. Sam laughed, having far too much fun with this. Then Jack got busy cooking. He sautéed onion and celery in butter, washed the turkey, mixed the stuffing, peeled the potatoes. He had noticed that when Mel saw him doing domestic things, it softened her. Bree was the next one in the kitchen, cozy in one of Mel's long flannel nightgowns. The kind she used when she'd be around other people in her nightwear because at home, with Jack, his body heat was so intense, she could hardly bear to wear anything at all. Bree put her arms around Sam and said, "Morning, Daddy. I just couldn't go home last night." It tore at Jack's heart and he wanted to kill Brad, wanted to put his arms around Bree. "I'm glad you were here, honey," Sam said. "You know this is always your house. Stay tonight, too." "Maybe," she said, burying her face in his chest as he held her. Next came Mel. She was still in last night's sweatsuit, but when she walked sleepily into the kitchen, she walked right into Jack's arms, and he must have breathed an audible sigh of relief because she whispered, "You're still going to be punished, but not on Christmas." He smiled and kissed the top of her head because here was something he thought he knew about women for sure. If there was any kind of delay in the execution, they tended to lose interest. If she wasn't mad enough to go after him right now, she wasn't mad enough. Christmas in Virgin River was a much quieter affair. For the first time since opening, the bar was closed for the day. Christopher had his gifts in the morning. which left him with plenty to occupy him throughout the day. Preacher turned out a delicious roast duck and all the trimmings, while Paige worked on pies. Mike showed up at 5 with gifts: books for Christopher, a green cashmere sweater for Paige, the color of her eyes, and for Preacher, specialty items for the kitchen purchased at Williams-Sonoma. "This is great," Preacher said with enthusiasm. "I don't even know what some of that stuff is," Mike said, "but it's guaranteed for someone who loves to cook. Let's see, we have a mandoline, a thermostatic tray. Jesus, this stuff is incredible. A gravy separator, which I don't really need because my gravy is perfect. A grip and flip spatula, scoop and strain ladle, micro grater. Good work, Mike," he said, grinning. As they were sitting down to dinner, Paige came into the bar wearing her new sweater and, Mike noticed, dangling in the V of the neck, a very beautiful diamond pendant necklace. "Well," he said, "someone had a very nice Christmas." She touched the necklace, a huge and lovely surprise from her man. Who knew Preacher could buy jewelry? Who knew Preacher knew what jewelry was? "I feel badly, Mike. We had nothing for you." "Being here with you 3 is Christmas enough for me," he said, meaning it. "Did you talk to your family today?" she asked him. "Oh yeah, about 100 of them, all at Mom and Dad's." Preacher set about carving the duck. "You don't miss being there, with them?" "Not yet," he said. "Not until I get a little something back, you know? I need the space. They're Latino and Latina, very demonstrative. Close, intense, you know? Anxious and annoyingly well-meaning. I want to at least be able to cut my meat with my right hand before I visit." "I get that," Preacher said. "You watch. You'll have it in no time." After dinner, Paige left the men to a game of cribbage in front of the fire while she cleaned up. A little while later, Christopher was downstairs, all scrubbed with one of his old books in his hand. He crawled up into Preacher's lap as if he'd been doing it since he started walking, and Preacher drew him up like a father would. "This is the one you want?" he asked Christopher.
"Horton,"
he said. "You don't want to try a new one? We read Horton every night."
"Maisie the Lazy Bird,"
Christopher pointed out. Mike turned his chair toward the hearth and put his feet up, enjoying the sound of Preacher's voice telling the story by heart, Christopher adding lines that Preacher deliberately left out just for fun. My man Preacher, he was thinking. All soft and sweet, his voice rough and gravelly as sandpaper, holding a kid on his lap like he'd been doing it all his life. This was a guy who you didn't want to see coming at you with a scowl on his face and his fists up. A picture of him in fatigues toting an M16, a snarl on his face. The guy could take down a whole army. Mike looked at him now with new eyes, transformed into a big, cuddly bear. Committed, devoted, all in. It wasn't long before he stopped reading, dropped a kiss on the head of his sleeping boy, and said to Mike, "Pour us a little something. I'll be right back." Mike picked out the whiskey Preacher seemed to favor, a nice, mild Canadian, and brought the bottle and 2 glasses to the table. When Christopher was tucked in and Preacher back, Mike lifted his glass to Preacher. "To you, old man. I think maybe you have it all." "I have to drink to that," he said, sitting down. "Thing is, I really am gonna have it all. When all that crap with Lassiter is settled and behind her some more, we're gonna talk about making a lifetime commitment. And children. More children, you know, because we already have a perfect family." He took a breath. "Man, I never thought this would happen to me." Mike was shocked at first, but recovered quickly. "Well, hey," he said. "Congratulations. I guess everything worked out like it was supposed to." "Whew," Preacher said before he could stop himself. Mike chuckled. Good for him, he thought. It's not as though Preacher hadn't waited long enough to find this kind of happiness. She's a great girl, Preacher. Have you seen how good that kid is? Preacher asked. Because she is just an awesome mother, that's why. And she'll be an awesome wife, too, Mike said. We have a few issues to work out. That business with her ex is still pretty ripe, Preacher said. Mike sat forward. How so? Well, he's called here. He's not supposed to, but he's called. You tell anyone about that? Mike asked, sitting up straighter. Yeah, we got in touch with her lawyer, who will get in touch with the judge. She didn't talk to him, but I had to tell her. I'm not going to be keeping things back from Paige. He called a few times, thinking she'd talk to him. He wants to know if anything can be worked out, if he can at least have Chris for weekends or something. Jesus, man. I'd be scared to death of that. I can't imagine that. Paige doing okay? Mike asked. He shrugged. Stirred her up pretty good, but she never caved. The woman is brave. I see it grow more every day. She refused to get sucked in, even if it did make her shake a little bit. But I gotta tell you, I'd be tempted to take Paige and Chris and run for it if there was any chance the court would turn him over to that brutal lunatic. He took a sip of his drink and said, I couldn't let that happen. I have to do better by Paige and Chris than that. Yeah, Mike said. I sure understand. Yeah? You do? Of course I do. You have to take care of your woman, your family, whatever that takes. Right after Christmas gets handled, we're going to call Bree. She knows everything about this kind of monster, and she knows everyone in California. She'll have advice. Good idea, Mike said. Yeah, Preacher said. You know, I never figured myself for a family man. I thought I'd be fishing and cooking it up for the other fishermen in this little bar for the rest of my life. There aren't any women around here, not to speak of. What are the chances some woman wanders in here and needs me? She more than needs you, Mike said. Yeah, he agreed. She does. You and Jack, Mike said with a bit of a laugh. The two most unlikely candidates for domestic bliss Mike could think of. Jack, because he'd always had a woman somewhere, but never one that held his interest long enough for any kind of commitment. Jack used to say, Me? Marriage? I highly doubt it's possible. And then Preacher, who seemed not to notice women existed. Jack, Preacher said, shaking his head. You should have been here for that, he said, laughing. Our Jack. Jesus. I hate to think the number of women he ran through. Never lost a minute of sleep. Preacher looked over at Mike, grinning. Took Mel about 30 seconds to turn him into a big pile of quivering mush. Yeah? Mike said, smiling. Then it got fun, he said. She wasn't having any of them. Wait a minute. I was up here last year to fish with the boys. Looked to me like he had a lock on her. Next thing I hear, she's pregnant and he's gonna marry her. I figured he finally ran into one that could trip him up. Preacher whistled. Nah, it didn't go down like that. Jack went after her like a bobcat goes after a hen, and she just kept dodging him. He rebuilt her whole cabin for her without being asked, and I think maybe it got him kissed. Sometimes she'd come in the bar for a beer and he'd light up like a frickin' Christmas tree. And she'd leave, and he'd head for the shower. Poor bastard. He was after her for months. I guess no one ever said no before. They used to all say yes to me, too, Mike thought. Now when you look at them, it looks like they've been together since they were kids, Preacher said. Then, more softly, and that's how I feel with Paige. Like she's been in my life forever. Mike thought about that for a moment and then said, Good for you, man. Mike finished his drink and stood up. I'm gonna let you get back to your girl. I'll make it an early night. You sure, man? Because I think Paige is busy putting away Christopher's gifts. Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the cabin. Hey, dinner was fantastic. One of your best ever. He He carefully stretched out his back, then his arm. "I'll see you sometime tomorrow, I guess. Thanks for Christmas." Funny the way things work out, Mike thought. Jack and Preacher, two men who thought they'd never hook up, totally down for the count. Their women had them both in the palms of their pretty little hands. Now Mike, he thought he'd hook up. Actually, he thought it would be automatic, which probably led him into marriage without giving it enough serious thought. All his brothers had fat, happy wives and lots of kids. His sisters had made good marriages for themselves, added to the grandchildren. But he'd screwed up his marriages, thanks to that good old Latino prowess. That itch that has to be scratched real quick without thinking about the consequences. Well, that was no longer an issue. But he watched Jack and Preacher and had to wonder about how good it would feel to have someone in his life he'd die for. Damn, what a buzz that would be. He'd never felt that way about a woman. He was glad in a way that it hadn't found him. He'd hate to have a beautiful, sexy, devoted wife in his bed and leave her wanting. So, the bullets had decided. He'd be on his own from now on. One thing he had discovered, it was a little easier to be alone here than a lot of other places. There were loyal friends and the air was real good. If he kept at it, kept working and practicing, he'd be able to fish and shoot just fine with the left arm and hand. When Jack was driving back to Virgin River, he got off the road right before they got to town. "Aren't we going home?" Mel asked. "One quick stop," he said. Then he pulled onto that bumpy, narrow road that went up and up until it opened into a clearing with a view that went for miles. "Why are we here?" she asked. He reached in front of her and opened the glove box, pulling out a thick document. He handed it to her. "Merry Christmas, Mel. It's ours. I'm going to build you a house right here." "Oh," she said, a little breathless. "Oh, God," she cried, tears coming to her eyes. "How'd you convince them?" "It was easy. I told them it was for you. Do you have any idea how much this town loves you?" This was what she dreamed of when she decided to come here. Good country people who would appreciate her help. "They all mean an awful lot to me, too. Then there's you." They sat in the truck for a long time, just looking out over the land, talking about the house. "A great room with a fireplace. A kitchen so big that your entire family can gather in it," she said. "A soundproof master bedroom," he said. "And master bath with 2 closets and 2 sinks," she supplied. 3 bedrooms in addition to ours, and maybe a guest house. A 1-room guest house with a refrigerator in it, and a roomy bath. In case my father, you know." "In case your father what?" she asked. "Ever needs a place with us. In his old age." "Wouldn't he want to be with one of your sisters?" "Actually, I think he's been trying to get away from them for years now," Jack laughed. "Haven't you noticed how bossy they are?" "No, you wouldn't notice because—" He stopped suddenly and she threw him a look. He thought, what am I, suicidal? "Because you all get along so well." "Nice save," she said. "What do you need all those bedrooms for?" "You never know," he shrugged. "Emma might be having company." "As in siblings?" "Jack, we weren't supposed to get this one." "I know, and yet—" "That'll never happen again," she said. But she shivered. "What was that?" he asked. "I can't help it. Sometimes when I think about that night, that first night, you know, I think she was conceived the second you touched me." He was sure that was accurate. "Thus the bedrooms," he said. "And Jack, there will be no dead animals on the walls of my house." "Aww." "None." Jack and Mel immediately labored over a floor plan and rendering that they could send to Joe Benson, the marine architect in Grants Pass, Oregon. After Joe's first tour in the Corps, he went into the reserves, got his degree, and started his business, but then was called up for Iraq, where he served with the others under Jack. He was thrilled to be asked to draw up their plans. In January, the initial plans were complete, and Joe brought them down to Virgin River. When he walked into the bar, Mel was there with Jack. Joe had the plans rolled up under one arm, and Mel jumped up with an excited gasp. Joe stood right inside the door, a smile growing on his lips and a wonderful warmth lighting his eyes as he looked her up and down. "Oh, honey," he said in a breath. "Look at you. You're gorgeous." Mel laughed. These guys, she thought. To the last one, they loved pregnant women. It was very amazing, very sexy. No one could better appreciate that kind of man than a midwife. He dropped the plans on a table and moved toward her with his hands stretched out, tentative. "Go ahead," she said. His hands were on her belly in no time. "Ah, Mel." Then he pulled her into his arms to give her a hug. "Ripe and ready," he said. "You're so beautiful." "I'm right back here," Jack said from behind the bar. Joe laughed. "Be right with you, buddy. I have my hands full of woman right now." "Yeah," Jack said. "My woman." "You need your own woman," Mel said. Another one who was, like her husband, a big, handsome man, an angel of a man, and though he was surely over 35, completely unattached. "I do," he said. He touched her nose. "Why don't you find me one?" "I'll get right on it," she said, pulling out his arms and grabbing the rolled-up plans from the table. They looked them over together. Then Jack and Joe went out to the property to walk it. Before pounding in stakes or painting an outline on the ground, Mel and Jack would take at least a couple of weeks to consider changes. Joe stayed over one night, Grants Pass being a 4 to 6 hour drive, and had a nice evening with Preacher, Paige, and Mike. The plans tended to stay at the bar. Every time someone who was interested in their house came in, they asked to see the plans. Doc Mullen said, "Lots of wasted space in that kitchen." "I like a big kitchen," Mel said. Though for what, she was uncertain, since Jack seemed to do most of the cooking when they were at home, and they took the majority of their meals at the bar. "Jack likes a big kitchen," she amended. "That Jack," Connie said. "You sure have him trained." "I found him trained," Mel said. "Love this bathroom," Connie said. "What I'd give for a bathroom like that." "All I need in a bathroom is a hole in the floor," Ron said. Jack and Mel spent a lot of their time together looking at the plans, people looking over their shoulders. One morning, Mel came into the bar to have coffee with Jack, who was out splitting logs. Preacher and Harv were found poring over the drawings by themselves. Mel backed out of the bar and went around back to find Jack. He stopped what he was doing as she approached. "Do you know what's going on in there? Preacher and Harv have our plans spread out and are going over them. Our house has become a community project." "I know. Don't let it worry you. We're going to do what we want." "But does it bother you that everyone has an opinion? That usually disagrees with our ideas?" He grinned proudly. "I hired excavation," he said. "They start the first week in February. They'll clear and level the land, widen the road. I'm having them clean and stack the trees for firewood." "It's happening," she said. "It's really happening." "Yup, it's happening." "Jack, not even fish. No dead animals." Rick was cleaning out the ice machine under the bar, whistling. "Looks like you're doing better these days," Preacher observed. Rick stood up. "Yeah, things are a little better. Probably thanks to Jack having to sit down with Connie." "Yeah? What's going on?"
"We have a couple of things ironed out," he said. "Lizzie's staying with me. I gotta have her close, Preach. Keep her reassured, you know?"
"Course. You gotta keep an eye on that."
"We're spending nights with my grandma. I think it makes her feel good to have people there. And my grandma has always said that house will be mine someday, anyway. Not a lot of room there," he said with a shrug, "but enough for now. We have a little crib in the room and a couple of things for the baby. Lizzie's helping out at the store during the day. She's taking a leave from school for a little while. She didn't go back after Christmas break, and she's a lot happier, lots calmer. The baby will be here in a couple of months, then she'll need some time with him. She'll get a little behind, but I'll graduate on time. Then we'll work on her diploma."
"Planning to keep that baby?"
Preacher asked. "Can't do anything else, man. It's not going to be easy. I'll take care of the baby while she's at school, and when she gets home in the afternoon, I can come into work till 8, 9, whatever. We're not going to try to get married till we have a year or two together. Get a little bit older."
"You thought about college?"
Rick laughed. "Not for a few months now."
"One thing at a time, bud. You have a family to think about. And there's always community college when Liz is in high school. All I'm saying is, these things don't have to come in a hurry. No point in taking on things that will only tip you over the edge. You're only 17. There's time."
"That's kind of what Jack said." Preacher grinned.
"Did he now?"
He and Jack had talked about this a lot. "God," Rick said, shaking his head. "You guys, you're the best friends I've ever had."
"So are you, pal. You just have to never panic. Things can fall into place."
"Maybe that's right," Rick said.
"Sure that's right. You're doing fine, kid. Give yourself a little credit. You make us old boys real proud."
Mel went to the bar in the afternoon, looking for Jack. Preacher told her he was out at their property shooting with Mike. "Where's Paige?" Mel asked, looking around.
"Lying down with Chris, I think. She took him up for a nap and said she might."
Mel looked at her watch. She had 25 minutes to kill before her next appointment and had been looking for an opportunity just like this. She jumped up on a stool facing Preacher. "Paige seems very happy," she said. The look that came over Preacher's face was wistful, angelic.
"She does," he said. "It blows my mind."
Mel couldn't help but chuckle. "Could I have a ginger ale?" she asked. "I've been meaning to talk to you about something." He poured her a drink, put it on a napkin in front of her.
"Yeah?"
"You remember that time, several months ago after the boys were up to fish and play poker, Jack had that meltdown? Got tanked, passed out, had to be carried to bed? You said sometimes the past snuck up like that and it would take him a while to get his stability back." Preacher gave a single nod, frowning slightly. "So, you know what that was, right? I'm sure if you served in combat, the Marine Corps talked about it some." He just looked at her. "Post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD."
"Has he been having trouble with that?"
Preacher asked. "No, he's been good. I watch, though. I want to tell you a story, a short one. I had a friend back in LA, in the hospital where I worked. She was an administrator, older than me, brilliant woman. When I knew her, she'd been in a second marriage for 20 years. One night, over a glass of wine, she told me that her first marriage, a brief marriage, had been extremely abusive. She got beat to a pulp regularly. And while her second marriage was totally kind and loving, sometimes she'd see an expression on her husband's face or he'd have a tone of voice, completely innocent for him. Yet it would conjure something from her previous life with her ex-husband and there'd be a rush of emotions. Fear, anger, terror. It would put her in a funk, depress her, really challenge her ability to cope. She said it was as if her nervous system was programmed to react a certain way,
which had helped her to survive the first marriage. But she felt bad about the way her reaction would make her second husband feel, like he'd done something wrong when, really, the wrongdoing was ages ago. Preacher looked down. "You mean I could remind her of that shitbag somehow?" he asked. "Not really, no," Mel said. "It's way more subtle than that. Something harmless and innocent suggests that earlier time because—" Mel's explanation trailed off. After a moment of silence, "I can get that," he said. "Like a war veteran hearing fireworks and suddenly feeling like he's back in a firefight." "Exactly," she said. "And then there's the thing about shame. My friend, she told me that sometimes she would be chased by it. It's hard to understand why a woman who has done nothing wrong and has been abused would ever feel shame. It's the shame of letting herself get into that situation, at not getting out faster. Shame at having let it happen. It's not a right or wrong thing, it just is. We can't judge feelings. John, I wanted you to know about this, in case you run into it." He was quiet for a minute. Finally,
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
No es estrella del firmamento, es la rosa del Edén, es la flor de los milagros que aparece por la fe. Una mujer con rostro tierno cruza el tiempo y el dolor, cubre a todos los caídos con su manto de color y nos dice con dulzura: no tengáis más confusión, mi rosa será el camino que conduce al Redentor, es la señal de la fe.
he said, "Is there something special I should do?" "Nah," she said, shaking her head. "If you sense a chronic problem, behavior you can't understand or explain, think about support counseling. Maybe none of this will happen with Paige. I'm only telling you because it can. It might. You should be in the know. I think you do the things that come naturally. Be loving, forgiving, patient, understanding. That night with Jack, I held him in my arms and told him it was all right." Again, he was quiet for a minute. "That woman, your friend, those times her husband did something, did she stop loving him? Even for a little while?" "No. Never had anything to do with love. Plus, he saved her life. Loving her in a pure way like that. It had to do with being hurt real bad once. A little time, a reality check on her part, a solid partner. She could always manage to get back on track. Kind of like Jack. Lucky to have good people around. Lucky to be safe." He smiled a small smile. "If you ever sense something is wrong, don't be too private about it. Let me help you with it. I know a couple of things about this." She glanced at her watch. "I have a patient due. I have to go. I just wanted to talk to you about that. You take it easy," she said. She jumped off the stool. Chapter 15. Wes Lassiter didn't have to go to court. A plea agreement was reached by the prosecutor and the attorney for the defense, and it did not give Paige any peace of mind. The judge was disappointed in Lassiter for breaching the conditions of his bail by phoning Paige and trying to leverage her. But in the end, he sentenced the man to 45 days in jail, 5 years of probation, and 2,000 hours of community service. Also required a meeting of Addicts Anonymous every day. The order of protection was enforced and the custody agreement upheld. And he immediately went to jail. "I know it doesn't feel like it, but you're winning," Bree told Paige over the phone. "He's been compromised. He's not getting away with anything. Even though the jail sentence is short, it might be enough to modify his behavior. Jail is ugly, mean, and dangerous. And the scuttlebutt is that he has to liquidate to pay his lawyer, which means you'll be getting your divorce settlement." "I don't care about that. I don't care about money. I just want to be safe from him." "I know," Bree said. "But in the grand scheme of things, 45 days with the threat of the judge going bonkers and sentencing him to 10 years if he screws up is better than 3 to 5. Really." "Why doesn't it feel that way?" Paige asked. "Because you're scared," Bree said. "I would be too, but this is good. No one's letting him off. And the chance of him calling or approaching you in that 5 years of probation and getting hammered for it, that's a strong deterrent. During that 5 years, he could actually move on. I don't hold much hope of him becoming a different kind of human being, but God help me, he might find a new target. Oh, God really help me." "I don't know if that's encouraging or the worst thing I've ever heard." "I know," Bree said. "So it goes in our business." Paige was notified that the house was listed for sale and that her signature was required. Her lawyer sent her papers regarding the liquidation of 401ks and retirement accounts. The closed checking and money market accounts were accounted for, as well as the charge accounts and mortgage balances. In a quiet moment, Preacher asked her, "Are you worried about money?" "No, I'm worried about never being free of him. I don't want to be afraid anymore." "I don't know what I can do about that, besides promising to do everything I can to keep you safe. But it looks like you're going to get a few bucks here. Maybe something you can put away for emergencies. The being afraid part, we'll have to take it as we go. I'll do whatever I can to help." "I know you will, John. I'm sorry you're stuck with this basket case who's afraid of her own shadow." "I'm not stuck," he said, smiling. "I've never felt stuck. I live a real simple life, Paige. I've never really worried too much about money. Maybe we should talk about that a little bit. Money." "Could we not?" she asked. Money and things, it was so important to Wes. It drove him mad, trying to be rich, to have a lot, to look like he was successful. It leaves such a bad taste in my mouth that if a check comes in the mail, I might not even be able to cash it. "Understandable," he said. "But I don't want you to think that if you and Chris are my family, you'd have to worry about your future, his future." When I look at the difference between my life then and now, I feel richer now. I have everything I need. Chris and I, we're so much better off. Preacher decided to let the matter rest, at least for the time being. He'd never talked to anyone about money. He and his mom had been pretty much lower middle class, maybe poor. They lived in a 2-bedroom cinder block house with a cyclone fence around the yard and roof that wasn't dependable. There weren't any sidewalks or streetlights on their block. She kept it real nice, but he couldn't remember a stick of new furniture in his lifetime. When she died, there was a policy paying off the little house, plus a life insurance benefit, and a small pension through the church. It was a small piece of suburban Cincinnati real estate in a declining neighborhood, plus a modest amount of cash. He was only 17 and didn't care about what a sale might bring. He wanted his mom, their home together. When he went into the Marines, he had to let it go, had to realize he'd never have that life back. It was $140,000 in total, a fortune for an 18-year-old kid with no family but the band of brothers he signed on with. He'd felt a little like Paige, like he couldn't even cash the check. So he did the next best thing. He put it in a safe place, a CD. A few years later, he put it somewhere else, a mutual fund. Since he had no attachment to it, and it meant so little to him, it caused him no stress at all to move it around a little, here and there. He had his first computer by then, and he was looking things up, his favorite pastime next to fishing, shooting, reading military history. He learned a little about investing on the computer, then began doing some online. In 14 years, his investments had grown considerably. They approached $900,000. The only pleasure Preacher had ever gotten from his nest egg was watching the balance grow. He had no use for it. But now he had a boy who'd be going to college in 15 or so years. With any luck, there'd be more kids needing college. He could keep going, investing and reinvesting, but it occurred to him to stuff a couple $100,000 in bonds, which were safe so that by the time it was needed, it would be handy. Later, when the time was right, he'd tell Paige that if she couldn't cash that check from her divorce settlement, it couldn't matter less. She really did have everything she needed. She just didn't know it yet. Mel's mind might have been wandering a little. Pregnant women were known for that sort of thing. She was in Clear River where she'd been gassing up the Hummer, and while stopped at the only light in town, it turned green and she didn't move. By the time she looked up to see that it had changed, there was a loud bang and a jolt. The Hummer was pushed into the intersection. When she got out of the vehicle, a hand pressed to her back and her stomach protruding like Mount Kilimanjaro. The man in the pickup truck who'd rear-ended her went completely pale. She recognized that man. He wore the shady Brady on his head, and he had all but kidnapped her to deliver a baby in an illegal grow in a trailer a few months ago. Mel looked at the bumper of the Hummer. One side was smashed in pretty good. "Shit," she said. "You okay?" he asked, a panicked look skittering across his face. "Yeah, I think so." "Oh, Jesus, I really don't want to have to deal with your husband on this," he said. "Me neither. I have insurance. I have a license. I have whatever you need. Just say you're all right." "Sit tight," she said. "Try not to go nuts on me. Don't flee the scene or anything really stupid." "Yeah," he said nervously. "Right." There were no local police in Clear River, so Mel walked back to the gas station and called the California Highway Patrol. She called Jack, assured him she was just fine, knowing that wouldn't cut any grass with him, and he'd be flying across the mountain. About 30 minutes later, CHP responded, pulling into the intersection. The car lit up to keep the traffic away from the accident. When the patrolman stepped out of his car, he found Mel sitting in the passenger seat of the Hummer, door open and feet in the street, listening to her belly with a fetoscope. He frowned down on Mel's big belly. "Oh, boy," he said. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," she said, rubbing a hand over her belly. "I'm fine." You're awful pregnant," he said. "Tell me about it." "You a doctor?" "Midwife." "And I guess you know what you need," he said. Right at that moment, Jack's truck came screeching into the intersection, and he was out and striding toward them. Mel looked up at the officer. "Well, that's probably going to be irrelevant." Jack took one look at his old friend in the shady Brady and got himself all stirred up. The jaw pulse ticked. His complexion went dark and angry. She put a hand on his arm. "I know it's technically his fault, but the light had changed and I didn't go. So try to leave your personal feelings out of this and let the cop do his job." He glanced over at the cop collecting the man's data and said, "It might be real hard for me to not get personal here." "Okay, then," Mel said. "Let's shoot for rational." 40 minutes later, she was lying on the exam table in Grace Valley, the ultrasound bleeping beside her. Jack was nearly distraught, but no one else was particularly worried. John said it wouldn't hurt to check, make sure everything was all right. Clearly, the baby was not traumatized. She was bouncing around like a gymnast. June Hudson and Susan Stone were peering over Mel's big belly, looking at the baby on the monitor, while John moved the wand around. Then John said, "Well, shit." "Oh, brother," John's wife said. That doesn't happen very often, June said. What? Jack said. What?
But I have all these pink things from Christmas,
Mel shrieked.
What? Jack said. What the hell is it? Is the baby all right?
Baby's fine, John said. It isn't Emma, that's for sure. Look, femur, penis. I blew it, and I'm so damn good I can't imagine how that happened. It was probably just on the early side, June said. We should have done another one at 20 weeks to be sure. Yeah, but I'm so damn good, John insisted. Penis? Jack asked. Mel looked up into his eyes and said, We're going to have to come up with another name. Jack had a dumb look on his face. Mel didn't recall having seen that look before. Man, he said in a breath. I might not know what to do with a boy. Well, we got that news just in time, June said, leaving the exam room. Yeah, right before the shower, Susan added, following her. I really thought I had it nailed, John said. I feel betrayed, in a way. Mel looked up into her husband's eyes and watched as a slow, powerful grin appeared. What are you thinking, Jack? She asked him. That I can't wait to call my brothers-in-law. The slackers. Mel was ready to leave Doc's for the day, to walk across the street and have dinner with her husband, when Connie came in assisting Liz to the front door. Connie had a hand under Liz's elbow while Liz was gripping her belly. A dark fluid stain ran down her jeans from between her legs, and she was crying. It hurts, she wailed. It hurts. Okay, honey, Mel said, coming forward and taking the other hand. Let's see what's going on. When did you see Dr. Stone last? A couple of weeks ago. Oh. Is she in labor? Connie asked. Maybe. We'll know in a minute. Come into the exam room and let me check you. Then we'll see if you should go to the hospital. Mel and Connie helped Liz undress, peeling off the wet jeans and helping her into a gown so she could get onto the exam table. I'll take it from here, Mel told Connie. I want to see where we are. Call Rick, Liz cried. Please, Aunt Connie, please, I need him. Sure, honey. Connie left the room, pulling the door closed behind her. Mel applied her fetoscope to Liz's belly, though Liz writhed. She waited for the contraction to pass, but it was a long, hard one. Finally, her uterus relaxed, not that it gave Liz much relief. Liz's cries became quieter, and Mel worked hard at listening, moving the fetoscope all around. Then she hung it around her neck and pulled out the Doptone, a fetal heartbeat monitor. She moved it over Liz's belly as calmly as possible, despite Liz's squirming and groaning. Is the heartbeat okay? Liz asked. It's hard to hear with the contractions right now. I'll listen again after I check your cervix. Next, she put on gloves. All right, Liz, let me examine you. Feet in the stirrups. Slide down for me. I'll be as gentle as possible. There you go. Take some slow, deep breaths. She carefully slipped her hand into the birth canal. 6 centimeters. No, 7. Bloody fluid. Liz, she said, it's time. You're going to deliver soon. Mel tried with the Doptone again, her heart plummeting. Liz was a little early. She hadn't even started the weekly visit she would pay to John Stone during her last month. She probably hadn't had an internal exam since the one Mel gave her when she returned to Virgin River. She got a blood pressure and listened to her heart. Normal, under the circumstances. She applied the Doptone again. Have you been having contractions long? She asked Liz. I don't know. All day, I guess. I didn't know what it was. It just kept getting worse and worse. It wasn't like those Braxton things. It was like a knife. Okay, honey, it's okay. Have you been feeling the baby move a lot? No, just my back hurting and and a stomachache on and off. Gas, I think.
Was it gas?
I don't know, honey. When did you last feel the baby move? She asked.
I'm not sure,
Liz cried.
Is he all right?
Try breathing like this, she said, demonstrating a deep inhale, slow exhale. But Liz was too far into this. Mel showed her panting, short puffs of air, which seemed to work a little better. There you go. I'm going to go make sure your Aunt Connie called Rick, okay?
Okay, but don't leave me.
It'll only be a minute. Try the breathing. Mel left the room, pulling the door closed. Connie, did you find Rick?
Jack sent him over to Garberville to pick up some beef for the bar. He should be back pretty soon.
How soon? Mel asked. It was her gut instinct to tell Liz immediately. There was no heartbeat, no movement. But she was so young, vulnerable, so dependent on Rick. Minutes, Jack said, Connie answered. Okay, good. Liz is in labor and she's dilated. Will you please go stay with her for a couple of minutes? I should call Dr. Stone. It won't take me long. Doc Mullins caught her in the hallway.
What's going on?
He asked. Mel leaned close and whispered, I have no fetal heartbeat, no movement, 7 centimeters, and she can't remember when she last felt the baby move. His white brows drew together more and more as Mel spoke. When she was done, he said,
God damn it!
Will you go in there and try, please?
Your ears are a lot better than mine.
Use the doptone and try anyway, please, she asked. I'm going to call John. He's been seeing her. He put his old hand on her shoulder.
You couldn't have done anything.
I know, but please try, Doc, she asked. But she knew he wasn't going to find anything. The fetus had expired in utero. They could try to transport her to Valley Hospital, but as advanced as her labor was, it wouldn't do any good. Wouldn't help the baby. And she would be too far advanced in her labor by the time they got there for an epidural, so they couldn't relieve her from the pain. What Mel was focused on was getting Liz through the labor, get the baby out as quickly as possible. But first, she had to call John. Thankfully, he answered the call immediately, and she explained the situation.
I saw her about 2 weeks ago, John said. We were fine then. Is she preeclamptic?
No. Her blood pressure is okay, and it won't do any good to check her urine with blood present. And I don't want to use a catheter now with so much going on. But I'm saying no, I don't see any edema. She's had a bellyache, can't remember the last fetal movement, and her contractions are coming on like gangbusters. Her uterus is working hard. She was 7 a few minutes ago.
All you can do is get the baby out, John said. Want me to come up?
What can you do? Mel asked.
I can deliver for you, Mel. I hate for you to go through this, being pregnant yourself. It's traumatic.
I can get her through it, she said. But damn.
Yeah, damn,
John said quietly. At least this seems to be moving very quickly, she said before she hung up. Then she immediately called Jack. I need some help over here, she said. Liz is in advanced labor and I can't get her upstairs.
On my way,
he said. Doc came out of the exam room just as Mel was headed there. He was shaking his head sadly. All Mel could think was, oh God, could things get any harder for these kids? If having a baby too young wasn't difficult enough, having a baby that wasn't alive was horrific. Hold it together, she told herself. There's going to be a lot of crying. Hold it together. Someone has to be strong. Someone has to get them through this. Jack's on his way over, she said to Doc. He can carry her upstairs for us. Send him right in, okay? Then she went back into the exam room. Liz, I have to be straight with you. This is going really fast. There isn't going to be time to get you to the hospital. We're going to take you upstairs to the bed. I'll get you through this.
What about that pain shot?
She asked, already sweating profusely. I don't want to slow you down or zone you out, honey. I can give you something when we get situated upstairs.
but let's get on with it. I'll help you with the breathing, and Rick will be here soon." Jack stepped into the room. He was too perceptive for his own good. His expression said he knew that things were not okay, even if he didn't know precisely what was wrong. Mel stepped away from the exam table, and Jack leaned over Liz. "Come on, sweetheart," he said tenderly. "I'm going to take you upstairs." As he lifted her up into his arms, the sheet that covered her slipped away, her bare bottom hanging out. But that was the least of Jack's worries. "Here we go. Nice and easy." He carried her up the stairs to the room in which Mel had attended her very first birth in this town. Liz was writhing and crying as he gently placed her on the clean white sheets. As he pulled his arms out from under her, one of his sleeves was wet with bloody fluid.
"Rick?"
she asked. "On his way, Liz. He'll be here any second."
"I need him with me,"
she cried. "On his way, honey," Jack said. Mel was applying the doptone again, praying for a miracle as she did so, but there was nothing. Nothing but fierce contractions and no life inside. "Doc, stay with Liz for a minute, will you?" "Sure thing," Doc said. He went to her and lifted her hand into his and started to coach her. "Let's try some of those panting breaths, Lizzie," he said. Mel stepped into the hallway with Jack and Connie. Jack was rolling up his soiled sleeve as the front door to Doc's opened, and Rick yelled, "Liz? Mel!" Mel put a hand on Jack's arm, gesturing for him to stay. "Up here, Rick," she called. He came bounding up the stairs, anxious lines etched into his young face. He was all wound up and obviously scared. "Is it too soon?" he asked. Mel took one of Connie's hands, one of Rick's, and said, "Rick, I have something to tell you, and I need you to be stronger than you've ever been. For Liz. You're going to help us get through this." Jack stepped up behind Rick and put strong hands on his shoulders. "The baby, Rick. There's no heartbeat." She didn't bother with medical terminology. To this 17-year-old boy, she said, "He died, Rick." "What?" he asked, confusion wrinkling his brow. "What did you say?" "There's no heartbeat, no movement. Liz is laboring and she's going to deliver him soon, and he's not going to be alive." Connie caught it the first time and began to softly weep, her head down, her shoulders shaking. It took Rick a minute. He shook his head, trying to make it not be so. "Why?" he asked. "How?" "We don't know, Rick. I talked to Dr. Stone just a few minutes ago. Everything was fine when he saw her last. Liz doesn't seem to have any complications. It's been a while since she felt movement. It could have been a few hours, a few days. These things are rare, but it happens, and we're going to have to tell her." "I thought he was just quiet last night. Was he?" Rick asked. "Last night, when I held her, I didn't—" "No," he said, shaking his head. His eyes watered, though he stood straight. "No," he said again. Mel took him into her arms, this big, solid boy, a father too young, a grieving father too soon. He leaned against her, shaking his head, saying, "No, no, no, no," over and over. She thought it might be best if he vented a little first before going to Liz. But then a cry came from the labor room, and he raised his head sharply, as though he heard a gunshot. She could see his brave struggle to try to control his own tears. "She's going to need you so much. It doesn't get any harder than this." "Maybe we shouldn't tell her." "We have to tell her. It's her baby. Can you do this with me? Because I really need your help." "Yeah," he said, sucking back the tears and wiping a sleeve across his nose. "Yeah, I think I can." "Oh, God," he said, briefly losing it. "I did this to her." "No, Rick. This just happened. It's cruel and it's horrible, but it isn't anyone's fault. We have to somehow get through this. What if we hurry up and take her to the hospital? He asked. I'm sorry. It wouldn't help anything. Come on, let's... But maybe you're wrong. You'll never know how much I wish I was wrong. Come with me. She's getting closer and she has to know. She took his hand. You're going to have to be there for her. She pulled him into the room and, as they entered, Doc left, leaving Mel to do her job.
Rick!
Liz cried, reaching for him. She was bathed in sweat, her hair damp and her features twisted. Rick rushed to her and took her into his arms, holding her against him, silent tears running down his cheeks. Liz was gripped by too much pain to wonder what was wrong with him. When the contraction passed, Mel took her hand and said, Liz, Rick and I have to tell you something. Rick lifted his head from her shoulder and looked at her, his expression strong, though his cheeks were wet.
What?
She asked weakly.
What's the matter?
Rick brushed the hair back from her brow and barely whispered, The baby, Liz. He's not okay.
What?
She asked again. Rick looked at Mel imploringly. The baby is no longer alive, Liz, Mel said, struggling against her own tears.
How do you know?
She asked hotly, scooting up in the bed, suddenly alert and frightened.
How do you know that?
There's no heartbeat, sweetheart. There hasn't been. And then she was gripped by another hard contraction. Can't you give her something? Rick asked. Mel put on a pair of gloves so she could check Liz. I'll give her something to take the edge off without slowing her down or blacking her out. But we need to keep this moving, she told them both. Let me have a look, honey. Knees up. That's my girl. There you go. Good. We're getting close. It won't take much longer.
Why?
She asked through sobs.
Why? What happened?
No one knows, baby, Rick was saying. A freak of nature. No one knows.
Oh, God, Rick.
I'm here, baby. I won't leave you. I love you, Liz. I love you so much. We'll get through this.
Can't anybody do anything?
She shrieked. If they could, they would. I'm here, baby. I won't let you go. As they cried together, held each other, through one painful contraction after another, Mel couldn't help but feel tragic pride in these two kids, helping each other through what had to be the most terrible experience anyone can possibly endure, at any age. I'm going to want you to push in a minute, Liz. She went to the door and opened it, finding Doc there, waiting. It's almost time, she said. She's real close to 10 centimeters. Back in the room, she coached Liz and Rick through pushing, an arduous process. Liz was heroic, and between every hard contraction, she sobbed uncontrollably. Then John Stone stepped into the room. I thought you could use some help, he said. I'm right here if you need me. Mel mouthed, thank you, then looked back to the field of birth. John donned gloves, set up clamps and scissors. Liz pushed a couple of times and clung to Rick between contractions. Mel met Rick's eyes a few times and saw that, remarkably, he was holding it together. She briefly thought how like Jack the boy was. His eyes were clear, but his cheeks damp, and he clenched his jaw. But as he lowered his lips to Liz's brow, his expression softened, and he murmured sweetly to her, telling her he was there. He loved her. Mel saw the labia separate and the baby's head crown. He was going to come out quickly. He was premature and smaller than average. The baby's head emerged. Right away she could see the arrested development, the slightly blue tinge, but his skin was intact. This baby had expired perhaps a day ago. Once more, Liz, then it's over. She edged a shoulder out. Mel left the limp, lifeless baby boy on the bed between Liz's legs, while John clamped and cut. Then Mel wrapped the baby in its blanket, lovingly and gently, as if he were alive, his face showing. His eyes were shut, his arms and legs floppy.
"Give him to us," Liz said. "Give him to us."
Mel passed the baby into Liz's arms. Rick and Liz held him, wept over him, their heads together. While Rick's shoulders silently shook, Liz's cries were wrenching. Then Mel watched as they slowly unwrapped him, touched him, examined every inch of him as though she'd presented them with a living baby. Mel's vision blurred with her tears. She felt them on her cheeks. Inside, her own baby kicked. Mel gently massaged Liz's uterus for a few minutes, then the placenta came. As she examined it for completeness, it came to mind that this was where the baby had lived and died. There was no sense to this. When she looked at Liz and Rick, she saw that despite the fact tears ran down their cheeks, they were studying the naked baby, touching him with soft, loving strokes, holding his tiny fingers in their hands. Mel looked down, overcome. John's hand was on her shoulder. He whispered in her ear, "How about I finish up for you here?" She nodded and moved away. Ordinarily, she'd have insisted on completing the cleanup, but the combination of this sudden, intense loss and her own pregnancy put her in a whole different place. She watched as John examined Liz to see if she needed stitches and covered her up. He checked Liz and Rick to make sure they were okay, though neither of them seemed aware of him. Then he dropped an arm around Mel's shoulders and said, "Let's give him a few moments. Come on." He pulled Mel out of the room, and once she was outside, she leaned against him and sobbed. John held her while she cried hard tears. While he held her close, he felt her baby move inside her, and in spite of his desire to be the strong one, his eyes became wet. At long last, she drew a jagged breath and looked up at him. She smiled and wiped some wetness from his cheek. "Thank you for coming." "I couldn't let you go through that alone," John said. "I wasn't alone," she said softly. "I was with two of the strongest, bravest kids I've ever known." Doc transported the baby to Valley Hospital, where an autopsy would be performed. But it wasn't unusual in such situations to find no distinct cause of death. Liz had come through the delivery well, despite the devastating outcome. It took Mel a couple of hours, with John's help, to get everything situated and cleaned up. John gave Liz a sedative, and soon after, she slept. By that time, Doc was back, and Rick was stretched out on the narrow bed beside Liz, holding her in his strong arms. Mel offered Rick a sedative as well. "No," he said stoically. "I'm going to stay awake for Liz. She might need me." It was 10 when John left, and Mel walked across the street to the bar, each foot dragging in depressed misery. When she walked in, she found that not only had Jack stayed, but Paige, Preacher, and Mike were still up, waiting this out for her. Jack stood up from the table. She walked in, looked at them, and shook her head. "Those poor kids," she said. Jack enfolded her in his arms, and for a moment she laid her head against his chest. Then she said, "I'm so cold inside. I need the fire. And a brandy. Just a swallow of brandy, please." He led her over to the fire, and when she sat there, Paige reached for her hand. "Bad?" The baby was gone before she delivered. To anyone else, she might have reported it as very sad. To her intimates, she said, "My heart is in a million pieces. It hurts so bad for them." Jack brought Mel a small snifter of Remy. She lifted it to her lips with a shaky hand and took a sip, then put it back on the table. She pulled her coat tighter around her, her back to the fire. "You never know where you're going to find courage," she said. "My God, those two kids. They clung to each other and got through the worst day of their lives.
At least they're young,
Paige said. Yeah, at least that. Then the room was silent while Mel absorbed the heat of the fire, quietly partaking of half her brandy. Then she said, Jack, I want you to go home and get some rest. I'm going to stay with the kids tonight in case they need me. His back straightened immediately. Mel, Doc can do that, or you could have asked John to stay. Liz is his patient after all. I'm going to stay at Doc's, and I'd like you to go home and try to sleep. Rick's going to need you tomorrow. I'll wait here in case... Please, she said. Let's not argue about this. You must know I won't leave them now. Mel, I've made up my mind, Jack. I'll see you in the morning. Although Preacher offered Jack his bed, or at least the couch in his apartment, Jack did as he was told and went to the cabin. Of course, he didn't sleep. On a night like this, he really needed his wife's belly pressed up against him, feeling his son move around in there, alive. But he understood. Mel was as stubborn as she was strong, and had she gone home with him, she'd have worried about Liz and Rick all night. At 4 a.m, he'd had all he could take. He got out of bed and dressed. He put on his heavy suede jacket and leather gloves and drove back into town. He parked his truck outside of Doc's, right next to Rick's, got out and leaned against the door. He could have let himself into the bar and started coffee, but there was no point in waking the house. Preacher and Paige should be allowed whatever sleep they could manage. This would have deeply affected them as well. Jack stood there, unmindful of the cold, his breath swirling in a steamy cloud above him, until the very first rays of winter sun began to creep over the mountain, more than 2 hours later. He was going to be right there when Mel came out, when she gave up her vigil, and he would get her breakfast and take her home to make sure she got some rest. He spent a lot of time just looking at the ground, wondering how such an unkind thing could happen. When the door to Doc's opened, he lifted his head. It was not Mel, but Rick who stepped out onto the porch. All Jack could think was, what a damned awful way to become a man. Rick just stood there for a moment, then he slowly stepped down from the porch onto the street. He met Jack's eyes, and there was such pain, such loss. Jack stepped toward him and put a hand behind the boy's neck, pulling him onto his shoulder. He heard Rick let go a deep, painful sigh. Jack put his other arm around him, and Rick let it go. He fell against Jack, and the tears began. Yeah, buddy. Get it out. I gotcha. Why couldn't I do anything? Rick asked softly. None of us could, son. It's damned awful. I'm so sorry. Rick cried softly and mournfully, his shoulders shaking while Jack held him. Through all the challenges of this pregnancy, all the sadness surrounding Liz and Rick's situation, and their struggles to get through it like grown-ups, with a little dignity, nothing could have prepared any of them to face this. The boy who had become a man, who stepped up and took responsibility, leaned against Jack, shattered, quietly weeping in the anguish of grief. His heart was shredded, and Jack's was aching as he held him. A single tear traced a path down Jack's stubbled cheek. Chapter 16. Liz stayed 2 nights in Doc's hospital room, Rick with her the entire time. They did a lot of weeping and holding on to each other. Mel spent a good deal of time there trying to comfort. She told them that it was important to remember 2 things: that it was nothing they or anyone else did, and there was no reason to believe that it would ever happen again. It was extremely rare for an intrauterine death not precipitated by eclampsia or another complication of pregnancy, but sadly,
It happened from time to time. Jack and Mel made the arrangements for the burial of Rick and Liz's baby. Liz wanted to take him home to Eureka, where she'd grown up and her grandparents were buried. And then Liz wanted to stay with her mother, who had become much more sensitive to the young couple, given their tragedy. She extended to Rick the invitation that he was welcome as much and as often as he wanted to be there, for his support was desperately needed to get Liz through these dark days. Mel grieved. It was certainly not the first fatality for her, but medicine and midwifery in a small town made your patients your friends, and these young people were very special to her. Jack, not really knowing what to do for his wife, took her to June Hudson's house in Grace Valley, where John and Susan were present with June and Jim and old Doc Hudson. They had a solemn dinner together, talking about their worst moments, their tragic losses. It was far from cheery, but it got Mel through it, remembering that this was the downside of medicine and that she was not alone. During that dinner, Jack had the passing thought that the need for these clinicians to share their war stories was not unlike what soldiers did, what his Marines had done. It was a leveler. It reminded you that everyone had a role in holding one another up, in sharing the victories and the tragedies. Rick took his strength from Jack and Preacher, who watched over him closely, spending long hours at the end of the day talking and giving him the sturdiness of their shoulders, the camaraderie of their shared experiences. These men who had been to war had buried those they loved, young lives cut tragically short. Loss was no stranger to them, and Rick had joined their ranks too soon. The whole town seemed to suffer for Rick and Liz, but it was clear to Paige that Mel's pain was unique. As she grew round with her own baby's birth imminent, a time that should bring her great joy, she was too quiet. Paige was familiar with the story of how Mel came to Virgin River, and just as she was about to flee, an abandoned newborn was found on Doc's porch, and Mel put her own needs aside to stay, to take care of that baby until a home could be found for her. For many weeks and months after Lily Anderson had fostered the baby, Mel had gone to the Anderson ranch to hold her. Their bond was a strong one. So Paige went to the clinic one afternoon and asked Mel to go for a ride with her. She had an errand and didn't want to go alone, she said. She drove up to the Anderson ranch and Mel said, "What are we doing here?" "Good medicine," Paige said. "Come on." Paige put her arm around Mel's shoulders and led her up the porch. When Lily came to the door, Paige said, "Someone needs to hold a living baby." Mel shot her a look, began to shake her head, but Lily reached for her hand and said, "Of course you do," and drew her inside. Little Chloe was sleeping, but that didn't matter to Lily. If there was something Mel needed, there wasn't a person in Virgin River who wouldn't move heaven and earth to help her. Chloe was almost a year old now. Lily lifted her daughter out of the crib and handed her to Mel. Mel held that little life against her, drawing strength from the baby's cuddle, from her sleepy sighs. It wasn't quite the same as holding a newborn, a healthy baby pulled from its mother's womb, but it served its purpose. Lily left Mel alone in the baby's room, and Mel rocked Chloe for a long time, while Paige and Lily had tea in the kitchen. The warmth of life against Mel's chest seemed to give some healing. Inside her, her own baby kicked and squirmed, letting himself be known. For each movement, even the ones that were uncomfortable, she gave grateful thanks. On the way back to town, Mel said, "How did you know to do that?" Paige shrugged. "It hasn't been that long, Mel. It wasn't a full-term baby, but..." For a moment, Mel was shocked, speechless. Then she reached across the front seat and grabbed Paige's hand as she drove. "Oh, Paige, I'm so sorry." "Thanks, Mel, but no, I'm sorry. We were all so focused on how dangerous your husband was. The fact of losing his baby just didn't seem... Oh, God, me, of all people."
That was your baby. Paige, please forgive me. I should have helped with your grief, and instead you're helping with mine.
Paige cast her a sweet smile.
I'm so glad I could help.
As for me, I'm going to get another chance, and the next time, it will be safer and easier, sweeter. Mel squeezed her hand. Have I told you how glad I am you came to town? The first week of February arrived, bringing with it the excavation crew. The second week in February brought 2 baby showers, one in Virgin River at the home of Lily Anderson, and the second one in Grace Valley, hosted by June Hudson and Susan Stone. As February aged and Mel's own time drew near, her step might have become slower, but her eyes were brighter and she glowed. Joe Benson brought the final plans to Virgin River, and Mel sat beside her husband in his truck and watched as the foundations for their house and the one-room guest house were laid out so they could be poured. As she grew heavier by the day, it became obvious she wasn't going to be answering many more, if any, emergency calls with Doc. Mel had no babies due, and while she was in town every day, she came later in the mornings, and her husband was never very far from her side. When Mel and Jack left the bar together at the end of the day, Paige leaned against Preacher and whispered, "I can't wait until we're like that."
Fat? He asked, chuckling.
Fat, full, ready to pop with a new baby. I'm thinking of going off those birth control pills, she said.
Anytime you're ready,
he said, putting his arms around her.
I told you, I'm in all the way.
That's so nice. I'm going to give Christopher his bath while you finish up and close the bar.
I'll be up in a minute,
he said, giving her a loving pat on the rump. It was this time of day that Preacher had come to regard as the magic that made his life work. Every little piece of it. He liked the act of cleaning his kitchen and never failed to feel grateful for all that was his. Had he not been here, working the place for his best friend, he would not have found Paige and Christopher, who had become his son. He locked the door and went upstairs to Christopher's bedroom and, finding him already in bed, waiting with his book, Preacher sat on the bed beside him. Chris crept closer, climbing up on his lap and touching the pictures in the book while Preacher softly read. Before long, the little guy slept, and Preacher was able to kiss him, tuck him in, and turn off the lights. In his own room, he found Paige in front of the bathroom mirror brushing out her hair. She wore her pajama top, which came to her thighs. He came up behind her and moved her hair over one shoulder to kiss her neck, running his big hand up her thigh to her hip, finding, much to his liking, that she was naked under there. It wasn't as though she had to be psychic to anticipate him. He wanted her all the time. She wanted him to want her, and she let him know. His hands crept higher under the shirt until he held one breast in each hand. She leaned her head back against him and hummed in pleasure. He pulled his hands out and slowly began unbuttoning her top, watching himself and her in the mirror. Her right arm came up, reaching behind herself to his shoulder, and curled her hand behind his neck. Her top unbuttoned and hanging open, he slipped one hand inside to cup her breast while his other fell over her soft pubic mound. And he looked at their reflection. Her head turned, she rested against his chest with her eyes closed, one arm lifted high above her head to embrace him, the other resting lightly atop the arm that had captured her breast. He never dared hope for this, that he would be half of a couple, a handsome, erotic, loving, and perfect couple. And something surprised him. He didn't look scary at all. He looked like a man in love, a man holding his woman with sure, strong, and gentle hands, and his woman leaning into his embrace, filled with desire for him, her lips parted slightly in a soft sigh, sighs that would soon become powerful as she gave herself over to him completely. Within her adoring, he had flourished. Preacher had no idea he could be like this. So sexual, so confident, so deeply in love. He leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "Baby, I'm going to make you feel so good." "I know, John," she whispered. "I know." The night that Mike Valenzuela lay in bed and listened to Jack toss and turn after the loss of Liz and Rick's baby, he knew it was time. And yet, time for what? He had no interest in going back to L.A., though his family was due a visit. There was nowhere else in Virgin River to stay, but 3 months in the same small space with Mel and Jack was already too much, though you'd never know they felt a strain. That night he knew. They had to have their home back. That had provoked thought, which stimulated ideas. He'd come so far. His right arm was stronger, his shoulder pained him less. His hand had a decent grip. He couldn't cast with the right arm yet, but he saw hope for that because he could now shoot a pistol with his right hand as long as he gave it an assist with his left. Added to that, he had perfected his left arm aim with both the rifle and the pistol. He could easily keep up with Jack, who was a decorated sharpshooter. This was the place for him, he realized, without much surprise. He didn't know what he'd do here, but it didn't really matter, because he could retire if he wanted to. He had his disability, his pension, and it cost nothing to live here. Until something changed in his head, he wanted this easy life in a small, uncomplicated town. By the time Jack was ready to frame his house in early summer, his right arm and shoulder would be strong enough to help. He'd add to the menu at Jack's with his own fish. He'd help around town where needed. He'd live as Jack and Preacher had lived, at the center of a town that appreciated their good works and loyal friendship. Now, when he stood in front of the mirror, stripped to the waist, he saw a muscled chest, shoulders, arms. His right side was still smaller than his left around the shoulder and biceps, but it had come a long way and was barely noticeable. Sit-ups were easy. He had his six-pack back. It was easier to pee, thanks to a round of antibiotics prescribed by Mel. But that other thing, it might be gone for good. He'd had 2 false alarms, waking up with a good pee hard. He'd gripped it like a drowning man, filled with hope. But nothing. It just went back down, like the docile memory it had become. He was afraid to hope, but being a man, he held out for a miracle. So, Mike drove to Eureka, where he bought an RV. His new home. It was his goal to be free and clear of the cabin before the baby came, so that Jack and Mel could have their life back. He could park it anywhere he was needed. Behind the bar, out at Mel's cabin, even on the property on which Jack was going to build. When he drove it into town, towing his SUV behind, he pulled it right up to the front of the bar. It was the end of the workday, dinner time. Preacher and Paige would be cooking, Rick would be working, Jack and Mel would be having that after-work drink with Doc. Friends and neighbors would be gathering soon. He extended the bedroom and living room walls with the pop-outs and pressed the switch for the awnings for the full effect. Once these walls were pushed out, the bedroom and living room became comfortably large. Then he honked the horn, bringing everyone out on the porch. He jumped out, sans cane for weeks now, and stood in front of the RV, leaning against it. Mel was the first one out, Jack close on her heels. "My new apartment," Mike said. What? Mel stammered. He reached out his left hand to help her descend the porch steps. When she was down, he dropped an arm around her shoulders. "I wanted to get out of the cabin before the baby. It's time to put that nursery together, and I'll help do that." "But where are you going?" she asked, looking up at him with eyes that had suddenly grown moist. I'm not going anywhere, sweetheart. I love it here. But I need my own house. More important, you need your own house."
And when he said that, she fell against him and wept.
"Aw,"
he said, putting his good arm around her.
"I hope those are glad tears."
She lifted her head and looked up at him.
"I didn't want us to lose you,"
she whispered. She wiped impatiently at her eyes.
"God, I'm sorry. You have no idea what it's like to be this pregnant. My emotions are like a landslide."
"No, I'm honored, Mel. You guys, you've been everything to me these last few months. I started thinking I'm well enough to go home, then realized that this feels like home."
She hugged him tightly around the waist.
"I'm so happy to hear you say that."
"Want a tour?"
"Of course. Jack," she said, "get Preacher, Paige, and Rick."
When Rick came out on the porch, his face split in a huge grin, and it filled Mike up inside. Rick had been coming along real well since his loss, but the goofy kid the Marines had all come to think of as a little brother had been replaced by a somber and quiet young man.
"What the heck?" Rick asked. "My new digs. What do you think?"
"I think that's awesome," he said, jumping off the porch to join the tour. They combed through the RV, admiring the accoutrements. Full kitchen with a nearly full-size refrigerator, freezer, washer and dryer, roomy bedroom with a queen-sized bed, large closet that occupied a whole wall, large bathroom with a 2-person shower, TVs in both the bedroom and living room with roving satellite reception, plenty of cupboard and closet space for a bachelor, and storage compartments underneath. Before long, there were a number of people trailing dirt through the new RV. Connie and Ron, Doc, Hope McCree, the Bristols, and Carpenters. Christopher loved the big bed, tucked back in the end of the RV.
"Where are you going to park this thing?"
Preacher asked.
"I don't know. Probably out at Jack and Mel's, till I get a better idea. I could always park out there behind the bar, near the tree line, where the boys all sit when they come to town to fish. Or I might even look around for land. But not yet. For right now, I'm just going to hang out, near my friends."
Over dinner, they talked about the baby's room, the spackle, paint, and papering Mel wanted done. Mike told them he planned to clear out of his room in the morning and then wanted to help get that room set up for the baby. He'd take Mel to Ukiah, where there was a Home Depot to pick out what she wanted. And, he told them, after that room was set, he was going to drive down to LA to see his folks, brothers and sisters, so he could be back when Mel delivered.
"I figure to be one of the many uncles, so this is where I should be when it's time."
"This is where you should be," she said, covering his hand with both of hers. 4 days later, Mel stood in the doorway of the second bedroom of that little cabin and looked at a room painted yellow, trimmed in blue, papered with tiny hand and foot imprints. A white crib and bureau changing table stood ready to catch the next Sheridan, and all the little blankets, onesies, outfits, socks, and miscellany had been laundered and lovingly folded away. While she was admiring the room, Jack came into the cabin carrying the most beautiful rocking chair. It seemed to match the cradle given to her by Sam. She ran a hand along the edges and arms. She couldn't wait to rock their baby in this chair. The first week in March, Paige received a check for $120,000. The balance left after the sale of a $3 million home, the liquidation of 401ks, and modest liquid cash, minus debts and fees.
"I almost can't touch it," she told Preacher.
Preacher stared at the number and thought how pathetic that a man who managed to earn enough to live in a small mansion put pre-tax dollars toward retirement and smoke or shoot a lot of white powder could have a net worth so low. Probably the white powder.
"Put it aside for a while, but don't lose track of it,"
he said.
"After the shock settles, I can help you find some kind of trust for Chris. You really don't need it."
"I hate even having it.
All I wanted from that marriage since the honeymoon was out.
I understand that. But someday you'll be practical and see how you can make something good out of it. Use it to help your kids or something.
She handed it to him. You keep track of it then. If I ever get over this, we can make a decision. It wasn't long after that conversation that it happened. What they'd been trying to prepare themselves for, but which was inevitable. Wes Lassiter was released from his jail sentence. The district attorney called and reported that he'd returned to Los Angeles to begin his required Addicts Anonymous meetings, probation reports, and community service. But the community service hadn't been selected and approved by the court. The probation meetings hadn't begun, and AA wasn't likely to cooperate with anyone inquiring about whether he was turning up for meetings.
Well, watch closely, Preacher said. It'll be neighborhood watch around here, don't you worry. This is one nosy town.
But Paige got tears in her eyes, ran to their bedroom, and cried. When Rick came in for work, Preacher was leaning on his work counter, staring down at nothing.
Hey, Rick said. Where's the little guy?
Nap, Preacher said shortly. Rick's head lifted, listening. Paige's sobbing could be heard, though muffled.
Everything okay? Rick asked. It'll be fine,
Preacher said. When Rick got into the bar, he found Jack behind the counter with his clipboard, marking things off, and Mike up at the bar giving him some grief about his unwillingness to let Preacher put inventories and receipts on the computer. He walked up next to Jack.
Something's wrong in the kitchen, he said. Preacher's pissed off and Paige is crying. You can hear her. Like maybe they had a big fight or something.
Jack and Mike exchanged glances briefly, then got up and went to the kitchen. They'd also been counting the days. Rick followed.
What's up, man?
Jack asked Preacher. Preacher kept his voice low.
He's out. They say he went back to L.A., but there's no way to check. Paige is scared, upset. I'm not sure what to do.
Get ready for anything, Jack said.
Isn't that what we were trained to do? Yeah, but there's Chris. We gotta be so careful how we do that. I don't want him scared, you know? And I don't want him thinking it's about his dad.
We can work with that, Jack said.
We won't keep a loaded gun under the bar or anything. If there was a robbery the next town over, we could carry sidearms for a while, till it looked like things are cool. Sidearms around here, not even interesting. Chris, he should stick real close, because there was a robbery the next town over. Huh?
Preacher was shaking his head.
I don't want him scared.
I know, Mike said. But a little nervous is better than a little abducted. We need to play it smart, Preach.
I think Paige is going crazy right now,
Preacher said.
You should go in there,
Jack said, giving his chin a jut in the direction of Preacher's quarters.
Tell her we're going to keep a gun or two, but there won't ever be one set down where a kid could touch it. We'll do that till it feels better around here, right? How long's that, you think?
I don't know, Jack said.
I could do it a year without feeling the strain. Can you cook with a sidearm? Just because there was some trouble the next town over?
He was shaking his head again, but not in denial so much as frustration.
I was going to go to L.A. for a week to see the family, but I can stay, Mike said. I can see them later. No, go, Preacher said quickly. Maybe you have a contact or two that can tell us if he's there, doing what he was ordered to do. That might help.
I can check that out, Mike said.
I'll make it a quick trip, see if I can find out anything. How's that? Good, Preacher said. Thanks. I'll wear a gun around the bar, Rick said,
when all three men swiveled their heads toward him, frowning. He said,
What? I'm licensed to carry. Why wouldn't I get in this?
No, Jack said.
You'll be sorry when I'm caught without a gun.
Nothing like that's gonna happen, Mike said calmly.
He's not going to storm the bar and get himself shot. If he does anything, he's probably going to call Paige, try to convince her he's a changed man, see if he can work a deal with her to get that order of protection lifted, maybe take a new look at custody. His type is manipulative. He attacked her once, Preacher said. Right here in the street. So, defense makes sense. And watching him makes sense. But remember, that was before he was risking a long-term prison sentence. He's a badass, but he's a smart, manipulative badass. Let's see if he went home. The house is gone, Preacher said. Sold. Well, Jesus, finding him could be a challenge, but anybody can be found. Preach, Jack said. Go to Paige, tell her we're on board. We'll do everything we can to keep her and Chris safe. Best case scenario, we get the message he's doing his chores in L.A., trying to get his life back, and we can move on. But we don't quit early, huh? Tell her that. We don't quit early. Yeah, Preacher said. Yeah. Getting used to seeing Jack wearing a gun behind the bar was not easy for Mel. She had adjusted to the fact that everyone in Virgin River owned guns out of necessity. They had livestock issues, wildlife concerns. Those guns in the racks of pickup trucks were loaded. Children were educated in gun safety early. But where she'd come from in L.A., people with guns were either law enforcement or dangerous. Paige was understandably upset when she'd learned her ex-husband was released from jail. But a week later, and a phone call from Mike in L.A. saying Wes seemed to be making his probation and community service arrangements put her more at ease. It gave her hope that maybe all this precaution could just be an exercise. In the meantime, Mel's baby was lowering and her back was aching. She was a small woman for such a load, and the pressure could be intense. The back pain came and went for a few days. Sometimes, if she took a break and lay down for a while, it would go away. She knew she was getting close. You're starting to look like you should stop working, Doc said. I'm starting to look like I'm going to give birth to a whole football team, she returned. What am I going to do with myself if I don't come into work? Sit out at the cabin all day and watch fuzzy TV? Rest up, he said. You're going to wish you had. You know, I'm only wishing for one thing right now. My mouth waters at the thought of that stupid epidural. How about a little gin? After you wax me, you can go home and take a nap. Sounds good to me. She got out the cards, but before they could deal, a patient came in. Doc stood up to see who had come in the front door, Mel behind him. Carrie Bristol had her hand under the elbow of her 13-year-old daughter, Jody, while Jody was gripping her tummy. Bad tummy ache, Carrie said. Let's have a look, Doc invited, preceding them down the hall and standing aside so they could enter the exam room ahead of him. A few minutes later, he called Mel to the exam room. I have a possible positive appy, he said, meaning inflamed appendix. Oh, Mel said. She went into the room and looked down at Jody's squinting eyes. Bad, huh? Fever, vomiting, pain, Doc said. You tapped the soles of her feet? Mel asked. If that technique jarred the appendix painfully, it was a sign. Of course. Start an IV for me, will ya? I think we'll take her. Do you have to operate? Carrie asked. How can you be sure? You know what? We often aren't, Mel said. In fact, surgeons remove a fair number of healthy appendixes simply because to err on the side of surgery is safer than to err on the side of a rupture. If there's time at the hospital and her appendix isn't too hot, they'll do a few blood tests to see if her white count is elevated. That's a sign it needs to come out. But Jody's symptoms are strong. It's better to just hurry and go. Let the surgeon decide. Mel got out her IV setup and started a line. Before long, they were ready to put her on the gurney. Want me to go? Hell no, Doc said. Carrie can ride in the back with her. I don't need a delivery along the way. We'd be going in the right direction, Mel put in. Just close up the office, go home, take a nap.
Well, at least you're not going in the back of a pickup. Take the Hummer, she told him.
Right. Let's go. Carrie, you help me with the gurney. Melinda is ready to whelp.
Mel walked outside with them and gave Jody's hand a pat. You're going to be fine. She stood on Doc's porch for a few minutes after they were gone. She noticed Cheryl Cretin weaving around the side of a boarded-up church, an unmistakable bottle in her hand. Mel ran a hand over her belly and silently vowed that after the baby came, she'd find a way to get that woman some help. That she wasn't a patient was irrelevant. She was a human being in need. When Mel saw a need, she went to work on it. The breeze picked up and became a brisk wind, and the sky was darkening. A few heavy drops fell on the street in front of her, and she thought about how much she'd enjoy a heavy rain on a lazy afternoon. It took Mel only a couple of minutes to decide Doc was probably right. She should take the rest of the day off. Her back was killing her. A hot shower and nap sounded fine. She went over to the bar and hopped up on a stool. "Hello, gorgeous," Jack said, leaning across the bar to put a brief kiss on her lips. "How are you feeling?" "Huge," she answered. "How are things around here?" "Calm, quiet, nice." "Can I have a ginger ale, please?" "Coming up. What's going on with you?" "Doc took a patient to Valley Hospital in the Hummer. Possible appendicitis. So I'm going to take the afternoon off. Can I borrow your truck? Can you get Rick or Preacher to run you home later?" "I think that can be arranged. Want me to take a break and drive you home?" he asked. "That's sweet, but I like having the truck. I hate being stuck out there without wheels. If you need it, I can scrounge around for Doc's keys." "Nah, take it. I'd rather have you in my truck." She took a sip of her ginger ale and lifted her eyes toward the ceiling as there was a loud crack of thunder. "I think I'm going to have a hot shower, put on my flannel nightie, and let the rain on the roof rock me to sleep." "I can come wake you up a little later," he said. "I'll rub your back." "It's driving me crazy," she said, pressing a hand against the small of her back. "This kid must be sitting on my spine when he's not dancing on my kidneys." Jack held both her hands across the bar. "I know this has been rough lately, Mel. Pretty soon he'll be here and you can start to feel better." She smiled prettily into his eyes. "You know I wouldn't trade this for anything." "It's the greatest thing anyone has ever done for me," he said. "I love you so much." He came around the bar, fishing his keys out of his pocket. He walked her out onto the porch. She took a deep breath. "Smell that air? Don't you love the smell of rain? It's going to bring us flowers." He kissed the top of her head. "I'll see you in a few hours. See if you can get some sleep. I know you don't sleep through the night." She gave him a pat on the butt and went down the porch stairs to his truck. She waved as she cut a wide U-turn and drove out of town. Her back started to really throb as the wind along the road picked up steam and was blowing hard, whipping the branches wildly against the truck. Then there were several bright flashes of lightning, and the rain pelted the windshield with gale force. She was within a quarter mile of the cabin when a sharp pain ripped across the front of her abdomen, and when she pressed her hand there, she felt the rock-hard tightening of her uterus. And she thought, "Shit! You dummy! Who let you be a midwife? You're in labor, back labor, all day long, and some of yesterday, too." Right in front of her in the road lay a pine, obviously cut down by a lightning strike, and she was too late to stop. Swerving, she at least didn't hit it head-on, but she ran the left front bumper into it and caused the right front wheel of the truck to veer off the shoulder. Distracted by the contraction, she'd almost had an accident. Make that worse accident. At least the airbag hadn't deployed. That could have been bad, given her advanced pregnancy. She'd go back to Jack, go to the hospital. She put the truck in reverse and the tires spun. She tried again and again, rocking the truck. And now, she thought, I have made a real mess of things. Why didn't I stay at the bar 10 more minutes?
time enough for this first really good contraction to kick in. She had no option but to walk the rest of the way to the cabin and call Jack. It wasn't far. She wasn't going to drop this little acrobat on the ground. But, she thought, I am going to be very, very wet. And I'm having a baby a little sooner than I thought. Chapter 17. Mel had to climb over the thick trunk of the tree, heavy with branches, which was a challenge, belly and all. She had her medical bag, the collar of her coat pulled up high. It was necessary to lean into the wind, bending a bit as she pushed forward. She hadn't gone far when another contraction seized her. Whoa, she thought. The last one wasn't long ago. But first baby, there was lots of time. She was no doubt going to labor for hours, then have to push more than an hour. Don't panic, there's plenty of time. But she hated the thought of trying to get back to a vehicle over that tree trunk. Well, she thought, he'll just have to carry me. Good that I picked me a big, strong man. On the porch of her cabin, it happened again. Another contraction. She counted. It was nice and long. Little doubt, this was it. When she got inside, she went immediately to the phone before taking off her boots or coat. She lifted the cordless and punched some numbers, then listened. No ring went through. She disconnected and listened. No dial tone. Oh, crap, she thought. Now it would be okay to cry, she told herself. She started to snivel a little bit, trying to calculate in her mind where she might be in her labor in a few hours, when it finally occurred to Jack to hitch a ride home. She flicked the light switch. Nothing. Okay, it was definitely okay to cry, she thought. No electricity, no phone, no doctor. Only one idiot midwife on the premises. And baby coming. Coming. Mel sat down at her kitchen table, her hand on her abdomen, and tried to collect herself. She took several deep, calming breaths. There was nothing to do but get ready, in case the baby came at home. She was dripping wet from the rain. She'd attempt to check her dilation, which could be a challenge given the big bulge in the way. But first, she'd find a way to protect her mattress, gather some towels and blankets, basin or pan, medical bag by the bed. She'd take a quick shower, if she could get her boots off. That always proved harder than she thought, and before she had the second one off, the next contraction came. She found a couple of plastic trash bags. She stripped off the bottom sheet on the bed and spread them across the mattress. Over the plastic, she smoothed out a couple of towels, then replaced the fitted sheet. A couple more towels on top of the sheet. She pulled extra pillows out of the closet to prop herself up. She gathered up the candles from the kitchen, living room, bedroom, and set them on her dresser and bedside table. Oh, she hoped she didn't have to deliver herself by candlelight. In the middle of all this, she was hit again. Big one. She had to sit on the edge of the bed for a few moments to get through it. Then she got the baby blankets and more towels and put them by the bed. Finally set up, she headed for the shower. She started the water so it would get hot, stripped off her wet clothes, kicking them aside, washed her hands thoroughly, and waited rather impatiently for another contraction to come and go. When it had, she squatted, legs apart. She held on to the bathroom sink with one hand to keep balance. Slipping one hand under her belly, she slid her fingers into her birth canal, reaching. This was the best she could do. She pushed gently, reaching. This was a damn difficult maneuver. 1, 2, 3 fingers, and some room. God, already 7+. She was cooked. She knew at that moment she wasn't going anywhere. She pulled out her hand, and with it came a gush of amniotic fluid, spilling between her legs onto the floor. Okay, no shower. She tossed some towels onto the floor to sop up the spill, then tried to dry herself off. If she were attending someone else in birth, she'd have the mother walking, squatting, rocking her hips side to side, using gravity to assist that baby downward and out. But this was a different ballgame. She wanted some company, at least Jack and preferably John Stone or Doc. Her flannel granny gown would be a poor choice for a labor garment, so she chose one of Jack's oversized t-shirts. She pulled the shirt up around her breasts, got into bed atop a couple of thick, soft terry towels, covered her belly with the sheet, and hoped to keep back the labor for a while. Long enough for someone to see that truck up against the tree. Long enough for someone to try phoning her and discover the lines were down. She pulled the fetoscope out of her bag and listened, very gratefully, to the baby's strong and regular heartbeat. Thank God Jack was a worrywart. It might come in handy for once. She felt another contraction and looked at her watch. 2 minutes long. She waited. Less than 3 minutes later, another, and with every one, more amniotic fluid was being pushed out. Another couple of minutes. Oh, Jesus. This boy was going to come barreling out of her. Jack tried to call Mel, just to be sure she made it back to the cabin without incident, because the storm had really picked up right after she left. But there was no answer. Maybe it took her a little longer, given the rain. He tried again 10 minutes later, but there was still no answer. "She pick up yet?" Rick asked. "Not yet. She said she wanted to go home and take a shower, get into bed. She's probably in the shower." It was nearing the dinner hour, and there were a couple of people in the bar. Jack brought them drinks, then went back to the phone. No answer. "Could she have turned the phone off?" Preacher asked him. "Probably. To keep me from calling her every 10 minutes to ask her how she's doing." Paige was getting rolls ready to put in the oven. She laughed at him. "Jack, she'd call you if she needed you." "I know," he said. But he dialed. Nothing. A little while later, he was pacing. "You think she could be sleeping through the phone ringing?" Preacher asked. "I'd be surprised if she actually slept," Jack said. "Her back is killing her." "I hope she isn't having back labor," Paige said rather absently. "I had a lot of that with Christopher. It's awful." "She'd know if she was in labor," Jack said. "Yeah, I suppose, but I didn't," Paige said. "Not until it moved around to the front, and by then, I was pretty far dilated." Jack threw a look at Preacher, at Rick, a stricken look. How long ago had she left? A half hour? Hour? "Okay, we're out of here," Jack said. "Come on, Rick, let's do it." "It'll be okay, Jack," Paige said. "I know," he said. But as he said it, he was rushing for his coat and flying out the back door. Rick on his heels. Jack went to the driver's side of Rick's little truck because he couldn't ride. He was too wound up, too worried. Rick went along with this, knowing better than to argue with the guy now. He tossed him the keys, and Jack started the truck, threw it into gear, and tore out of town before Rick's door was closed. It was a long 10 minutes to the cabin, and through it all, Rick kept trying to talk him down. "She knows what she's doing," he said. "You don't have to worry about Mel. She'd call." Jack said nothing. He flew down the road, taking those sharp turns real tight and fast. Rick felt his own panic rising, after what he'd just been through. He tried not to let it show. "You know everything's gonna be—" Rick was cut off mid-sentence as Jack screeched to a stop beside his own truck, the left front of which was rammed into a fallen tree. "God," he said, jumping out of Rick's little truck and running to his own. "Mel!" he yelled, opening the driver's door. Finding the cab empty, he looked for blood, for her bag. Neither was evident, so he took off at a dead run, bounding over the huge tree and racing toward the cabin. He blew into the house and slipped on the wood floor, nearly falling on his ass, his boots and clothes dripping wet from the rain and muck. "Mel!" he called. "Jack!" she called back, her voice small and strained. He saw a soft glow coming from the bedroom and went toward it. She was propped against the pillows in the bed, sheet drawn over her. "It's happening," she said. He rushed to her side and knelt. "I'll take you now. Take you to the hospital." "Too late," she said. "I can't take the ride now. I'm too far into this.
But you can get John. See if he can come. She grunted against a contraction, grabbing Jack's hand. Phone's out, she said. Go back to town, call John, tell him my water broke and I'm at 8. Can you remember that? Got it. He ran back to Rick and repeated the message, and then the boy was gone. Jack ran back to Mel and took her hand. Tell me what to do, he said. The contraction passed and she let out her breath. Okay, listen to me. Mop up your mess before you kill yourself slipping in a puddle. Get some dry clothes on, see if you can get a little more light in here, and then we'll see where we are. It's going to be a while. Maybe John will make it. Whew, she said, leaning back. I don't know when I've ever been happier to see you. Her face took on a look of pain and she began to breathe short and shallow, panting, while he stood looking down at her, helpless. When she recovered, she said, Jack, do what I told you to do. Yeah, he said. Right. He started by going for a towel in the bathroom to wipe up the puddles he dragged in, and there he found her clothes, hastily discarded, panties a little bloody, and wet towels left in a pile on the floor. He kicked everything aside, clearing a path in the bathroom. He opted for the kitchen mop, cleaning up the trail of water that went from the front door to the bedroom. He left his boots by the front door. Hurrying, he pulled off his jeans and shirt, adding them to the pile of wet towels and clothes, put on fresh, dry clothes and socks, and went again to her bedside. Do we have any more candles? She asked him. Not that I know about. How about flashlights? Yeah, I have a couple of those. Get the strongest one. If he starts to come before John gets here, I might be able to hold the light for you. For me? Jack, there are only 2 of us here. One of us is going to push him out. One of us is going to catch him. Which job do you want? Oh, he said, going for the flashlight. He took it back to her and demonstrated its strength by shining it right in her eyes. She winced and he turned it off. She rubbed her eyes. Oh, brother. Maybe you should push him out. I'm calmer. Yeah, I vote for you, she said. He knelt with one knee on the floor beside her bed. Melinda, how can you be sarcastic right now? You know, you own a bar and you don't keep alcohol at home, she said, breathless. I could have had a shot. It sometimes slows labor. We'll have some on hand for the next one. You keep talking like that's going to happen, she said. How ridiculous. I think my record speaks for itself. But Mel, I just want to make them, not deliver them. I hear you, buddy, she said, and then was gripped by another contraction. She tried to pant through it, but they were getting tougher, longer, and closer together. She looked at her watch. Oh, man, she said, breathless. This is going to turn me into a much more sympathetic midwife. Yee! What should I do? He asked. Pull up a chair, or something. All we do now is labor. Jack went to the nursery and got the rocker, bringing it to her bedside and sitting up on the edge, leaning toward her. Did you hit the tree? He asked her, picking up a towel from the bed and wiping it gently across her sweating brow. A little bit. I had a contraction, the first really good one, and it distracted me. And there it was, right in the road. So that didn't make you go into labor? No, I suspect I've been in labor all day and didn't realize. It was all in my back, killing me. That's why I'm here. That's what Paige said happened to her. God bless her, huh? She said, grabbing her middle and going with another one. It seemed to go on forever. Finally, she relaxed against the pillows again, closed her eyes, and caught her breath. Oh, man, this is harder than it looks. At least he's off my back. God, I wish I could do this for you. That makes 2 of us. She closed her eyes for a moment. 2 minutes later, she was seized by another one. She panted through it. Jack went to the bathroom and wet a washcloth, going back to her to wipe her brow and neck. That's nice, she said. You have to wait for John, he said. I'm doing the best I can, Jack. He held her hand and wiped her brow through several more contractions, murmuring, It's okay, baby. It's okay. And then she snapped. I know it's okay. Stop saying that.
Oh, he had heard about this. When you're doing whatever you can, but she hates you anyway.
Sorry, she said. That's transition talking.
Transition? He repeated.
It's getting closer.
When the next one passed, she said,
Okay, something is a little different. I think he's moving down. I feel like in a minute...
Before she could finish her sentence, she was nearly lifted off the bed by the urge to bear down. She seemed to catch herself, stop herself by panting. 2 minutes is a long, long time when you're going through that. When you're watching someone go through that. When it passed, she collapsed back on the pillows and had trouble catching her breath.
Jack,
she said breathlessly.
You're going to have to take a look. Get the flashlight and shine it right on my pelvic floor. See if the birth canal is opening. Tell me if you see him coming.
How will I know what to look for? He asked. She narrowed her eyes at him. It has hair, she said in a very snotty tone. Okay, don't get pissy. I don't do this for a living. She lifted her knees and spread them while Jack held the flashlight on her. Whoa, he said. He looked over her knees at her face. He looked a little bit pale.
Show me how much, like this,
she said, showing him a circle with her thumb and forefinger. He responded by showing her a circle larger than hers.
Oh boy,
she said. He turned off the flashlight. Melinda, I want you to wait for John.
I am sick to death of being told to wait for John, she said meanly. Jack, listen to me. I'm having this baby. Period. And you're gonna pay attention and help. Got that?
Oh, Melinda. She grabbed his wrist and dug her nails into him.
Do you think this is my first choice?
He thought briefly about suggesting again that she try to hold off, but he knew he was not in the driver's seat here. Plus, he was resisting the urge to look at his wrist to see if she'd drawn blood. It was going to be impossible to get her to listen to reason. He'd always been good at following orders. He'd do that again. Gotcha, he said.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Spread out a blanket at the foot of the bed, down there. A small blanket for the baby. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. In my bag here, get out 2 clamps and a pair of scissors. The suction bulb. We're gonna need a basin for the placenta. A large bowl or saucepan will do. Then go into the bathroom, roll up your sleeves, and scrub your hands up to the elbows with soap, lots of soap, and the hottest water you can stand. Dry with a clean towel. When you get back, done with that, there's gonna be a bigger circle, okay?
Okay. He opened the bag. He had to hold up a couple of things before she confirmed he had a clamp. The suction bulb was a complete mystery. As this process was going on, she reared up again and with a loud and very primal grunt was bearing down. She held onto her thighs and pushed until her face was red. He took the flashlight on instinct, shining it on her pelvic floor. Oh, Christ, he thought. That circle of hair that was his son's head was indeed getting larger. He supposed there was no point in telling her to stop that. How much time do we have? He asked. Go! Wash! Don't screw around! Done, he said. But it was awful, standing at the sink sudsing himself while she was in the bedroom groaning and grunting and pushing his baby out of her. He wanted to yell at her to stop that, but he knew it would only piss her off. When he got back to the bed, he reached for the flashlight and she yelled, No! Don't touch that! Pick it up with a clean towel. Hand it to me. He looked around, and upon locating the towels up by her pillow, he took one and passed the flashlight to her. She struggled to sit up a bit and held the flashlight, pointing it down. Holy shit, Mel, he said. She thought she knew what that meant. She collapsed back on the pillows and looked at her watch. It had been almost an hour and a half since Rick lit out of here. Where the hell was John?
He's coming, Jack,
she said weakly, collapsing against the pillows. He took the flashlight from her with the towel and said, Give me that. He propped it on a rolled-up towel so that it shone on the field of birth and said, Okay, now you can think about one thing.
Giving birth?
She asked. 2 things, he amended. Giving birth and telling me what to do. On the next contraction, she pulled herself up, grabbing her thighs, and the baby's head, crowning, grew larger. Holy shit, Jack said again. 3 more pushes and the baby's whole head emerged. Oh my God, he said. Jack, look for a cord around the baby's neck. It's purple and ropey. Ah, she said, struggling against another contraction. Use your index finger to see if you can feel anything around the baby's neck. Ah! Right at that moment, the front door slammed open with a bang. John! Jack yelled. John, come on! John, soaked and coming into the bedroom at a pace far too leisurely for Jack's tastes, appeared. Jack started to stand and John said, Get back in there, man. He peered into the field. Good. You feel for a cord? Yeah, but what the hell do I know? John let his coat fall off his shoulders. He grabbed the flashlight and brought it in closer. Nice, he said. Jack, get your hands in there. She's gonna bring 'em out. Be ready. Are you out of your fucking mind? Jack asked, really at the end of his tether with this business. You're there, Jack. Now. He looked over Mel's raised knees. Little push, Mel, John said. Mel gave a grunt and a shove, and the baby came sliding out, neat as pie. Hold him face down, your hand on his chest, and rub his back, John said. Before Jack had even accomplished that, the baby was crying. Ah, good, John said. John spread a blanket on Mel's abdomen. Good work. Put him down right here. Let's get him dried off and wrapped nice and warm. Jack's hands were shaking as he did so, wiping the muck of birth from his son's little body. Mel was straining up to see him, her fingers reaching toward him to touch him. For a moment, Jack was paralyzed, transfixed. Before he could close the blanket around him, he stared at him in sheer wonder. His son. Brought right out of his wife's body. Naked, covered with muck, squalling, and the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. His little arms and legs were flailing, his mouth open in a wail. He was so tiny, Jack was thinking, when John said, Jesus, Melinda, he's big. Where were you keeping him? Oh, Mel said, that feels so much better. John was finally in the ballgame, gently massaging Mel's uterus. What a woman, he said. No stitches necessary. He applied the clamps to the cord, handed Jack the scissors, and told him where to cut. Jack, finally numbed by an event in which he'd felt entirely helpless, did as he was told, freeing the baby from his moorings. Good work, John said. Let Mel have her baby, Jack. I'll wash and help with the cleanup. John disappeared into the bathroom while Jack lovingly lifted the baby. Mel was tugging at her t-shirt as Jack was handing her the baby. She held the baby's cheek against her warm breast, running her fingers over his perfect head. The baby stopped crying and appeared to be looking around. Mel glanced up at Jack and gave him a little smile. Come on, little guy, she cooed, serene, totally focused on her son. Do your job here. Stanch the bleeding. Bring out the placenta. She pinched her nipple to fit the baby's mouth, trying to entice him with it. Jack felt a river of emotion run through him. He didn't know if he was about to burst into song or faint. He dropped to his knees to be closer and watched Mel tickle the baby's mouth and cheek with her nipple, and then the baby turned his head instinctively and clamped on, took hold, suckled. And Mel said, Oh my, you're very good at this. Then she looked at Jack, who knelt by the bed, dazed. She smiled weakly and said, Thank you, darling. He leaned closer to her, his face next to his son's head. My God, Melinda, he said in a breath. What the hell did we just do? An hour later, the lights came on and Preacher was on Jack's front porch, looking for information. John had helped clean Mel up and wash the baby,
helped Jack get clean sheets on the bed, and was ready to leave them. "There's no point in taking them out in this weather," John said. "They're in good shape. You need a sedative, man?" he asked Jack, laughing. "I could use one, yeah. Got a good single malt in that bag there?" "Wouldn't that be convenient?" He slapped a hand on Jack's back and said, "You did a good job, buddy. I'm proud of you." "Yeah? What choice did I have? It was all her. Show Uncle Preach the baby. I'm going home. And I think you have, tons of laundry to do." "Tons," Jack laughed. Jack carried the baby to the living room and let Preacher have a peek. "You deliver him?" Preacher asked. "It wasn't my idea," Jack said. Preacher grinned hugely. "Looks like you did okay." "I'm not looking to do it again, however," Jack said. But he smiled. "Where's Paige? Chris?" "Rick's standing guard," Preacher said, "wearing my sidearm. He's a little too happy about it." "Yeah? Well, you better get back there. Disarm him." Jack put the baby back in the cradle next to Mel, whose face had resumed those soft, beautiful lines that had been there prior to her hard work. He went around the house collecting clothes, towels, sheets. He laundered, he cleaned, he set the house back in order. At 9 o'clock, there was a soft knock at the door, and he opened it to find Preacher had returned. He lifted a bottle. "John said you might need a sedative," he said. "Yeah. Come on in. Be real quiet." Jack found a couple of glasses, and Preacher tipped the bottle over them. Then he lifted his glass, Jack lifted his, and Preacher whispered, "Congratulations, Dad." Jack threw back the shot, and when he brought back his head, his eyes were misting over. "My wife," he said in a whisper. "You have no idea the strength that took. She was amazing. I watched her face. She went to a place of power I've never been. And then, when I handed her the baby, when she put my son against her breast," he took another swallow. "When she nursed my son, she was in another place. There was such peace and love. God," he said. "Yeah," Preacher said. "That was God." Preacher opened his arms and gave the man a huge hug, patting his back. "I've never seen anything like that in my life," Jack whispered. Preacher clamped strong hands on Jack's upper arms, giving him a little shake. "I'm real happy for you, man." And then he left, Jack quietly closing the door behind him. At midnight, Jack blew out most of the candles and sat in the rocker by her bed, by his bed. He lifted the baby to Mel at 2 a.m. and watched, mesmerized, as she nursed him for a few minutes on each side, burped him, and handed him back to Jack with sleepy instructions to change him, which he did. At 5 a.m., he repeated the process of lifting his crying son to his mother's arms, again watching as she breastfed him, again changing him and cleaning him up. He held him and rocked him for an hour before putting him back in his cradle. At 8 a.m, it happened again, a feeding and changing, and Jack had not taken so much as a nap. He had watched every rise and fall of his son's chest, each breath, frequently reaching out to gently touch his perfect little head. At 9 a.m, he heard the sound of saws and he went to the front porch. He couldn't see that far down the road because of the fallen tree, but he knew what was happening. Preacher was having the road cleared. At noon, Mel got out of bed. He was astonished by the fact that she sat up, put her feet on the floor, stood up, and stretched. "Ah," she said. "I think I'll have a shower." "Are you all right?" he asked. "I feel so much better." She put her hands in the small of her back. "My back doesn't hurt anymore." She walked into his arms, hugged him close, and said, "Thank you, Jack. I couldn't have done it without you." "Yeah, I think you could have." He looked down at the length of her. "What's the matter?" "After seeing what you did last night, I can't believe you can stand." She laughed softly. Amazing, isn't it? The way a woman's body can open up and deliver a child that size. You don't realize it yet, but that was a very wonderful experience you had. Delivering your own child. He kissed her brow. What makes you think I don't realize it? She touched his face. Have you slept? I can't, he said, shaking his head. I'm still too wired. Well, maybe you do realize it. I'm going to get cleaned up a little, then I have things for you to do. What things? He asked. I did my laundry. She laughed at him. Jack, we haven't eaten anything, and you have phone calls to make. You have to go into town. I heard saws. You think your truck will be pulled out by now? It's sitting in front of the cabin. She shook her head. This place. The way people just act on instinct without being asked. Okay, I'm starving. I'm going to clean up. When she got out of the shower, he had a bowl of hot soup waiting for her. You sure you'll be all right here by yourself? He asked her. I can take it from here, cowboy, she said, diving into her soup. Jack hurried through his phone calls while Paige and Preacher packed up a nice takeout for him. A scrumptious stew, bread, some sandwiches, fruit, and pie. He quickly foraged for some groceries from the kitchen. Eggs, cheese, milk, juice. Jack couldn't be away from them for long. He hurried back to the cabin. He found Mel and the baby napping, so he stoked the fire and leaned back on the couch, his feet stretched out in front of him on the chest that served as a coffee table. A kind of mellowness had settled over him, almost like having had a tranquilizer. He thought he might be visiting heaven, it was so sweet. A couple of hours later, he felt her fingers threading through his hair and he opened his eyes. She was sitting on the couch beside him, holding the baby. Has he eaten? Jack asked. And eaten, and eaten, and eaten. Give him to me, he said, reaching out for his baby. He kissed his head. God, he said, I still can't believe it. You know how I feel? Like I've never been happy before in my life because this is just so much bigger than the happiest I've ever been. He touched her cheek. No one's ever done anything this great for me, Melinda. That's good to know, Jack, she said with a laugh. Kiss me, he said, leaning toward her. She obliged him, covering his lips in a deep and loving kiss. Did you make your phone calls? Uh-huh. Joey's coming, but I hope you don't mind. I asked her to give us a few days. I want to be here with you, alone for a little while. That's fine. Till you come down to earth. How about things at the bar? Aren't you needed there for Paige? Ron and Bruce are taking turns, hanging around. Am I going to come down to earth? It doesn't feel like it's going to happen. It's going to happen, she said. But I hope not right away. I really like you like this. All sweet and overwhelmed. I like me like this too. After school, Rick went to Mel's cabin instead of to work. He tapped softly at the door and it was opened by Mel. She smiled sweetly. You okay? He asked. I'm wonderful, she said in a whisper. She put a finger to her lips and reached for his hand, drawing him inside. Be very quiet, she whispered. Come here. She led him into the living room. Jack was asleep on the couch, his feet up on the trunk. She gestured to the chair. Give me your jacket and sit, she said. He shrugged out of it, handing it to her, and did as he was told while Mel left the room. She was back in seconds, carrying the little bundle. She took the baby to Rick and put him in his arms. Then she went down on one knee, very nimbly for a woman in her condition, and put her arm around Rick's shoulders, her face near his face. Rick held the new life, Jack's son, and admired the handsome round head, the little pink heart-shaped mouth. The baby squirmed a little in his arms, making precious little noises. Jack opened his eyes but didn't move.
He looked the short distance across the small room and saw Rick holding the baby and Mel holding Rick. There was a slight glistening on Rick's cheek. "This is how it's supposed to be," Rick whispered. "This is how it will be," Mel whispered back. She pressed a soft kiss to Rick's cheek. "All in good time." Then she went to the couch and curled up next to Jack. His arm lifted automatically to bring her close against him, and they remained like that, the four of them, for almost an hour. Chapter 18. Mike Valenzuela had a friend in parole and probation, a man he'd used as a source of information when he was in the gangs unit. It was an excellent way of keeping tabs on gang members who'd been released from prison and were back on the street, with parole obligations. Even though he was no longer on the job, it was still a simple matter to ask questions about someone meeting probation requirements. Mike had been a highly respected officer. He was trusted. "He's making his weekly appointments, bringing in his chits for attending daily meetings at AA," Mike told Paige and Preacher. "He's working 2 nights a week in a soup kitchen and trying to get his old job back." "Soup kitchen?" Paige asked. She shook her head. "Hard to imagine." "This will be easier for you to imagine. He's already trying to get his community service commitment bumped down and his probation appointments dropped from weekly to monthly. And he's living with a woman he met in treatment." "Oh, God," Paige said. "Bree said something like that might happen." "It's predictable, in fact," Mike said. "They discourage any kind of involvement during the first year of sobriety. Involvement with anybody, but especially another addict. Yet it happens all the time. Paige, it's impossible to believe he's forgotten about you, but his focus seems to be on lightening his sentencing burden right now. And maybe a new woman." "He hasn't called or anything," she said. "You thought he might." "I did," Mike said. "If his mission was still custody or having you reconsider the relationship, I would have expected a call before anything else. The reason being, a phone call could really annoy the judge. But if he sets foot in Virgin River to harass or threaten you in any way, he'll serve time. It's a pretty good deterrent, especially to a man who's been in jail. It ain't pretty in there." "You think we can relax?" she asked. "Just a little, maybe. Try to be alert. I think he'll turn up again someday. Guys like him, they nurse grudges, rarely abandon obsessions, and I don't believe they change. But he's pretty busy right now. It could be 10 years before you have to deal with him again." Preacher put his arm around her, pulling her close against him. "Just the same, will you check sometimes?" "Absolutely," Mike promised. "Every week." Preacher would have expected Paige to be at least somewhat relieved. There was no question Mike had delivered good news. But he found her to be sullen, maybe a little depressed. When the day was at a close, their special time together, and he pulled her against him, he lifted her chin and asked, "Why aren't you a little bit happy? Is it because you can't trust him? Wes?" "Oh, I can't. We can't. But it's the idea that I might never be really free of him. And I brought this into your life. Insanity and trouble. Maybe even danger. Oh, John, what a bad deal you got with me." He smiled at her, touched her lips with his. "You can't believe for 1 second that's how I feel, Paige. I don't care if you have an army of loaded Huns on your tail. The day you and Chris came into my life, that was the biggest miracle of my life. I wouldn't trade you for anything." She tightened her arms around him. "Do you know you're the sweetest man who ever lived?" He laughed at her. "See, that's the thing. Until you, I was just a fisherman and a cook. Look at me now." He grinned at her. "Now I'm not only the sweetest man alive, I'm like the world's greatest lover." That was the beauty of John. He could turn her mood that fast by simply speaking his mind. If there was one thing she understood about him, he said what he felt. "You think so, huh?" she asked, smiling back at him. Well, let's see if I'm getting any better. How about that, huh?
Joey had been the first to arrive when the baby, David, was only 5 days old. Then Grandpa Sam, who tried very hard not to impose, but found that he couldn't stay away. Mike, still parked out by Mel and Jack's, took the sofa in the RV and gave Sam his bed. Then, one at a time, Jack's sisters and a few nieces. Day after day, nearly every resident of Virgin River paid a call, bringing a covered dish or cake or plate of cookies. Weeks of visiting and celebrating seemed to pass quickly. The only member of Jack's family who hadn't yet arrived was Bree, who was in the middle of one of the biggest trials of her young career, a rape trial that had become a media circus. May brought a bright sun and flowers, and deer in the yard, and a baby who was held so often he barely needed the sheets changed in the cradle. Jack was starting to wonder if other women had had babies before Mel because he had never seen a transformation quite as startling, quite as distracting. She dropped a lot of that baby fat quickly, thanks to the miracle diet of breastfeeding. The first thing to happen, her beautiful face returned to its former oval shape with high cheekbones, and she glowed with happiness. Everything about her seemed brighter. Although she complained that she had a long way to go to regain her figure, from his perspective, she'd never been sexier. He worshipped her body, especially after helping her deliver their son. Her belly slowly flattened out, and her breasts were full and high. Her laugh was quick and contagious, and when she held and nursed his son, she seemed to shine as though there was a light within her. To Jack, she was a vision. He was dead in love. Jack was dying. He was splitting a lot more logs and trying to avoid seeing Mel in the shower. She was having a terrible effect on him. Without that baby between them, he found himself longing for the days when he would swoop her off her feet up into his arms, bear her quickly to the bed, and fall on her, hungry, starving, and have her meet that hunger with her own, which was impressive. He found himself fantasizing about being a little wilder, ready to revisit that heat and power they had in the beginning, before she began to swell with little David, before he felt he had to protect her from the strength of his desire. When he kissed her these days, when she opened her mouth under his and let his tongue inside, he would groan with such depth that she knew, and she would whisper against his lips, "Soon, Jack, very soon." Not nearly soon enough was all he could think. It had turned him selfish and impatient. Then Bree's trial ended and she arrived. She needed a rest to recover from the trial that had gone badly for her. She needed to bond with her brother, sister-in-law, and new nephew. While Jack was always happy to see his sister, especially to see her recovering very well from a difficult and disappointing trial and regaining her own former confidence in life since her divorce, the one thought that came to his mind was, now it's going to be at least another week. Bree found that life had changed in her brother's little cabin in many ways. Mel and Jack were keeping the baby next to their bed, and in the night and in the early mornings, she could hear him stir, fuss, and then the soft murmurings of her brother and sister-in-law. She should have known that Jack would be awake for every feeding, often getting up with David, changing him, taking him back to the bed to Mel. Another new development was that RV in the clearing. In the pre-dawn hours, she would stealthily sneak out of the cabin and sit in one of the Adirondack chairs on the porch, and listen to the soft melody of the Spanish guitar that came from the open window across the yard. He didn't know she was there, that she listened, that the music stirred her. His right hand was still a little tentative as he pressed down against the strings, but with his left, he plucked and strummed with skill. He stopped often to start over. She imagined that once his strength was completely restored, his guitar music must be nothing short of magnificent. Sometimes she would lean back, close her eyes, and imagine that he played for her. Mike. She'd first met him years before in Sacramento during Jack's last leave before he left for Iraq. Jack's final assignment. Bree was newly married then. She had seen him again at Mel and Jack's wedding. They almost qualified as old friends. His name was really Miguel. She knew that. Although born in the U.S., he had managed to stay close to his cultural roots, the romance of his country. You could hear it in the music, that sexy Spanish guitar. It had been more than 6 months since Brad had walked out on her. Soon, she would be ready for a little attention from a man. But she would be more careful this time. She wasn't going to get hooked up to another man who lacked the power of commitment. Bree knew all about Mike. He'd been around Jack a long time, and he was a consummate flirt. He probably fancied himself the great Latin lover. She had heard he'd been through 2 wives and 100 girlfriends. Small wonder. He was handsome and sexy. They probably fell at his feet. She would enjoy the music and the fantasy. The man was clearly poison. Bree was having a wonderful visit. With baby in tow, she and Mel drove around the Redwoods, went to Grace Valley to see their friends, shopped in the coastal towns, visited with the locals. Mel handled the baby with such ease, wearing him in a sling around her body. And when she felt like a break, she would lengthen the straps on that baby carrier so that they fit Jack just right and pass his son to him. People in Virgin River were getting accustomed to being served a drink by a man with a baby slung around him. On a typical dinner hour at the bar, Mel left Bree and Mike at the table and handed off her son to her husband so she could visit the powder room. Every time she passed David to Jack, his eyes would grow soft and warm, filled with love and pride as he took the baby. And then, as he watched his wife walk away from him, another expression would creep into his features. The angle of his gaze lowered to her butt, and there was tension in his jaw. "My brother," Bree said to Mike one day as they sat companionably together in the bar. "I never thought I'd see him like this. With a wife and son, he seems beyond happy. Though, every once in a while, I think I see a worried look on his face. Maybe he's just overwhelmed by responsibility." "I'm not sure that's what you're seeing," Mike said, having just watched Jack's face. "I have 4 married brothers. Men talk." "What do they talk about?" she asked. Instead of answering, he asked, "How old is David now?" "Almost 6 weeks. Why?" He smiled and covered Bree's hand. "Why don't you come fishing with me tomorrow? You can borrow Mel's gear and her waders. We could stay out on the river for hours." She pulled her hand out from under his. "Oh, thanks, but Mel and I were going to—" "You could tell Mel and Jack that you're going to be out on the river for hours," he said. "Hours." "But," he rolled his eyes. "Bree, you'd have a good time. I guarantee it." She leaned closer. "Listen, Mike, understand something. I'm here to see Mel and Jack and the baby, not to—" He glanced at the bar and saw that Mel was back, retrieving the baby. "We should get away from them for a few hours. Believe me, I wasn't thinking about us. I was thinking about them." She glanced over her shoulder at her brother and sister-in-law. They kissed, just briefly over the baby's head. She glanced back at Mike. "You think?" "I've seen that look before. If you go fishing with me tomorrow, you're not going to see that look on your brother's face after you get back. Most of those tense lines will be gone. I'm pretty sure of this." "What if I don't much like fishing?" she said. "Just say you're going fishing. We'll think of something else to do. Something that takes hours." She leaned close to him. "Will you bring the guitar?" she whispered. She was answered by a look of shocked surprise. When Mel came back to the table, Bree said, "Mel, would you be terribly disappointed if I went fishing with Mike tomorrow? If I borrowed your gear?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "That's okay. Gee, I didn't know you liked to fish." "Well, I'm going to get a free lesson," she said. "If you don't mind. We'll be gone most of the day." "That's okay," she said. "You about ready to head home?"
Sure, Bree said. What time, Mike? How about 10? I'll get Preacher to pack us a lunch. When the women left, Mike wandered up to the bar. How about a coffee? He asked Jack. You got it, he said, pouring a mug. Preacher brought a crate of glasses out of the kitchen and slipped them under the bar. Hey, Preach, can I get a favor? Mike asked. What do you need, buddy? I'm gonna take Bree out to the river tomorrow. Little fishing. Can I get you to pack us a lunch? Something nice so she thinks I'm debonair. Maybe put a bottle of good wine in the basket. Sure, Preacher said, grinning. Jack picked up a glass and used a dish towel to wipe out any water spots. You thinking of messing with my little sister? He asked. Because she's been through a tough time and doesn't need... No, Jack, he laughed. I'm not messing with anyone, trust me. But I figured if I kept her busy for a few hours, maybe you could mess with the baby's mother. Jack's eyes narrowed. Mike sipped from his mug. I'll keep her out there through nap time, he said. Maybe a couple of nap times. Jack leaned closer to Mike. You'd better not screw around with my little sister. Remember, I know you and your ways with women, and this is my sister we're talking about. Mike laughed. You think I'm looking to get shot again? Buddy, all that's in the past, I promise you. I'll treat Bree as a sister. You have nothing to worry about. In the past, huh? And what brought that on? 3 bullets. He drank a little of his coffee, left the mug on the bar, and stuck his head in the kitchen. Preach, he called. I'll be by to get my lunch at about 10 tomorrow, okay? Jack found it strange that he felt even less confident about winning his wife's affection now than he had back when he'd been pursuing her. He greatly regretted that he hadn't said anything to her about the fact that they could have some time alone together, a major tactical miscalculation. He should have gotten an answer from her because he dreaded going out to the cabin, lusty, all steamed up, only to have her tell him it was too soon, that she wasn't ready. But he'd said nothing, opting for a more romantic approach, surprising her in the middle of the day, wooing her, seducing her. She had also known that Bree would be out with Mike for most of the day, and Mel was not shy. She could have suggested they take advantage of the opportunity, and she hadn't. How does a guy know when his wife is ready for sex right after having a baby? He knew the postpartum bleeding had long since stopped because he was the guy who threw the daily trash into the back of his truck to take into town to pitch in the dumpster. Those little peri pads had dwindled and disappeared, replaced by more of the neat little disposable diaper bundles. And Mel's movements had gone from slow to spry. She had stopped complaining about soreness, and there were no more bathtub soaks as of at least 3 weeks ago. The closer he got to the cabin, the more thought he gave this adventure. She was having her appointment with John Stone in less than a week to be sure everything was all right after the birth. She was undoubtedly waiting for that. When he got there, he found her finishing up with David's bath in the kitchen. Well, well, she said, smiling. I don't often see you in the middle of the morning. It's real quiet at the bar, he said idly. When I'm finished here, I have to feed David and put him down, she said. And then she cooed and smiled and made faces at the baby, consumed by his needs. Then I'll get to you, she said. Again, she had her face in David's, kissing him, making funny little noises at him. Jack went out onto the porch. He sat on the steps and hung his head. He felt like a brute, like a horny bull who was about to steal the milk out of his baby's mouth. This was no way to claim your conjugal rights, by jumping on the first opportunity you saw to take advantage of your own wife. He took a deep breath and lectured himself. Have a cup of coffee with your woman, he said to himself. Spend a little time with her, talk to her, work into the conversation in a soft and gentlemanly manner that you can't wait for her to be ready to take you into her bed again. In that meaningful way. Ask her if she was waiting for an all-clear from her doctor, and for God's sake, take it slow. Give her all the time she needs. Everything will be better that way.
Being too hot to handle wasn't going to win any points now. She had a baby to think about. "What are you doing out there?" He turned to see her standing in the cabin door, wearing only his shirt. His heart was going to explode. He took in her full chest, her slim legs. "You don't even have your boots off. I could have sworn you showed up to get reacquainted with your wife's body." He swallowed. "Is that going to happen?" he asked tentatively, hopefully. "Not a moment too soon," she said, and she turned and walked back into the house. His boots were off on the porch, his shirt was off in the living room, his pants were down and kicked away in the bedroom doorway. Mel lay back on the bed, barely covered by his shirt. She began to slowly unbutton it, starting at the top. "Easy boy," he told himself. "You'd better find out what you're dealing with." She did just have a baby. He lay down beside her, brought her against him, and, kissing her, holding her, he asked, "Are you okay with this? You're sure?" "Jack, I'll never be exactly as I was before the baby. My body has changed." "You're kidding me, right? Your body is amazing to me. After what you did, I'm almost envious, in a weird way. I worship this body." She laughed at him. "You know the last 2 or 3 months? Yeah. All the things we would have done if we hadn't been so incredibly pregnant? If we hadn't just had a baby? Yeah. Can you please do all those things to me now? One at a time, until you're almost dead from exhaustion. Please?" "Oh, yeah." She opened the shirt to reveal her naked body, the sight of which he drank in greedily. She was fuller, rounder, so lush. There was a new richness to her shape that blew his mind. "Get started, big boy. I am insane. I want you so bad. Melinda," he said, filling his hands with her sweet body. "Have I told you how much I like being married to you? Shh. Just show me." Mike hadn't asked that the wine be packed in the picnic to get Bree relaxed or talking. He just thought it would be a nice touch, since he was pretty sure they wouldn't be fishing. And he was right about that. Instead, they drove through a redwood grove and down to the lower, more shallow end of the river, where the bank was wide and peppered with large rocks. He spread a blanket against a huge boulder near the river's edge under the canopy of tall trees. And there wasn't much to do on a picnic besides talk, and, at her insistence, attempt the guitar. His music was so rusty, he hated subjecting her to it, but she seemed not to notice as many mistakes. She leaned back against the boulder and closed her eyes, her lips curved in a half smile, listening to him play. In years gone by, Mike would have had her down on the blanket by now, but those were years gone by. It was hard to imagine this tiny, young-looking woman as one of the toughest prosecutors in the Sacramento Valley. She was a little thing in slim jeans and moccasins, a light blue chambray shirt tied at the waist. Her hair was loose, a thick light brown mane that fell down her back almost to her waist. She had the most flawless ivory skin that would feel like silk under a man's hands. As he played, she let her warm brown eyes drift closed, her rosy lips tilted in appreciation. Bree shivered in the breeze, and Mike put aside the guitar. He went back to the car and got his jacket out of the back seat. He took it to her, spreading it over her shoulders, and watched, his eyes warming, as she pulled it tighter around her. Then he saw her sniff the collar, and he grew weak. He did not think of her as a sister. "Judging by your music, the arm is almost fully recovered," she said. "Almost back," he said, sitting on the blanket again. "I think I'm going to recover 100%, or damn close." "And everything else is healed, right?" "Not everything." He surprised himself by saying,
Every once in a while, I have trouble getting the right word, and I worry about my brain. But I notice that more than anyone else, so I could be overreacting. And I was shot in the groin. Bad spot."
"Oh," she said. He could tell she didn't want to ask.
"Nothing life-threatening,"
he said. Nothing for you to worry about, he wanted to add. You don't have to go to Jack and ask if they shot it off. "And you're thinking of staying here?"
"Why not?"
he said with a shrug.
"My friends are here. It's quiet and peaceful. There's no pressure."
He laughed a little.
"I've had enough of that. I've lived in your world, where I was on the job. I worked with a lot of DAs. You're what, 30, 31? And locking people up for a living?"
"As many as possible. And I'm 30. 30 and already married and divorced."
"Hey, that's not exactly a scar in your face, Bree. The way Jack tells it, it didn't have anything to do with you."
"How does Jack tell it?" she asked him. Mike looked down. Blunder number 2, he thought. First, the shot to the groin, then the divorce tales. He raised his eyes.
"Jack said that Brad wanted the divorce, that you were devastated."
"Brad cheated on me with my best friend," she said. "He left me and moved in with her, and I pay him alimony. Her husband pays her alimony and child support. I gave him a big check for his half of the house, and you know what he said? He said, 'Bree, I hope we can be friends.'" She gave a little laugh that carried all the weight of her anger.
"Adios,"
he said.
"I'm so sorry that happened. Tú no mereces esto. You don't deserve that," he translated.
"But what is it with some men?" she asked him angrily. "Why would a guy do something like that?" He laughed ruefully.
"At least I never did that,"
he said, mostly to himself. And then he wondered how he had managed to escape that indiscretion. "I'm sure you have a multitude of things to be forgiven for," she said.
"You know what, Bree? I made so many mistakes, I can't even count them. And I know better than to think I'll ever be forgiven. If I made 1,000,000 mistakes, I had at least that many excuses. Brad might end up like me, really sorry, and really too late."
"Cops," she said with some disgust. "You guys."
"Aw, come on. It's not just cops. Although, I'll grant you, a lot of guys with slick uniforms and a gun can make it with the girls pretty easy. But if that's the kind of guy he turned out to be, you're better off."
"Are your ex-wives better off without you?"
"You have no idea,"
he answered with an embarrassed shake of his head. "Small comfort," she said.
"Bree, you're beautiful and brilliant and strong. A man who would cheat on someone like you just flat-ass doesn't deserve you."
He reached out and covered her hand with his.
"You are too valuable, Bree, to be stuck with a man like that."
She pulled her hand out from under his. "And what did you do to screw up your marriages?"
"I was completely irresponsible," he said. "I knew how to be a lover, not how to love. Men take such a long time to become men, I think. Women have it easier. You at least grow up before you're old."
"You think you've finally grown up, huh?"
"Possibly,"
he said with a shrug.
"Nearly getting killed tends to get your attention."
"What if you could start over? What would you change?"
He thought for a moment. "For starters, I wouldn't marry so fast. Not until I found the right woman. The kind of feeling that leaves no doubt. Jack did it right. He avoided commitment until the real thing came along. So did Preacher, although I'm not sure he did that on purpose. It's obvious they found that lifetime thing, that forever thing, though it didn't come to either of them early. Or easily. I didn't wait for that. I prowled and hunted, but I think the hunt was more important to me than what I would catch."
He lifted his dark brows.
"I admit I was stupid. Oh, Mia, you don't know what I'd give to start over."
He leaned toward her and said,
"If I had a woman like you in my life, I think I would know what I had." She laughed at him.
Good God, you're so obvious. You're coming on to me. Some habits die so hard, he thought. But he was close enough to smell her sweet perfume, and it addled his brain a little bit.
Dios, no. I wouldn't dare. I'm admiring you, that's all.
Well, you can stop admiring me. I'm never getting within 100 miles of another one of you.
Another one of me?
You've been through 2 wives and 1,000,000 other women. Not exactly a good resume, Mike.
He leaned back on his hands and smiled at her. For a little while, I thought you liked me.
She lifted her eyebrows. I'm not about to be tricked by a flirtatious man.
He shrugged. If you are, it will be kept in confidence, Bree, he said, smiling at her.
This is a beautiful place, she said. Why are there no fishermen?
It's too shallow here for the bigger fish. This is where the young people come to be alone, he said. Down here where the grass is soft, the trees tall, and there are a few large boulders to hide behind. The river whispers past them while they whisper to each other. That old rock you're leaning against, it has seen some delicious things.
The most delicious thing it's going to see today is Preacher's lunch, she said. But she smiled when she said it.
Thank God, he said, teasing. I admit I was pretty worried. I wondered if I gave you wine and music and you began to seduce me, how would I...
Get out of it? She asked, amused.
Not exactly, Mija, he grinned. How would I keep Jack from killing me?
Don't take this the wrong way, Mike. It's not personal. But Jack isn't in charge of what I do. He thinks he is, but he's not.
Big brothers, Mike said. Very annoying people. Then he sobered and said, I am sorry about the divorce, Bree, and the trial. I don't know many of the details, but Jack said it was a terrible experience for you.
Worse than terrible, she said. She pulled her hair out of the collar of his jacket and shook it down her back, looking upward. He found himself hoping a few strands would remain when he reclaimed it. There are a lot of scary people out there to put away, some worse than others. It was a hard one to lose, one of the biggest trials of my career, a serial rapist. And I lost. He walked, and he's guilty as hell. That's not going to happen to me again.
What went wrong?
My witnesses, my victims ran like rabbits. I can't prove it, but I suspected he threatened them. If I ever get another crack at him, I'm going to put him away for life. But that kind of criminal just pulls a territorial. He's going to get out of town. It's what they do.
It took a lot of strength to take that on, he said in admiration. You're amazing.
He stood up and put out his hand to her.
You're welcome to come back in a little while and break my heart, Mija, he said. But right now, let's go back to town. Let's grab a cup of coffee and give the lovers another hour together.
Breaking a few hearts interests me, she said, putting her hand in his to stand. But when they were both standing, she didn't pull her hand away. He should have let go and stooped to gather up their blanket, but he didn't want to release her hand, small and soft, but strong in his. He smiled at her.
I think the last time I had this feeling come over me when a girl held my hand, I was 13. You'll be good at it, I think. Breaking hearts.
Still, she didn't pull away, didn't break the spell. It was he who finally let go, stooping to close up their basket, pick up the blanket. He handed her the folded blanket.
Thank you for today, Bree.
It was a nice day, she said, her smile genuine. You didn't seem to have any trouble finding the right word. And, Mike thought, there are no words for what I'm starting to feel. Paige walked out of the bar's back door with a plastic garbage bag in her hand, tied off tightly so as not to let a whiff of garbage escape to tempt the wildlife. She went across the wide dirt yard where she, John, Jack, and often Rick liked to park their vehicles. The dumpster sat under a big old tree and was used by everyone on the street, not just the bar. She lifted the heavy lid, but before she could toss the bag in, her wrist was grabbed in a vice-like grip and she was pulled around to the side, out of sight of the bar or the street. The garbage bag dropped to the ground and she felt something hard and cold under her chin. She gasped, staring into the lethal eyes of her ex-husband, the business end of a rifle lifting her chin. "You made this easy," Wes Lassiter said, his voice low and dangerous. "I thought I'd have to go in after you. We have two choices. You can come with me right now, nice and quiet, or we can walk back in through that door, do a little shooting in the right places, and get my son."
"Wes," she whispered. "God, no."
"You did this to me, Paige. You could always find a way to provoke me, to make me crazy. You sent me to fucking prison."
"Please,"
she begged softly.
"Anything."
"Go ahead, Paige. Try me. It's just you right now. Or the three of us, and him out of the picture." She blinked once, tears squeezing out of her eyes and running down her cheeks. Instead of praying John would hear and come, she prayed he wouldn't. If it was just her, Christopher would be all right. John would never let anything happen to him, would raise him right. She let herself be led to an old truck that sat behind the dumpster. He pushed her in through the driver's door, slipping in next to her.
"Wes,"
she said, her voice shaking, tears running down her cheeks.
"You're just going to make this so much worse. Not just for me, but for you."
He turned to look at her. His eyes narrowed, but even so, she could see that his pupils were pinpoints. He was high. He laughed cruelly. "I don't think so, Paige," he said. "I'm finally going to get out of this mess." He started the truck, cut a U-turn behind the dumpster, and drove in the opposite direction of the bar rather than past it. Paige strained but didn't see a single person on the street, no one on their porches. And no one saw her as far as she could tell. She knew better than to try to reason with him. This surpassed any nightmare of her life. She knew that John wouldn't let very much time pass before looking out the kitchen's back door to see that bag of trash lying there, abandoned. She made up her mind. She would throw herself from the truck and, if she survived it, she'd run. But not until they were farther away from town. Not until John had time to see something was terribly wrong and could protect himself and Christopher. Wes didn't speak. The rifle lay across his lap, and he sat forward in the truck, gripping the steering wheel. That tense jaw and the narrowed eyes that she remembered too well bore down on the road as they trundled along. The shocks on the truck were bad, the seat hard, bouncing her around. They were driving down the mountain, heading in the direction of Highway 101, which could take them to any of the local cities where they bought supplies. Garberville, Fortuna, or Eureka. Or even as far south as LA if he kept going. They only passed a few vehicles and none that she recognized. After 10 minutes of a silent drive, he exited at Alder Point and went back up the mountain in the direction of Virgin River. This road could take them not through Virgin River, but around it. At least she knew roughly where she was. In a sudden and desperate move, she grabbed at the handle on the door and furiously tried to open it. She looked around for a lock, pushing on the door at the same time, but it wouldn't give. She popped the little button on the door next to the window, up, and down, moving the handle, pushing. Nothing. Her upper arm was gripped hard, and she turned her watering, terrified eyes toward Wes. He scowled blackly, then his frown dissolved into a mean grin. "Jammed, Paige. How stupid do you think I am?" She swallowed hard and asked,
"Do you plan to leave our son without a mother?"
"Absolutely," he said with a terrifying calm. "But not until I'm sure I'm leaving him without a potential stepfather."
"God,"
she whispered weakly.
"Why, Wes? John hasn't done anything to you."
"No?" he asked. "Only took my family away from me. Got my family to turn against me."
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"No, that's not what happened, Wes. I ran from you."
"Sure you did, Paige. And if it wasn't for that guy, you'd still be running. Running and running. And I would find you and find you. But what you did, ending it forever and sending me to fucking prison, that was his doing. We both know you don't have the guts for that." He turned his head toward her and grinned meanly. "He'll come after you. You know he will."
"I'm bait,"
she thought. Nothing but bait. "I wouldn't mind a piece of that other one either," he said. "Sheridan." Something came over Paige. It seemed to rise within her from her core. You don't have the guts for that. The thought that this dangerous lunatic would ruthlessly, without conscience, hurt John and his own son sizzled inside her like boiling oil. Her fear slowly gave way to rage.
"You're going to burn in hell,"
she whispered. But he couldn't hear her above the noise of the old pickup. When Bree and Mike walked into the bar, it was deserted, but they could hear Preacher in the kitchen, and even muffled, his voice sounded riled up. Mike walked back to the kitchen to find him pacing with the phone in his hand, talking faster than Mike could ever remember. Preacher never said much, and when he did, it was measured and slow. Not so now. Before he could get a grasp of what Preacher was saying, he heard, "Mike's back. Come on then. Right now." Preacher hung up the phone and looked at Mike. "Something's wrong. Something's happened. Paige. She took out some trash and she's gone. It's lying out there on the ground by the dumpster and she didn't come back in. I've got Chris sleeping upstairs and can't leave. I called Jack. He's coming back to town." "Did you call Connie? Doc's?" "Yeah, she's not there." "How long ago?" Mike asked. 15 minutes or less. I would have looked outside sooner, but I was rolling dough and thought maybe she'd slip by me and just went to our room. I gotta go down the street, see if she's around." "Yeah, okay. I'll go too," Mike said. "Bree will stay here. Stay with Chris." "It's wrong," Preacher said, shaking his head. "This is all wrong. She doesn't do things like this. She always says where she's going. She's real careful." Mike and Bree connected eyes. Bree frowned. "Go check with the neighbors." She slipped a hand inside her purse and pulled out a wallet. She opened it and withdrew a business card and lifted the phone off the hook. Preacher was out the back door fast. "What are you thinking?" Mike asked. She leveled her steady gaze on him. "That it's wrong, like he said. Go on and hurry back. Maybe you can get one of the neighbors to help you knock on doors. I'll make a couple of calls, see if I can learn anything." Mike went the other direction, back to his SUV. He unlocked the glove box and pulled out his revolver, just to be ready. He hooked it on his belt and caught up with Preacher down the street. By the time they got down to Joy's house and the Carpenters, they had 2 women who were willing to do the door knocking so they could go back to the bar. "Be sure to ask, everywhere you go, if any strange vehicles have been seen. If any unusual noises were heard," Mike instructed. Just as they returned, Jack was getting out of his truck, followed by Mel with the baby bundled against her. Rick pulled up behind the bar, reporting to work after school. They all walked in together to find Bree standing behind the bar, a very unhappy look on her face. "Okay," she said. "The ADA is contacting the sheriff and local police in the larger towns. Someone is going to try to locate Lassiter in LA, see if he can be found. I've reported Paige missing.
Maybe this can be cleared up with a few phone calls. Meanwhile, let's see if we can find her around here." Preacher's face fell. "Oh, Jesus," he said in a breath. "He did this. I know he did this." "We don't know that he came here, Preacher," Bree said. "That's the only thing that could have happened. Paige wouldn't disappear like that. Her car's here, for Christ's sakes. Her purse. Her son." "There's no evidence of a crime. Yet," Bree said. She reached into her purse again, this time pulling out a Glock 9mm. She slid it out of its holster and checked it for a full magazine and one in the chamber, then returned it, tucking it into the holster and her purse. "You men should go look around town. Call the outlying farms and ranches from Connie's and Doc's to keep this phone clear. Somebody look in that old church very carefully," she said. "Mel and I will stay here with Chris, and if we have any trouble, I can take care of it. I'll answer the phone here." "You're carrying?" Mike asked, stepping toward her. It was necessary," she said. "And yes, I know how to use it. And no, I'm not afraid to do so." Preacher was already out the door when Jack said, "Necessary?" "It's not all that unusual to be threatened," she said. "Not for a person in my job. The people I prosecute are dangerous, often violent. And I no longer have an armed husband in the house, you'll remember." "Bree, not now, Jack." "Yeah," he said unhappily. The idea of his baby sister being threatened just added to the tension he was suddenly feeling. He agreed with Preacher. Something bad was going on. Paige had relaxed quite a bit, but she was still very skittish about being far from Preacher. It had only been about 8 weeks since Lassiter got out of jail. He went to use Doc's phone to get Jim Post en route to Virgin River from Grace Valley in case they had to extend their search. Jim had worked undercover for the DEA before retiring and marrying June Hudson, and he knew a lot about hidden camps back in the mountains. In an hour, nothing turned up in town, nor had anyone on the ranches and farms they called seen or heard anything. But then the bad news came via phone. A couple of calls had revealed that Wes Lassiter had purchased airfare to Eureka from L.A. the day before. He couldn't possibly have carried a firearm with him unless it had been secretly and illegally packed in checked baggage. But he had rented a car. And there had been one truck theft in Fortuna in the early hours of the morning. A farmer's '83 Ford, tan, went missing. There had been a rifle in the rack. "He's got her," Preacher said. "That's it. He's got her." "If that's true, they're going to find that rented car not far from the farmer's property," Bree said. "Fortuna police are taking a look around immediately." Preacher went straight to his quarters while everyone stood around, looking at one another. Within 5 minutes, he was back, putting a couple of vests, rifles, and sidearms on one of the tables. He also had jackets and flashlights, because night would come and it would get cold and dark. He was ready to move, whether or not he had more information. Mike went to his vehicle and came back with his own rifle, bulletproof vest, and down vest. There was no reason for him to carry a bulletproof vest in his vehicle, but when he worked gangs, he always had it with him, in case anything that included gunfire was going down when he was in the area. Ever since Lassiter was released, he'd been at the ready. Jack shook his head and left to fetch gear from the back of his own truck. When he'd been throwing stuff in the back of the truck, he'd been thinking, she'll turn up. It'll end up she was down the street sitting on Liddy Sutter's porch, having tea, enjoying the afternoon sunshine. But Preacher didn't overreact, and on the off chance something sinister was going on, Jack wanted to be prepared. Mel had said, "Oh, for the love of God, isn't this a little over the top?" "I hope so," he had said. "I really hope so." When he got back inside, Rick was putting on one of the bulletproof vests. Rick? I'm thinking the women could use someone here in town." "Get Doc," Rick said, pulling on the vest, very big on him because it was one of Preacher's, and slapping the Velcro straps tight. "Doc can help over here. He's a fair shot. Now, shrugging into his own flak jacket, Jack said to Preacher, "Tell me your plan." "I'm sorry, Jack. My head is empty. I just know I have to try to find her." "Right. Okay, here's the deal. The Sheriff, Highway Patrol, and Department of Forestry will be getting descriptions of vehicles in Paige. They'll have to control the road, so we'll concentrate on going back in the woods. We'll look for old logging roads or broken-down brush indicating a vehicle passage. If he has that old truck, he won't be off-road. He'll need a road to traverse. We'll wait for Jim Post. He knows the area pretty well, maybe better than we do. We'll concentrate on finding campsites, evidence of movement, maybe a hidden vehicle." "He could be far away by now," Rick interrupted. "No, he's not going far," Preacher said. "He can't get away, not with Paige. Paige has changed since him. She doesn't go along quietly anymore. This show-off guy with the $3 million house, he's not running back to L.A. to some cheap-ass hovel with the woman he thinks is his woman. If he's got her, he had to kidnap her. He's not running. He's hiding. He's gonna do something bad." "Preacher could be right," Mike said. "Rick, we need maps of Trinity and Humboldt counties. Run over to Connie's and get some. We'll plot a course, select rendezvous points. That way we can get back here for new information. Jack, got a couple cases of bottled water?" "Done." "Preacher, are there pictures of Paige somewhere? Maybe in her wallet?" "I'll see," he said, going immediately. People started moving again, getting things handled. About 40 minutes had passed as they gathered up weapons and studied maps when Jim Post walked in, already fully dressed out, the flak jacket under his shirt obvious, wearing sidearms. He took a glance at the search rings and rendezvous points when the phone rang in the kitchen. Bree went to answer it and came back into the bar grim-faced. "It's not good news. Fortuna found the rented car. I'm afraid it's got to be him. In the truck." Preacher went to Mel, who stood nervously jiggling the baby against her shoulder. "Mel, Chris is going to be up from his nap pretty soon. You can keep him from getting worried, can't you?" "Sure," she said. She put her small hand against his face and said, "It's going to be okay." His eyes closed briefly. "It's already not okay, Mel."
"John?"
came a small voice. There, standing in the doorway from the kitchen, was Chris with his favorite snuggly toy, the one with the blue and gray plaid flannel leg.
"What you doing, John?"
Preacher's face melted into a soft smile, and he went to the boy. He lifted him into his arms. "Huntin'," he said. "Just a little huntin'."
"Where's Mom?"
Preacher kissed his pink cheek. "She'll be back pretty soon. She's off on errands. And you're going to stay with Mel and Bree while we're hunting." While Wes drove, he talked. He didn't look at Paige. His eyes were roving a little wildly, as though looking for something he'd misplaced. She wondered if it was drugs or if he was lost back in these hills, for he often seemed to be driving in circles. He'd start up a road, then either turn around or back out. But while this was going on, she listened. She learned how much he hated his life in L.A. The woman was just a means to an end. She had a place he could stay. There was no way he was going to check in with some state flunky every week, go to those stupid meetings every day, but he knew how to play the game. And they had random drug tests, he said. "Did you know that? They want me to pee on a regular basis." Then he laughed. "There are a lot of places to get good pee." And that's when she knew. He'd managed to stay one step ahead of them for at least 2 months. He was using something, and if he wasn't already just plain crazy, the drugs were helping it along. Paige didn't respond. She listened and watched. Not only was it dark back here in the trees on these winding roads, but the sun was lowering. Although it was May, it was cold in the forest at night, and she shivered. She had no idea where they were. You have any idea what it's like in jail? He turned his face sharply toward her. Ever see a prison movie, Paige? It's worse than the worst prison movie you ever saw. She lifted her chin, thinking, do they beat you, Wes? What's that like, huh? But she said nothing. Still can't believe you did that to me. I just fucking can't believe it. Like, you didn't know how much I loved you. Jesus, I gave you everything. Ever think you'd live in a house like the one I built you? Ever think so? I took you out of that dump you were in and put you in a decent place. A place with some class. What did you ever need that I didn't give you? And on he ranted. While she listened, the first thought that came was that he was so delusional it was as shocking as frightening. He really believed that a nice house, some material things, could make the abuse tolerable. She thought about John. Kind, loving John. She remembered what he'd said about being afraid. They teach you to fake break.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
Every muscle in her body seemed to tremble with her rising anger. She would be damned if she'd let this delusional maniac take that sweet man away from her, away from Chris. And the next thing that occurred to her, he never mentioned Christopher. Not since earlier, as he was abducting her, and that was only to leverage her, not because he wanted his son. He'd never wanted his son. Never wanted children at all. He hadn't touched her sexually while she was expecting. It was as if a baby coming disrupted his focus. It was always supposed to be just the two of them. She should have known those fierce beatings had been intended so that she'd lose the baby. It was a miracle she had Chris. He drove up a spiraling road that ended at the top of a small rise with only a few trees. Looking down, she could see not only the road that wound its way upward, but the connecting road below. She noted a truck down there, whizzing past and disappearing around the mountain. "This should be fine," he said, putting the truck in park and killing the engine. "Fine for what?" she asked. He looked over at her, and, while his expression was mean, he put his hand against her cheek. Gently. She shuddered at his touch. He hadn't hit her yet, and that's what he did best. "Why didn't you just run?" she asked in a whisper. "If you didn't want to face court again or the possibility of prison, why didn't you run? You have money, Wes. You might have gotten away." He gave a huff of laughter. "You don't understand much about probation, do you, Paige? My passport was confiscated. Besides, the more I thought about it, about you and me, I decided it would go better like this. We'll just end it like this." He gave her a half smile, then reached under the seat and grabbed onto a roll of heavy duct tape. "Come on, Paige. We're getting out of here." Jack, Preacher, Jim Post, Mike and Rick lit out at about 4, an hour after Paige went missing. They left a rough map behind showing the same rendezvous points as the ones on the map Jack carried.
They'd cut widening circles around Virgin River. If they didn't find anything right away, they planned to swing back through town by 8 and again by midnight to see if Paige had turned up or been recovered by police. But none of them planned to quit before she was found. They left in 2 trucks, drove first north of town into the hills. They parked along a wide curve in the road and, with flashlights, went into the trees on foot, looking for any kind of trail to track. Whenever they came across a home or vehicle, they stopped and showed a picture of Paige and gave descriptions of the stolen truck and Wes Lassiter. When they went back to Virgin River at 8, they found Buck Anderson and his 3 grown sons, Doug Carpenter and Fish Bristol, Ron and Bruce, and a few other men. Everyone took a glance at the map, and this time they headed toward Highway 36, winding up into the mountains of Trinity County. Bree was able to tell them that the sheriff's department and CHP had nothing new to report. While the majority of the trucks of men pressed on, Jack, Preacher, and Jim stopped in Clear River. While Preacher and Jim talked to people on the street, Jack went into an old, familiar haunt of his, a little bar served by a waitress he'd been seeing before Mel came into his life. He viewed sentimentally the way her eyes lit up when she saw him enter. Charmaine was a handsome woman, older than Jack by about 10 years, and one of the most kind-hearted women he knew. "Hiya, bub. It's been a long time." "Charmaine," he said with a nod. "I'm not here on a social call. Woman from our town has gone missing," he said, flashing a picture. "We suspect an abusive ex-husband, recently released from jail. The woman, her name is Paige, is my cook's girl." "Ah, Jesus, Jack. That's awful. Everyone's out looking. Can I get you to spread the word to anyone who happens in here for a drink?" "You bet I will." So Jack described the missing truck, the ex-husband, and explained they weren't positive of the connection, but it was likely he had her. Paige was afraid of him and wouldn't have gone off. Her car and purse were left behind. "I'll tell anyone who'll listen," she promised. "Thanks." He turned to go and then turned back. "I'm married now." She gave a nod. "I heard that. Congratulations." "We have a new baby, a son, about 6 weeks ago." She smiled. "It worked out then." He gave a nod. "You wouldn't have been worth a damn if it hadn't." "That's the God's truth. Anything you can do about this, Charmaine, I'd consider it a personal favor." "I wouldn't be doing it for you, Jack. We all help one another out in times like this. Bet it's cold out there, even though it's almost summer. I hope she's okay." "Yeah," he said. "Me too." When he left, a man in a denim jacket who wore a shady Brady on his head slid down from the other end of the bar, sidling closer to Charmaine. "What was that?" "You want to talk now?" she asked with a smile, giving the bar a wipe. "You probably heard. A woman from Virgin River's gone missing. They suspect her ex-husband just out of jail, maybe driving a stolen '83 Ford truck. Tan." "That a fact?" He finished his beer, put down a $10 bill, touched his hat, and quit the bar. Paige understood what was happening now. Wes sat her on the ground, her back up against a tree, and with duct tape, bound her hands in front of her, her ankles together, and put a strip across her lips. "That looks good on you, Paige," he said. "You can't talk back for once." He positioned a couple of flashlights on her to bring her into sight in the dark. Then, for the better part of an hour, sat on the ground not far from her and talked about the disappointments of his life, from the unhappy childhood he'd suffered to the short jail term, which, to hear him describe, it could have been years. He had many complaints about their marriage. Apparently, in his mind, the strife had been entirely her fault. She drove him to abuse her with her needling, her dissidence. But he spoke slowly. He had the calm and stoic composure of a suicidal man. He had decided that Paige would draw John in search and perhaps Jack as well. They weren't far away from the town, which was why it had seemed he was driving in circles. Up here, he would see their vehicles approach. When Wes was done talking, he left the truck on the top of the hill in plain view, close to where she sat, flipped on the flashlights, and went into the trees from where he could watch the approach of any rescuers. He planned to shoot John, then Paige, and himself. "I'm done with this charade," he said. "You win." He smiled. Sort of. Though Paige, tape across her lips, couldn't respond, he couldn't stop her from thinking. And what she thought was, "You have no idea about John. John and his friends, they're not only stronger than you, they're smarter." And then she closed her eyes and prayed. Please let them be the most clever they've ever been. By the time the moon was rising, the search party was up to more than 20 men, some of whom were grumbling about the wisdom of searching the dense wood for Paige at night when she could already be in San Francisco or even headed to Los Angeles. And if she were being held in the wood, it could be impossible. She might be lost in the vast acreage and never found. "Are you worried about not finding her, Preach?" Rick asked him. "I'm worried about finding her too late," he said. They had traversed mountain roads, old logging roads, paths and trails, shone strong flashlights into ravines and gullies. But there was nothing. In the back of Jack's truck were harnesses and ropes in case they saw something down a hill and had to rappel down the steep glide to get close. But so far, that had not been necessary. Most of them were fighting exhaustion. But Preacher was driven, and as long as he was driven, his friends hung in there with him. A man who had no name other than Dan had been having a drink at a bar in Clear River when he overheard the details of the search in the area, and he thought he'd seen the truck earlier. And there was probably more than one old tan Ford around these hills, but there had been a man and a woman inside. The man was gripping the wheel pretty intensely, glaring through the windshield, driving nervously. Dan was a trained observer, and he had taken note of that before even hearing of the suspected abduction. Dan was a known illegal grower in the area. He'd gotten a little friendly with the other growers over time. They were a real tight-knit group, slow to trust. They could sniff one another out easily. They bought the stuff growers bought. They carried chicken manure to their grow sites in the back of trucks, pulled wads of stinky bills out of their pockets. But they never showed one another their sites or plants. After about 3 years, he'd gotten into their circle. Most of them lived with their grow, but Dan preferred hired help. That gave him the freedom to move around at will, rather than being stuck in one place. It also allowed him to set up a lot of grow sites all around the 3 counties, and live somewhere else, away from all those folks he'd worked so hard to get tight with. Dan didn't offer to join the search. They might have a problem with that. Nor did he mention he'd poke around on his own. But he'd been in that Virgin River bar a few times and had seen the woman, the cook's girl. The owner's wife, the local midwife, had done him a favor a while back. A woman who worked for him had surprised him with a baby coming, and he thought he'd better get some help. Turned out to be a damn good thing he had. Without Mel Sheridan's help, that baby wouldn't have made it. That was not to mention that he'd rear-ended the midwife not so long ago, and they'd been real civilized about it. He'd spent a lot of time roaming back here in these mountains, and he knew his way around. He decided to have a look in places maybe no one else would think of. If anything turned up, maybe he could return a favor, anonymously. He knew exactly where to hide his truck off the roads, exactly where the abandoned logging roads and hidden trails were. He didn't always wear a sidearm, but on this mission, he did. If the woman had indeed been taken by a dangerous ex, it could get ugly. The night was dark, but he knew where he was going and kept the flashlight on dim, pointed down. From time to time, he'd see that search convoy whir by in a fleet of trucks, so he knew they weren't looking where he was looking, and that alone kept him going. That young woman, the cook's girl, she seemed a nice young woman about the same age and size as Dan's own wife. Ex-wife, now. But he really couldn't imagine what he'd have done if she'd been taken from him like that. He'd probably go crazy. The moon was rising when he came upon the truck and the woman. One look told him something bad was going down. What was the point in leaving a woman tied up against a tree, flashlights illuminating her, the vehicle in sight, unless it was some kind of trap? He thought maybe she was dead and booby-trapped, but then he saw her move. She lifted her head, shivered, and leaned her head back against the tree. Maybe she was alive and booby-trapped, and that made him sick to even think about it. As far as he could see, there was no one else there. He peered into the truck windows and bed. No one. He tucked the flashlight into his belt and backed soundlessly down the dirt road, all the way down until he could curve around to the left and start back up. The most obvious place to look would be right in front of her. Once he reached the bottom of the trail and prepared to start up, he was faced with two major challenges. One, he couldn't use a flashlight and it was darker than Hades. And two, he couldn't trip or slip in the dark and make a noise, in case he was right and there was someone watching her. He planned to cut a wide perimeter around the woman, and if he found nothing, no one, he'd move closer to her and assess. Look for some trap attached to her. He'd barely begun the climb back up when the moon, high and full, cut a brightened path, for which he was incredibly grateful. Every time that nighttime breeze sifted through the branches of the tallest pines, creating a whispering and groaning effect, he'd cautiously place a foot. A couple of times he cracked a twig, and when that happened, he froze and listened. He was stone still. He didn't even breathe. He wasn't very far up the hill when he could see there was someone at the top, hiding behind a tree. He heard the distant approach of vehicles and lifted his head. Under the cover of the engine noises, he rapidly made his descent back to the road. He chose his place under the cover of forest to stand in the road and, whirling his flashlight, flagged them down. Jack lowered his window. "What the hell?"
"This is it,"
Dan said quietly.
"Pass this hill slowly so it looks like you're moving on. And up there on the left, there's a wide space in the road. Take your trucks off-road up there. Come back on foot and I'll take you up. Kill the flashlights. They're up there," he said, giving his head a jerk toward the hill. "Let's do it."
Preacher leaned forward.
"She okay?" "I think so far. Come on, let's not get his attention. Pass the hill."
Jack threw the truck into gear and drove on, the man by the road directing the second truck with his flashlight. Dan waited a few moments, and then he could hear them coming on foot. When there were 5 men gathered around him, he said,
"He's got a plan. The woman is bound and in plain sight, and I caught a glimpse of him in the trees, hiding. I couldn't see him, but I bet he's got a weapon on her, waiting. This old road goes to the top where he's parked the truck. Someone can follow me up the backside of the hill, but there's no path. Anyone here good at stepping light and soundless?"
"I am," Jim said.
"I'll keep your back. I'm pretty good,"
Mike said.
"All right, we'll circle up. You boys take this road up nice and easy. Maybe one flashlight dimmed, on the ground. Give us a head start. We don't have a road. With any luck, we'll meet up there."
Before he could lead Jim and Mike around to the backside of the hill, he found his jacket grabbed up in Jack's fist.
"Why you doing this?" "Hey, I was in the bar in Clear River when you came in," he said defensively. "I know the hills back here pretty good. You don't think I—"
Jim Post put a big arm between Jack and Dan and said,
"Let's do this. Come on. We'll sort it out later."
And with that, the team separated. Jack, Preacher, and Rick up the road single file. Preacher in front, moving a little too fast. Mike, Jim, and Dan rounding the foot of the hill to go at Lassiter's back. The climb was easy for Preacher's group, not so swift for Jim and Mike, being led up an overgrown hillside with no path. Once Preacher reached the top of the hill, he spotted the old truck. He stopped in his tracks and crouched, sneaking up on it, Jack and Rick close behind him. And not far from it, he saw her sitting against a tree, her chin dipped down to her chest. She could be dead or asleep. The second Preacher saw Paige up against that tree, her name came out of him in a stunned whisper. He started blindly toward her. Jack whispered to him not to go and grabbed for his shoulder but missed. The second Preacher's footfalls began hammering toward her. She lifted her chin, her eyes wide with fear, and the next thing he knew, there were a pair of arms around his ankles, and he was on his way down. Midway, there was a gunshot. A sharp, knife-like stinging pain across his left biceps, and he hit the ground like a boulder, rolling with Jack. There wasn't a second shot, but there was a disturbance in the trees. Rick stayed behind the truck, his weapon at the ready with nowhere to aim. The sounds heard in the trees suggested Lassiter could be on the run, hopefully only to be caught on his way down by Mike and Jim. Preacher kicked out of Jack's tackle and belly-crawled toward Paige with incredible speed. He got behind the tree and reached long arms around, grabbing her arm harder than he ever had and pulled her, still completely bound to safety behind the tree with him. He put his fingers first on the tape that covered her mouth.
"It's gonna hurt, baby,"
he whispered, then gave a sharp, quick yank. She pinched her eyes, closed tightly, and held bravely silent. Then she said, "John, he's been waiting. He means to shoot you and me." Preacher pulled his Swiss Army knife out of his pocket and made fast work of the bindings around her wrists and ankles.
"Crazy son of a bitch,"
he whispered, while slicing through the tape. He peered around the tree. Someone was definitely on the run down that hill, maybe even already caught and trying to fight his way out. She touched his shoulder, the very top of his arm. Blood ran down his arm. "You're hurt," she whispered. He put his finger to his lips and they froze, listening. The noise in the trees had weakened to a rustle. The night was otherwise silent. A tense minute passed. Then there was a shout.
"Hey, your bad guy's down. We're bringing him out."
Paige whispered, "That's not Wes." Preacher peered around the tree again. He saw Jack lying on his belly, his rifle up and trained in the direction of the trees. The man who'd led Jim and Mike up the hill had lost his shady Brady, but he hauled Wes by the belt at his back, neatly folded in half, unconscious, through the trees. Wes dropped in a flop. The man wiped off his forehead with a hand. Then he shook his head.
"Complicated,"
he said. Preacher helped Paige to her feet and, keeping her behind him, cautiously approached.
"What the hell did you do?"
Jack asked, getting up on his knees, then his feet.
"Oh, shit. I should have known you couldn't hold off till we get up on his back. Didn't I tell you to wait? Till we could get up that hill?"
He crouched, pulled handcuffs off the back of his belt, and, yanking Wes's hands behind his back, cuffed him. Jim was next out of the trees, holding 2 rifles, his and their guides. Right behind him was Mike, both of them panting. Jack looked down at him.
"He dead?" "Nah."
He still gripped his flashlight.
"But he's gonna have a headache. Pretty good thing he didn't see me. I can't be in this, for obvious reasons."
"You're gonna be counting on a lot of people covering you. Someone might just accidentally tell the truth."
"Well, shit happens. Won't be the first time I've had to relocate. But I'm telling you, life's good right here, right now. I'd rather be left out of this."
Wes Lassiter lay face down on the ground, unconscious. Mike Valenzuela stepped toward Dan, still trying to catch his breath. "You whack him?"
"Well, your man there provided diversion. and I couldn't see good enough to shoot him. You carry handcuffs?
Mike asked. Dan grinned.
Yeah, kinky sex. You should try it. Think I will,
Mike said. Dan looked at Jack.
What if we made a trade here? Flashlights?
He pulled a rag out of his pocket and wiped his prints off his flashlight.
Not this one, Jack said. I used this one to deliver my son.
He smiled.
I couldn't find a midwife.
Dan laughed.
I figured I owed you one. At least one. But seriously, I shouldn't be in this.
Take mine, Jim Post said, and this made Jack just slightly more attentive. Jim tossed Dan the flashlight, received the replacement by a toss. Dan touched his forehead.
Lost my damn hat,
he said.
You'll be okay now. He's going away forever. No more trouble on that. I hear kidnapping's huge.
He turned and moved down the hill through the trees. Silence reigned for a few moments while the sounds of his descent down the hill faded. The man on the ground began to squirm and moan. Preacher growled and pulled back a foot, but caught himself and didn't kick him with a boot behind which there was 250 pounds of pure rage. Jim Post tilted his head toward the departure of the man who traded flashlights.
You know him?
No, Jack said.
He came into the bar for a drink with Stinky Benz and a big wad. Then he took Mel out to a grow site to deliver a baby, and I thought I'd lose my mind. Scared me so bad. Next time I saw him, I told him that just can't happen.
He shrugged.
He said she wasn't in danger, but it wouldn't happen again. Now this.
This, Post said.
The craziest part of our relationship so far, Jack said. Well, he was making that climb a little faster than we were, Jim said. He must have heard you make the top of the hill because he dropped his gun and took off up the hill at a run, through the growth. I heard the shot, then the struggle. He was taking a big chance there. If this guy was any better with a weapon, he could have turned on our man. Our friend. He's a good friend of mine, Preacher said.
Paige came around him and Preacher lifted his good arm to drop it over her shoulders, the other dangling at his side, blood running down it. Jim made eye contact with each of the men and Paige one at a time.
I hit this guy in the back of the head, okay? We all good on that? Because your cowboy buddy there, I think he's not what he appears to be. Shouldn't the law decide that? Jack asked.
Jim Post had been undercover in these mountains in the cannabis trade when he met and fell in love with June.
Leave that on me, okay? I still know a couple of people. Let it go. We owe him one.
At least one, Paige said. Wes Lassiter awoke from his head injury in the hospital, cuffed to the bed, with no idea who had struck him. He claimed no memory of abducting his wife and was, of course, a victim, not a perpetrator in his eyes. But there were many witnesses, from Paige to the search party, to the man who found him pointing a gun at the location where Paige was bound and held, Jim Post. A witness testimony that would, strangely, never be required. The assistant district attorney promised they wouldn't accept any plea agreements for numerous probation violations from possession, breaching an order of protection, kidnapping, and attempted murder. But in the end, he did. 25 years without parole for kidnapping. The other felony charges to be sentenced later with possible parole on those, but he would be a very, very old man before it became even possible for parole. If he'd gone to trial, it was possible for him to get life without parole. Paige and the town of Virgin River were extremely grateful. Often, Paige would awaken in the night with a cry on her lips, shuddering, trembling, shivering in fear. John would pull her close and say, "I'm here, baby. I'm here. I'll always be right here." She would calm. She was safe. "It's really over," she would whisper. And we have the rest of our lives, he always whispered back. Chapter 19. Rick had taken an afternoon off from the bar after his high school graduation to go over to Eureka and visit Liz. He asked Jack and Preacher if they'd be around the bar till closing. He'd like to talk to them when he got back to town. It was almost 9 by the time he walked in. "Thanks for hanging around, Jack," he said. "Preacher still in the kitchen?" "Yeah. How's Liz doing?" "She's getting by. She's back in her old high school, summer school to catch up, and she's getting some counseling there." He shrugged. "She has some real sad days, but she seems to be holding it together. Better than I thought she would." "Glad to hear that," Jack said. Rick got up on a stool. "I'm 18 now," he said. "Not quite legal, but how about we have a drink together? You, me, and Preach. Can we do that?" "We celebrating something?" Jack asked, getting down 3 glasses. "Yeah, we are. I signed up." Jack's hand froze in midair. He had to force himself to complete the move, bring down the glasses. He banged on the wall that separated the kitchen from the bar to bring Preacher. "We could have talked," Jack said. "There wasn't anything to talk about," Rick answered. "What the—" Preacher started, having come quickly from the kitchen with a pretty scattered look on his face. "Rick signed up," Jack said. His face fell from startled to stricken. "Aw, Rick, what the hell?" "We're gonna drink to it, if you can get under control," Rick said. "It isn't gonna be easy for me to drink to that, man," Preacher said. Jack tipped a nice whiskey over 3 glasses. "Want to tell us what was going through your mind?" "Sure. I have to do something hard," he said. "I can't wake up every morning hoping that maybe today I'll be a little less sad. I need something tough, something that will show me what I've got, show me who I am again." He focused clear eyes on Jack's face, then Preacher's. "Because I don't know anymore." "Rick, we could have found you something hard that wasn't quite as dangerous. This is a warring country. They're fighting Marines. They don't all come home. Sometimes they don't even make it out of their mother's womb," Rick said softly. "Aw, Rick," Preacher said, hanging his head. "It's been a real hard year." "Yeah. I thought about a lot of things. School, bumming around the country for a year, logging, construction. I could beg Liz to marry me, but it turns out she's still only 15. He smiled lamely. "This is the only thing I can do, Jack. Preach. It's kind of what I was raised to do if you think about it." "So now it's not bad enough you're doing it, you're going to blame it on us?" Jack said. Rick grinned. "If I do okay, you'll take all the credit." They were quiet for a moment. Then Jack said, "You giving notice?" "Not really, Jack. I'm going right away. I was hoping you'd take me to the bus in Garberville." "What's right away?" "Tomorrow." "You took the oath?" he asked, and Rick nodded. "We don't even have time to send you off?" Rick shook his head. "All I wanted was to make sure Liz is okay. That I can go and she'll be okay. And she's not thrilled, but she's gotten pretty tough. She says she'll write to me. But you know what? She's so young. When I'm out of the picture a while, she'll have a chance to start over without this thing we went through together hanging all over her like a dark cloud. I'll almost be happier if she doesn't write to me. That would mean she's moving on." "You want her to move on, man?" Preacher asked. "That's one of the reasons I have to do something like this. I don't know that either. Who knows what me and Lizzie had? Besides a baby that didn't live." He looked down. "I was working so hard at doing the best I could. I never had time to check,
see what I'd be feeling if there wasn't any pressure. And neither did she. That's just not fair to her.
What about college, Rick? Preacher asked. I thought between the three of us, one would go to college at least.
There's time if I want to do that. I didn't sign up for life. I signed up for 4 years.
Just one thing, Jack said. This isn't some idiotic idea you got into your head to make us proud, is it? Because you know we're proud. You know we couldn't be more proud. You get that, right?
Rick smiled.
You guys being proud is what got me through.
Nah, it's not about that. I think if I grieve this anymore, I'll die inside. I have to go. Do something. Start something important. I have to push on something that'll push back.
Semper, she'll push back, Rick, Preacher said. She'll push back real hard, like you want.
Jack lifted a glass. Do we drink to hardness?
That'll work, Rick said. Say you support me. Say you respect my choice.
You're a man, Rick. You thought it through, made a decision. Here's to you.
They drank. Preacher ducked his head away and gave a sniff.
You're killing me, man,
he said. Rick reached across the bar and grabbed the big man's good arm, giving it a shake. He swallowed hard.
Will you guys look after my grandma? Make sure she's all right?
What did she say about this, Rick?
Jack asked him. He lifted his chin bravely. She said she understands. She has a lot of pride, you know. She doesn't want me hanging out here taking care of her. And she knows this has been really tough for me, that I have to get past it, any way I can.
There's a good woman,
Preacher said.
We'll watch out for her.
Thanks.
Rick stood from the bar stool. You guys gonna be okay?
Hey, Jack said.
We're tough. What time do we leave?
7 a.m. I'll be down. The morning came way too soon for all of them. Rick showed up with his packed duffel, but couldn't escape the gathering at the bar. Mike was there to send him off. No way Mel was going to let him go without a tearful hug. Nor Paige, nor Doc. Even Chris was up bright and early, and while still in his pajamas, he grabbed Rick's neck and had to be pried loose. Connie and Ron were there, emotional at the parting. Preacher almost killed him with his one-armed bear hug.
God,
Preacher said.
You better be careful.
Hey, it's just basic. They can't do too much to me at basic. But yeah, Preach, I'll be real careful. You don't have to worry about that. It was pretty hard to talk on the way to Garberville. Jack was feeling a powerful ache in his chest and a lump in his throat. I'm excited about this, Jack. It's the first time I've been excited in months. You remember how you felt when you first went in?
Scared shitless.
Yeah, he laughed. I've got some of that, too.
Rick, they're gonna try to pound the stuffing out of you. You're gonna think it's personal. It's not.
I know.
You're gonna want to quit, but you can't.
I know.
You don't have to fight, you know. There are 2 corps, the fighting Marines and the support staff. You don't have to fight if you're not sure.
Were you sure? Rick asked.
No, son.
Jack looked at him. Rick sat tall, strong.
No, Rick. I wasn't sure till I was trained, and then I still wasn't sure. It just felt like what I wanted to do at the time. And I went that way knowing I might be wrong. But I went that way.
That's where I'm at. Just a feeling. But damn, it's good to have a feeling again. One that doesn't hurt.
Yeah, Jack said in a breath. I can imagine.
At the bus, there was one last hug.
I'll see you after basic, Jack said. You'll do good. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Rick said.
And although Jack's eyes were moist, Rick's were cool. Driven and confident once again. Maybe a little bit like Jack had been a while back, when he was about that age. Rick threw his duffel to the driver and climbed on. Jack stood on the sidewalk until the bus was gone. Then he walked down the street and found a payphone. He plugged a pocket full of quarters into the phone and dialed. Sam answered. "Yeah, Dad?" Braced against the phone box, he leaned his head on his arm. "Dad? Jack, what's up?" "Dad, I think I know how you must have felt. Back when I left for the Marine Corps. You must have wanted to die." It was early June when the entire Sheridan family came to Virgin River en masse. They had rented RVs, brought fancy tents, campers, and toy haulers. Also, in evidence, the Marines. This time, some of them brought their families. Zeke brought Krista and 4 kids, including a brand new baby. Josh Phillips brought Patty and the babies. Corny brought Sue and the 2 little girls. Tom Stevens came from Reno but had to leave the family home. Joe and Paul were there from Grants Pass. Everyone was camping at the new Sheridan home site. Quads and dirt bikes had come along for the entertainment of the pack. Flatbed trucks had brought picnic tables a few days before, plus a couple of huge barbecues and portable toilets. Jack had spent the past 2 months getting lumber ready for framing, and yesterday, amid much food, drink, and celebrating, the men erected the frame of Mel and Jack's new home. But that wasn't all that was taking place during this reunion. Since everyone was present, there was another special occasion. A wedding day. Paige and Chris were at Mel's, while Paige primped and donned a sweet and simple floral sundress and high-heeled sandals. While she was getting dressed, the men and Sheridan women were sweeping out the foundation of the framed house and stringing garlands along the beams. Rented folding chairs were brought in and set up, 100 of them. And that wouldn't be quite enough. Most of the town would turn out. "I've never seen you look more beautiful," Mel whispered to Paige. "Nervous?" Paige shook her head. "Not at all." "When did you know?" Bree asked her. "When did you know for sure he was absolutely perfect for you?" "Not right away," she admitted. "I wanted no part of a man who claimed he could take care of me, for obvious reasons. But John moves real slow." She laughed. Real slow. It was all in the way his frown would slowly go away when he looked at me. The way his voice would get all tender and soft when he talked to me. His caution, his shyness. It takes a lot for a man like John to make a move. He has to be sure of everything. By the time he got around to telling me he loved me, I thought I'd die waiting for him. But he's a careful man, and he doesn't change his mind. "How'd he do it?" Bree wanted to know. "Propose." She thought. "Well, we've talked about this for a while, about making a commitment when things got under control. He told me at Christmas time he wanted to be with me forever, add to the family, and I wanted that too. But when you come down to the exact official proposal..." He was peeling potatoes. He stopped what he was doing and looked across the kitchen at me. My hair was stringy, I was sweating from the heat of the stove and doing dishes, and he said, "Whenever you're ready, I want to marry you. I'm dying to marry you," he said. "Well," Bree said, unimpressed. "That must have knocked you right off your feet." "Yeah, it did," she said in a sigh. "John's the only person I've ever known who could look at me in my worst physical and emotional state and think I'm perfect." Mel took her hand. "Come on, we're almost late. We have to go now." The women loaded Chris and baby David in the Hummer and drove out to the home site. The widened road was lined with cars and trucks, and at the top of the hill, more vehicles, RVs, and trailers. Mel drove all the way to the top and parked right near the structure that would one day be her house. Picnic tables were laden with food, The framed house was strung with flower garlands, and the chairs on the foundation were full with people standing around behind them and out in the yard. Smoke rose from heated barbecues, and children ran about. A ceremony, a picnic, a party, and some playtime. And for once, Preacher would do none of the cooking. Paige, Mel, and Bree got out of the Hummer. Someone immediately handed them simple bouquets and took David from Mel so she could attend the ceremony. A boutonniere was pinned onto Christopher's shirt, and he clutched Bear under his arm. There was no music. But this was not to be a traditional wedding, not meant to resemble other weddings, because John and Paige wanted this day to reflect who they were. Simple, grateful people who loved each other more than the event. The bar was not big enough, and the church had been boarded up for years. It was John who had said, "Once we get the frame of Jack's house up, not only will everyone we care about be there will be lots of room." Who gets married in a framed house was Paige's first thought. Her next immediate thought was, people like John and me do. But looking at it now, strung with flowers, it was so beautiful that, for a second, she couldn't breathe. To the left was a view that went on forever. To the right, the majestic mountains. It had become an outdoor church, filled with friends. Chris walked in front of her toward the plank that led up to the foundation, and Mel and Bree each held one of her hands. She smiled at the people, far more than she expected. They hadn't sent invitations. They posted a notice in the bar that anyone interested should attend, and they were here, in droves. Of course, it touched her to think how much respect they'd paid her, but even more deeply, she felt the honor they paid to John, Preacher. He did right by everyone he met, not just her. The foundation of the house being raised, she could only see the seated and standing wedding guests. Chris ran ahead, up the plank and down the aisle. She walked up the plank to the foundation carefully, her bridesmaids right behind her. Then she saw him, standing up front at a place where a fireplace would eventually be erected. Chris stood in front of him. John's hands were on his shoulders. Jack and Mike stood beside him. Even from her distance, she could see the light brighten his eyes. He was a pillar of a man, probably 6'6" in his boots. Today, for the first time ever, he wore a linen shirt with a button-down collar, and she suspected his jeans were new, but she doubted he'd ever owned a tie. Before she could even make the walk to meet him at their makeshift altar, he broke away from his groomsmen and strode toward her, reaching out a hand to take her the rest of the way. He didn't move slowly anymore, not where she was concerned. This man had saved her life, changed her life. To his very core, he was all goodness. He was so strong, so authentic. He was so magnificent.
We're pleased to offer you exclusive information and insight into the Virgin River series from none other than the narrator of the audiobooks, but also a co-star on Season 1 of the Netflix series, Therese Plummer. Welcome, Therese. How did it feel to see the books you've narrated come to life in the Netflix series?
Seeing the books that I've narrated come to life in the Netflix series was surreal. It was unbelievable. When you narrate a book, I have all of my characters and the story kind of playing as a movie in my head as I'm recording it. And so to see who they chose for Mel and for Jack and for Preacher and for Paige, it was definitely not what I saw in my head, and it fit perfectly. It was amazing. I loved it. It took me a minute because when you're so used to one genre of, just doing books and reading them and performing them, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it visually on a screen, it's totally different. And I had to
leave all of my experiences with Virgin River on the back burner and just go in with like a blank slate and see what was coming to life on the screen. And as you've seen, it's a total hit. It's absolutely addictive. Everybody is loving it. And I think especially now with everything going on, it is just exactly what the world needs right now.
Tell us about having a role in the show. Was it surreal to find yourself as a citizen of Virgin River?
Well, getting to play a role on Virgin River season 1, I'm in episode 4. I played Caroline, and I come into Jack's bar, and Paige and I bump into each other, and I recognize her. And as you know from the books or, from the show, Paige is hiding out. She's got a lot going on with her ex-husband. And I dropped the ball, and I'm like, hey, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. And she's got covered tracks, and Preacher's behind her watching, like, what's going on? And it's a super quick scene, but it was so much fun. So much fun. It like whet my appetite, and I just was ready for more. And the actors that played Preacher and Paige and everybody else could not have been sweeter. Just the entire set and cast and crew, it was all based in Vancouver, Canada, and it was unbelievable. I will be honest with you, when I walked into Jack's bar and I saw that they had created this, after recording it for so many years and again, seeing it in my head, and I went into this actual Jack's bar where there's booths and you can sit and there's a pool table and there's a bar with Jack behind it. I got verklempt. I got emotional because it was just so amazing to live in this world, which mostly was between my ears. I mean, I know I performed it and so many people, but it lives between your ears too as listeners. And then to actually be on the set and be sitting in a booth in Jack's bar and just, it all comes to life. It's magical. I felt like a little kid. I felt like all those books that you read when you're a little kid and you imagine, like, what if it was real? Well, it became real, and I was a part of it, and it was, I'm so grateful. I'm so unbelievably grateful that I was able to have a small part in it. And the other funny thing is I was telling Colin Lawrence and I were talking, that's the actor who plays Preacher, and I was explaining to him how I record all the audiobooks and I bring all the voices to life. And I said, I'm laughing so hard because I know I'm playing Caroline, but I can do all of your voices. And we were dying. We were just laughing backstage, offset. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Did the set of the series match what you'd pictured when narrating the books? What impressed you most about being on the set?
No, this is such a great question. And the set and Jack's bar had a more modern feel than what I saw in my head as I was telling these stories, a more present day feel. And I know that the books Robyn wrote weren't, in the old days, but it definitely, I think Jack's bar in my head was a little bit more dilapidated, maybe not as modern and with all the amenities and stuff like that. I think in my head it was just a little humbler bar, and Doc's, house, and just different things that the show has been able to bring into current day. When I was telling the stories, I think it was just a little bit more in my head, mind you. This is just in my head and what came off the page with what Robyn wrote. A little bit more, like a poorer town in Northern California that was able to build itself up and build each other up in the process. I think it's that humility and that kind of hard-working ethic that really came across in the books. We kind of just land where everything's already established with the TV show, which is awesome because then you can just get into the action scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I think what was so special about the books is, for me at least, we built the town. New characters came in with each book, and old characters continued to evolve, and buildings were, constructed, and, the little cabins by the lake, started to get rented out, and there were stories there. And it was just like the town evolved with each book over the years, and it felt very close to home. So, but trust me, the set designers and whoever created Jack's Bar and Hope and Doc's house and all the set are brilliant because it's beautiful. The set is absolutely beautiful, and the land in Vancouver where it's filmed, oh my God, just breathtaking. Unbelievable. And I got to be there because the second scene I was in the Airstream, and we were on location near the river, and I think I cried. I was like, oh my God. And there were the director's chairs, with Virgin River on the back, and I was like, how does this happen? I feel like I'm living in a little magic bubble. It was really cool.
Why do you think the books and the Netflix series are so popular?
I think, for TV value, they've got to amp it up a little bit, and they're able to. I thought the part that was so cool were the marijuana farmers and the camps in Northern California, because, again, as I record it, I see it in my head, but when they displayed it in the show, especially in season 2, the drama value just skyrocketed. I was like, wow, this is intense. Like, the stakes got really high. And I think that's the difference of what needs to happen visually. You need to really, make it exciting and bring the drama value. And I do that the best that I can with the books and with performing it. But again, I have to respect that you're listening to this in your earbuds, and I'm telling you a story. And so there's an intimacy level that, you get to kind of break that barrier with TV, and you get to kind of, do all the bells and whistles and the flashiness and the sex scenes and the fight scenes and all of this craziness. You get to see it, you get to act it out, and it's amazing. But when I'm bringing that same scene to you with just my voice and being all the people, it's a little different experience. And I don't think you'd appreciate if I was like blowing things up in my studio for you. But that is the bonus of the TV show. Like, that's why it's so cool. It's absolutely so cool and so addictive. They just got signed for season 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for a while.
Do you have a favorite character or book in the series?
Yeah, I do have a favorite. My favorite is Virgin River, where it all starts. That was my favorite. I loved learning about Mel. I loved learning about, just this city girl coming into the mountains to be like a country doctor and everything she comes up against, and meeting all the characters for the first time. My favorite character to play was Ricky. And I said this before in an interview, but I loved his journey. And I loved just, what Robyn gave me as a performer and an actor, the opportunity to do vocally with Ricky's emotional journey and what he went through going away and fighting in the war and then coming back and dealing with his PTSD and his injuries and his anger and his frustration. That's an actor's dream. I mean, those are flavors and emotions and colors that we dream of. I mean, that's just a complex character that I love to play. I love to play. And so to this day, I mean, I love Mel. I love Mel. But she's my staple. She's like she's the grounding post in every book. But when these new characters came in, especially Ricky, I had a real soft spot in my heart for him.
What do you enjoy most about narrating the series?
I think the thing I enjoyed most about narrating the series is that it was completely unexpected. It was when I first came into recording audiobooks, and Claudia Howard at Recorded Books gave me a chance to audition for this, and it happened. And if I could have told you all that was to come, especially the relationship with Robyn Carr, there's no way I would have been able to do that because it has been such an incredible journey. Robyn and I have been able to do events together, book signings together. We talk to each other on the phone. She is the funniest woman I've ever met. Most of our conversations is just me crying, laughing on the phone because she's so funny. And just the kindest, most grounded. And she's so like, you know what she told me? She's like, I'm so grateful when her show got bought by Netflix and was going to be going. She said, I'm so grateful that this is going to employ so many people. That just makes me feel so grateful. And I had this moment where I was like, that's who this woman is. And that's who I want to be when I grow up. I want to, no matter how successful and amazing and New York Times bestselling these books have become and will continue to become, she's just a grounded, humble, beautiful, talented, funny, graceful woman. And what she was more excited about was that because she chose to sit down and write these books, a lot of people were able to work. And I just think that's everything. So I am incredibly grateful. I hope you guys enjoyed these answers. If you ever need anything, please reach out at www.tereseplummer.com. I get emails all the time. I respond. I love talking to you guys. You are what has made Virgin River possible. The listeners, the fans, you guys are the best. So keep enjoying. I can't wait for season 3. I will be right there with you.
Thank you, Therese. Be sure to check out all the titles in the Virgin River series and lose yourself in the most heartwarming romances and friendships of this small California mountain town.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Shelter Mountain, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer, presented by Mira and Harper Audio, executive producer Jennifer Lopes, text copyright 2007 by Robyn Carr, production copyright 2021 by Recorded Books. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.